The daily routine of business, tabling of documents.
It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsections 39(1) and 41 of the Access to Information Act, a special report to Parliament from the Information Commissioner.
Pursuing to Standing Order 1083H, this report is permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy, and Ethics. Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my honour to table in both official languages the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development with regards to Bill C-317, an act to establish a national strategy respecting flood and drought forecasting. The committee has studied this bill and has decided to report it to the House with amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 19th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skill and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, entitled Implications of Artificial Intelligence Technologies for the Canadian Labour Force, and pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report.
I believe we have a dissenting opinion from the Honourable Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am speaking to the dissenting report, Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities Committee report on implications of artificial intelligence technologies for the Canadian labour force. And this is on behalf of the Conservative Party of Canada, Mr. Speaker. And through HUMA's committee study, witnesses testified to regulations around privacy concerning artificial intelligence, the poor state of Canadian productivity and innovation, how AI can be used by governments to boost efficiencies, and the need for consideration of artificial intelligence in international trade agreements. While the report briefly mentions these points, it does not go sufficiently in-depth in how the lack of action concerning these topics creates challenges to our ability to manage AI's impact on the Canadian workforce. Conservatives believe that greater emphasis should have been placed in the report on looking for AI for ways to improve efficiencies within the federal government. Over the past 9 years, the federal government has increased the use of outside consultants by $21.1 billion. Issues around mismanagement of procurement processes has come to light at other committees. Conservatives believe that the federal government must take seriously the needs of the Canadians when delivering government services in a responsible, cost-effective and efficient way. Finally, Conservatives believe there should have been far more emphasis in the report placed on the potential opportunity to improve Canada's productivity. This is due to the fact that the OECD, which is the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, shows a direct link between a nation's productivity and quality of life. When compared to other OECD countries over the past 9 years, the quality of life of Canadians has diminished, and Canada is on track to have the lowest productivity or quality of life of all OECD countries. Thank you.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Shipley, seconded by Mr. Reid, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Excise Tax Act, Automated External Defibrillators. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Barrie Springwater Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to rise in the House on behalf of the great people of Barrie Springwater Oro-Medonte to introduce this bill. I thank my friend and colleague from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston for being here with me today and for seconding this bill. Simply put, this legislation seeks to eliminate the application of the GST or HST from the sale of automatic external defibrillators. This will increase the accessibility and affordability of these life-saving devices. According to the Heart and Stroke Foundation of Canada, as many as 45,000 Canadians experience a sudden cardiac arrest each year, and 80% occur outside of a hospital setting. Defibrillation improves survival rates significantly if delivered in the first few minutes. AEDs combined with CPR increases survival rates to 50% or more. We know that making defibrillators easily accessible in public buildings such as hockey arenas, libraries, and airports have the potential to save thousands of lives. We should be doing everything we can to get these life-saving devices in as many places as possible. In rural communities, AEDs can be few and far between. This legislation will greatly improve the ability for individuals living in rural communities to purchase an AED for their home, farm, or cottage who currently do not have access to an AED nearby. I hope all my colleagues in the House will join me in supporting this bill. Together, we can remove the tax from AEDs and help save lives.
Mr. Shipley, seconded by Mr. Reid, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time? Right now. At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture de projet de...
First reading of Senate Public Bills. Motions.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition on behalf of constituents in Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon who are concerned by natural gas bans being enacted by several municipalities across Canada. Natural gas produces far fewer emissions than and is a lower cost alternative to heating oil, yet some municipalities are stopping families from using it to heat their homes. My constituents are calling on the government to be thoughtful in its approach to shifting how homeowners use energy to power their lives and encourage province and municipalities to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The second petition I'd like to present today is on behalf of correctional officers in Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon and across Canada. Correctional officers are calling for the end to the prison needle exchange pilot program. Correctional officers want the federal government to focus on correctional officer safety as much as they focus on inmate safety. Right now, they don't feel their workplace is a very safe place to be, and they're calling for this very needed change to protect them and their loved ones. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the NDP's agriculture critic and someone who has enjoyed working with Canada's organic sector, I am pleased to rise today and table e-petition 4909 on their behalf. Mr. Speaker, in the petition, the petitioners recognize that a transition to a more resilient food systems and supply chains is needed to adapt to a changing climate and other foreseen disturbances, geopolitical instability, and to protect Canada's domestic food supply. They recognize that organic food and farming is a model for success in this transformation, with documented benefits for the economy, public health, and the environment. And they recognize that organic production contributes to biodiversity and soil health, reduced greenhouse gas emissions, resilience to extreme weather events, and a fulfillment of key government objectives. They also recognize, Mr. Speaker, that ambitious policies and investments in organic by other countries have been successful in making organic food more affordable, available, diversified, and competitive. And they recognize that Canada currently has no strategic policy to develop organic food and farming. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the petitioners are calling upon the Government of Canada to give Canadians better and more affordable access to the foods they want by establishing bold policies and programs that will encourage growth in the domestic supply of organic to meet the market opportunity that has multiple economic, environmental, social, and health benefits for Canadians, and to meaningfully recognize and incentivize sustainable, resilient food systems, such as organic, across all departments that relate to Canadian food policy. Thank you very much.
Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member of Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to present a petition today signed by Canadians from across the country. These Canadians are concerned about the nearly 100,000 preborn children who die every year since the Morgentaler decision. Canada is only one of two nations in the world that have zero laws protecting the preborn. They also note that a child's heartbeat begins when the child is 6 weeks old, and they are calling on the Government of Canada and this place to strengthen the protections for the preborn in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour and privilege to table an e-petition 4431 sponsored by Shauna Angela Hoy. And, Mr. Speaker, the petitioners call on the government, they cite citizens and residents of Canada, call upon the government of Canada to refute the doctrine of discovery and terra nullius by amending the national anthem lyrics from our home and native land to our home on native land. Canada would thereby symbolically uphold its commitment to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's 45th call to action, moving towards re-establishing a nation-to-nation relationship by recognizing that Indigenous people occupied, cultivated, and thrived on these lands before Europeans arrived. They tie that the nature, that to ensure abundant resources, Indigenous people had a reciprocal relationship with the land characterized by responsibility, balance, and connection. The nature of this tie is not one of ownership, but stewardship. The land is a sacred gift from the Creator, and Indigenous people vowed to protect it. Disconnection from the land, water, and sky caused by displacement and banning ceremonies harmed Indigenous people spiritually, emotionally, physically, and mentally. And Indigenous peoples helped newcomers survive on the land by teaching them how to hunt and find shelter. Treaties declared that Indigenous and non-Indigenous relations were built on peace, friendship, and mutual respect for one another's sovereignty, and Indigenous peoples' relationship to the land is constitutionally recognized. I hope the government seriously takes a look at this petition, Mr. Speaker, and acts on it. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. Voilà. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, government orders, government bills commons, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-69, the Budget Implementation Act 2024 No. 1, and on the amendment of Mr. Allison.
Je pense qu'on a quitté ça la dernière.
I think we were at the end of the statement for the member for Rosemont Petite-Patrie. So questions and comments for the honourable member. The honourable member for Rosemont Petite-Patrie, a question for himself, perhaps? Well, I still have 1 minute of speech, actually, Mr. Speaker. I'll ask myself an easy question. Mr. Speaker, in the seconds I have before Q&A, despite all the issues in the bill, despite all we would have liked to have seen in this bill, there would have been, without the NDP, no dental care, no pharmacare for people living with diabetes and women who want contraceptives. There would have been no anti-scab bill without the NDP. There would have been no increase in capital gains taxes without the NDP. There would be no increase in bursaries for higher education without the NDP. I could continue, Mr. Speaker, and I'm looking forward now to the questions. Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In amongst my colleagues' statements, there are a number of things that we could do if we work together. So my question to my honourable colleague is as follows. Is it worth working together to make sure that Canadians have the programs that will help them in these very difficult times? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Rosemont Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question in such a good level of French, so congratulations for that as well. I think that the attitude that we have attitude since the 2021 election is one of being constructive and to allow files to progress, those that are important to us at the NDP. Dental care for those who are struggling, dental care for seniors, and it's progressing. The programme kicked in on the 1st of May, so just last week, and we learnt yesterday that in the first 3 days, 15,000 people benefited from this new dental care programme with 80–90% reimbursements of their dental costs. We are in amidst a cost of living crisis through rent and groceries, and so it's great news that people can save through dentists.
Arnie Lambton.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member is from Quebec, and so he knows that there is already a pharmacare system in Quebec. So, does he prefer a system that is purely federal, or does he prefer Quebec's current system? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. I would like to thank my colleague for her question. Yes, she's right. There is already a pharmacare system at the provincial level in Quebec, but it's a hybrid public-private system that has many issues, that doesn't quite control the cost of medications, that's very expensive during the negotiations of collective agreements. The NDP agrees that Quebec will be able to retract itself from this new program, but the biggest unions and consumer rights authorities are asking that pharmacare be available to all and that pharmaceutical products be cheaper than they are now. So this is a step in the right direction for Quebecers. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The leader of the NDP sent a letter of invitation to the government of Quebec to explain the benefits of a federal pharmacare system. I don't know if the leader of the NDP knows, but we already have one in Quebec. In my honourable colleague's constituency building, there is a provincial MP from Quebec Solidaire. So did no one explain to him that there's already health insurance, pharmacare rather, in Quebec? The honourable member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The leader of the NDP knows full well that there is a pharmacare system in Quebec. He even said in an interview here in the foyer of the House of Commons a number of times that Quebec would be allowed to retract itself from the agreement with compensation. What we have to note, however, this was an important social step forwards 30 years ago, but there are issues now. And even Dr. Rochon, who was the instigator who piloted this program back then, says that it's now time to finish the work they began with a good public and universal pharmacare system, as all the big unions are asking for. The honourable member from New Westminster Barnaby. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. All of Quebec's big unions, the CST, CSQ, CSN, FTQ, have all come out to say that the measure that the NDP forced the government to implement in this bill is something that is important. And I wanted to know the following. Should Quebec members listen to their unions who championed for a long time the idea of a public and universal pharmacare system that doesn't have all the loopholes and issues that we have in the current hybrid system in Quebec? The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, we have to listen to our workers and their representatives. This has a direct impact on people. Someone who works in a grocery store 3 days a week, who has to pay for their supplementary insurances. For them, medication is too expensive. We meet people who spend a third of their pay on their supplementary insurance policies. This is untenable. And if we want to help these people, we need true public and universal pharmacare.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Don Valley East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak in the House today. On April 16th, the government introduced a new budget. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Minister of Finance for really bringing forward a document that reflects where this country is today and aims to tackle some of the big challenges we face, but also looks for ways to seize the opportunity to help build a better tomorrow. I've always viewed budgets as a roadmap government puts forward to ensure that we could navigate those barriers and help us position ourselves as a country to get to where we need to be. It lays out the necessary supports and programs that will assist citizens of this great country to pursue their future, and it provides a glimpse into the potential of tomorrow. I believe that this budget, Budget 2024, moves our country in the right direction, and it is very aligned with the people of Don Valley East, who are also committed to building a better country. Today, I want to talk about the budget, but I want to talk specifically about how it impacts young people, children and youth in our country, but also I want to talk a little bit about the investments we're making into the future to help support our economy, and that's specifically the investments into AI. But first, I'd like to revisit a couple of points I made in the fall economic statement about our job here in the House. We are sent here on behalf of our constituents to make decisions. We have choices. And last year I said that we come into this House and we're presented with a bunch of decision points, and we have the opportunity to vote yes or no. And the Conservatives and all members of this House will have the opportunity to either support these programs or not support these programs. This is a massive responsibility as an MP, one that cannot be taken lightly. We have a responsibility to do what's right for our community. This year's budget builds on a continued approach that puts people first and seizes those opportunities. It builds on years of commitment towards supporting Canadians of all ages and all walks of life in all regions of this country. And I just want to mention, Mr. Speaker, that I will be sharing my time with the member from Winnipeg North today. Mr. Speaker, this budget builds on what has made Canada successful over all these years. It's why Canada continues to rank among the top countries in the world when it comes to economic development, safety, quality of life, cultural diversity, natural beauty, education, and our healthcare system, but also our political stability. And despite these rankings, and you can see them every single day, you know, there was a ranking a few days ago saying Canada was the safest country to travel in the world. But despite all of these accomplishments this country has, we see that there are some people in this House that don't acknowledge the success of this country. And I still believe, Mr. Speaker, that Canada remains the best place on the entire planet to be. There is constant rhetoric in this House from the Leader of the Opposition and Conservatives that portrays this country as broken. And it portrays an image that we as a country have a dim future. And I understand that's really part of a larger strategy to downplay the country, but when we speak poorly of our country, what it actually does, Mr. Speaker, it destroys the dreams and aspirations of its citizens. It's our job as members of Parliament to build opportunity, to build up hope by putting in place the right types of programs and supports to make sure that we elevate opportunity in this country. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to talk about the budget and what the Conservatives will be voting against, specifically around programs and supports when it comes to children and young people, but also the artificial intelligence investments that we will be making. I'm committed to helping all people in my community, but today I do want to talk about children. I want to talk about what we're doing to prepare them for the future, and I want to talk about some of the services that we're putting in place and continue to support as a government. I want to talk about how we're going to invest into the future and invest into opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if you know, but I was a former school board trustee. I served at the Toronto District School Board for 8 years, and it was perhaps one of the most rewarding opportunities I had as a young politician. And while I was there, we worked on student nutrition programs in my area, Ward 33. Was one of the first places in the city that had breakfast programs in every single school, and I was quite proud of that. And it was through the advocacy of people in my community, parents, also student advocates, but we were able to do that. And one of the things I noticed that our country, Canada, was the only country in the G7 that did not have a national food program. So I was happy that, many years later, here I am in the House of Commons and part of a government that is investing into young people and creating a school nutrition program for this country. And we know that when a young person is not getting the right types of nutrients, it impacts their behavior, it impacts their learning, it impacts their memory. We know that if we make the right investments into young people at an early age when it comes to getting the right type of nutrition, we know that we are going to produce better students and therefore better Canadians. Also, we're going to continue to invest into childcare, $10 a day childcare. We know that this will have a significant impact in our communities, but also it impacts our workforce because it frees up more women and more men to go into the workforce rather than staying home because it becomes affordable. So I am very happy to support that program and the expansion of that program in the House. And again, to people listening, this is again another program and the student nutrition program that the Conservatives will be voting against. Dental care. Oral health is imperative for the success of young people. Young people were among the first to receive dental care. And I'm proud, again, to be part of a government that put young people first, and we're going to build off of that. We're working on having all seniors, people living with disabilities and low-income Canadians at the forefront of this program, so we can ensure that people get the right type of health care they need. And again, to folks watching, this is another program that the Conservatives will be voting against. Mr. Speaker, the next thing I want to talk about, I've got 3 minutes left, I want to talk about the investments into artificial intelligence. We know that AI is going to change the world around us. In fact, just minutes ago, I introduced a report for the HuMA committee that spoke to the workforce of the future and what it will look like, and I'm proud of the work we did on the committee to look into how AI will impact the workforce. This government is investing $2 billion into artificial intelligence to better position companies, researchers, startups in this country so we can have a better handle on how AI is going to interact with our economy. Mr. Speaker, this is about building a better Canada for those young people I mentioned earlier. These are the investments we're making as a government, as anyone who's supporting the budget to support young people in this country. Over the last 2 years I've been here, and Mr. Speaker, I've noticed that this government has been bold over its last decade, bold in putting forward new national programs that are changing the trajectory of this country. You know, we had programs when we were a very ambitious country back in the 1960s and 70s established, like healthcare, old age security, programs that connected to all provinces and right across this country, our pension plan. For the first time in many, many decades, we have a government that is investing in new national programs like childcare, dental care, pharmacare, a student nutrition program. These are programs that should not be taken lightly. These are game changers. And I'm proud to be part of a government that is investing into these types of programs. So going back to my first point, that we have choices as MPs in this House. We have choices to decide which direction we want our country to go in. And I believe that this budget, specifically speaking to investing into our future through our investments into AI, and even more importantly, our investment into the next generation of learners, next generation of people within our workforce, and the next generation of good citizens in our country. These are the types of investments we should be making to ensure that we as a country continue to remain the best country on the planet. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member opposite for his speech. Now, I do see some irony that this budget bill is called C-69, because you might remember the last C-69 ended up being ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court because the federal government was sticking its nose into provincial jurisdiction. And here we have in this budget them sticking their nose into childcare and creating less spaces than ever existed, dental care and not consulting the dentist, and criminalizing more hard drugs than are actually in their pharmacare plan. But I guess the question for the member is, why are they pouring $40 billion more on the inflationary fire so that the Bank of Canada governor can't reduce interest rates and get inflation down?
Honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the honourable member. I think this is a perfect example of where ideology actually overtakes common sense and decency in politics. Here we have a situation where 1 in 4 young people are going to school hungry in this country, and the provinces, some may be responding well and some may not be responding well. But here we have an opportunity as members of Parliament, and this goes back to my point, we have choices to make in this House. So rather than getting wrapped up in jurisdiction, why don't we get wrapped up with doing what's right for young people in this country and make that investment into their nutrition? Thank you very much.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Merci.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I always wonder what parallel world the Liberals are living in. They talk about Canada as if it were one of the best countries in the world, But if you look at all the statistics on fighting climate change, Canada is very low in the ranking. And look at the housing crisis. We need 5.8 million new housing units. We know that homelessness has doubled in Quebec over the last 5 years. This since the National Housing Strategy was launched. Yesterday, I was in Gatineau driving around, and at the edge of the highway, there was a tent encampment. You really had to wonder whether you were in Gatineau or Kolkata. What world is my colleague living in?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member. You know, there are politicians out there that want to create an image of this country as being a dim and miserable place. I refuse to believe that. You know, this is a country where you can go out and seize opportunity, where governments and schools and so many great people invest into young people, into recreational programs. I spoke about nutrition programs. We have perhaps the most freedom as Canadians to speak our mind. People can walk into my office and tell me, you know, what they think of me and what they think of this government freely, and that's very rare in any country. Never look at this country as being a place without opportunity and being in and having a dim future. I believe that Canada remains the best country in the world to be, and that's why I'm so proud to be a Canadian.
In comments, the Honourable for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for his intervention in mentioning the National Food Program, which I think is quite important. But what would he say to all the Nunavut children, even with that program, will still go to school with not having enough sleep because they are forced to sleep in overcrowded housing situations, that are forced to go to school with not enough sleep because of the moldy housing conditions that they are forced to endure, that have no place to do homework, and schools that are falling apart. What does he say to those children that might have that National Food Program but still struggle with hurdles to graduate with the same level of grade 12 as other Canadians?
Honourable member for Don Valley East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. That question is a really important question because there are many children across this country that still have challenges presented to them in all regions of this country. And I'll say this to those children directly, that I will continue to work as hard as I can, like I have over my 20 years in politics, to ensure that we continue to fight and to build the best supports and programs that are aimed for children. You know, in this budget, we continue to build on childcare. We continue to build on dental care for young people, a nutrition program for young people. These are programs that are investing into the future, and I'll continue to do what I can to fight for every single child in this country. Thank you for the question.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And when I'm thinking in terms of Bill 69, what I think about is the sense of fairness. A sense of fairness for Generation X, our Z, the millennials. How important it is that as a government that we provide hope, Mr. Speaker. And this is something in which, over the years, we have seen put into practice in terms of budgetary measures and legislative measures that provide that sense of hope for all, Mr. Speaker. Recognizing how critically important Canada's middle class is and those aspiring to be a part of it, Mr. Speaker. Building a stronger economy, building and reinforcing Canada's middle class is something that's good for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. It is something that ultimately ensures, as my colleague that spoke before me talked about Canada being the best place in the world to call home. By doing and taking the actions that we have taken to date, reinforce the opposite in terms of what it is the Conservative Party is talking about. As the Conservatives travel the country, spreading misinformation, talking about Canada being broken, nothing could be further from the truth when you put things into a proper perspective in terms of what's happening around the world, Mr. Speaker. Canada is doing well in comparison to any other country in the world, I would argue, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't mean that we don't recognize the issues that Canadians are having to face today. That's why when we talk about issues such as affordability, such as interest rates, Mr. Speaker, such as the issue of housing, these are issues in which we not only understand and appreciate, but are taking tangible actions to be there to support Canadians. This isn't something that we take lightly, Mr. Speaker. Much like during the pandemic, how the government stood up and a Team Canada approach in working with people, working with other governments, were there in a very real and tangible way. I love the contrast between today's Prime Minister and the leader of the Conservative Party. Canadians really do have a choice that's becoming more and more evident in terms of to the degree in which they are opposites. You know, we talk about issues such as a pharmacare program within this budget, a national school funding program which is incorporated in this budget, the first ever Canada Disability Benefit, Mr. Speaker, not to mention the Canada Dental Plan. There are many initiatives that we have provided both in this budget and budgets that have led up to this to ensure that there's a much higher sense of fairness. Taxation policies, whether it's the capital gains today or the 1% wealthiest on our first budget that we introduced, extra tax, Mr. Speaker, or the cut in Canada's middle class tax bracket, Mr. Speaker. We can talk about the grocery rebates, the enhancement of the guaranteed income supplement, not to mention for those that are collecting OAS over 75. Compare that to what we hear from the Conservative Party of today. What we hear from the Conservative Party is they are going to fix the budget, they say. Fix the budget, Mr. Speaker, is code. I would suggest to you that there is, in fact, a hidden Conservative budget that they don't want to talk about. Because that puts on the chopping block a lot of the work in which we've been able to accomplish over the last number of years. Whether it's a national child care, $10 a day daycare, Mr. Speaker, that has received phenomenal support across the region, every region of our country, where provinces and territories have signed on to programs such as the pharmacare program, where yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we witnessed conservative after conservative stand up and say that they do not support a pharmacare program, where we saw conservatives stand up and say that they do not support the investments that we are making in healthcare because they don't believe the federal government has a role to play in healthcare. The contrast is immense, Mr. Speaker. When the Conservatives talk about cuts or fixing the budget, they mean cuts. And let there be no doubt about that. So as we continue to bring in policies, whether it's budgetary measures or legislation, let's be very clear. The objective is to recognize the values that Canadians have and the sense of fairness that they want to see put into things such as budgets, Mr. Speaker. They want to see a government that truly cares about the actual middle class and expanding the middle class. The healthier and the stronger the middle class, the better the economy will be, Mr. Speaker. We know that. They can spread whatever false information that they want, but the reality speaks volumes differently. And let me give you two very specific examples. In 10 years, Stephen Harper, as Prime Minister, generated, I believe it was just under 1 million jobs. In less time, our government, in working with Canadians and other jurisdictions, have generated over 2 million jobs, And that's also taking into consideration a worldwide pandemic, Mr. Speaker, where there was economic shutdown in many different areas. Our policies are working. Take a look in terms of one of the most powerful statements, and I made reference to this yesterday. One of the most powerful statements in my mind from the budget that was released by the Deputy Prime Minister was the idea that foreign investment, direct foreign investment to Canada. Think about this, if you will. Individuals, corporations around the world are looking at Canada saying, we want to invest in Canada. There is a reason why they want to invest in Canada. It's about stability, economic stability, and other factors, Mr. Speaker. Do you realize on a per capita basis, Mr. Speaker, Canada is number 1 out of the G7 on direct foreign investment? Who's the G7? You're talking about the European Union, you're talking about England, you're talking Japan, USA, France, and Germany. We're number 1 when it comes to that foreign direct investment. People that are putting their money where they believe the potential is the greatest, Mr. Speaker, in terms of being able to expand and have opportunities. Contrast that to the world. If you do that for the entire world, you'll see that Canada places number 3 in terms of that direct foreign investment based on last year's first 3 quarters, Mr. Speaker. And that's where I get those numbers from. So if you have people around the world looking to Canada as a place to invest, I think that speaks volumes, and it's complemented by the fact that we've created over 2 million jobs. All at the same time recognizing the important programs and expectations that Canadians have in terms of being there for Canadians. First and foremost, from my perspective, on the issue of health care. We continue to invest historic amounts of money in health care because we understand what's important to Canadians, and health care is one of them. And unlike the Conservative Party, we're going to be there to ensure that we have a health care system that we can all be proud of, not only for today, but for future generations, Mr. Speaker. These are the type of commitments and contrasts that you will see between Liberals and Conservatives, Mr. Speaker. And we will continue to expand on that contrast in the coming months, Mr. Speaker, so that in 18 months or so, when there is an election, people will see the real leader of the Conservative Party for who he is. As a leader that goes and has no problem in meeting with groups like the Daigalalon group, Mr. Speaker. As we meet with real people, who is the leader of the Conservative Party meeting with? Who is he listening to in order to come up with the policy ideas that are going to help Canadians? I'll contrast who we are compared to who they are, Mr. Speaker, and I'll suggest to you that at the end of the day, we will continue to work with Canadians to build a stronger and healthier economy and society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Kishia Kamal-Tyre, the honourable for Barrie Springwater, Oromadante.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the speech from my honourable member across the way. He mentioned in his words, and I'm going to use your exact quote, that Canada is doing well. I spoke to many residents over the past couple of weeks, and I'm going to give you, because you gave 2 examples, through you, Mr. Speaker, 2 examples, Mr. Speaker, of Canadians that I spoke to. So you tell me if you're differentiating between Canadians and Canada. I had 2 calls last week. One of them was from a senior who is no longer eating lunch because she can't afford it. She's trying to feed her disabled son, so she has cut out a meal. Is she doing well? The second one is a lady who has missed the last couple months of her mortgage payment and has great fear. She was in tears on the phone with me. She was going to lose her house. I don't think these Canadians are doing well, but in your speech you said Canada is doing well. Please differentiate between Canada and Canadians, because I don't think they're doing too well.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, what I said, in comparison to any other country around the world, you will find that Canada is doing relatively well. It doesn't mean that as a society, if you're doing relatively well, that you not have and demonstrate compassion and that you have a heart in dealing with individuals. There are individuals that are going through a great deal of hardship. It's one of the reasons why we continue to work as hard as we do. Not everyone is in fact doing as well as we would like to see. But to try to say, well, here's parts of a society that are not doing well, so Canada is therefore broken, I think that's a far stretch, because there's always been people, and there will continue, sadly, to be people that are going to have difficult times. And that's why it's so important that the Conservatives get on board and support some of the social programming that we're putting into place, so that there is a higher sense of fairness, so there's fewer people that are having difficult times.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For a few days in the newspapers in Quebec, there's really been a rise in catastrophic news about the housing crisis. José Legault in the Journal de Montréal has said that Quebecers are unable to afford reasonable housing. Others are in apartments that are not in good conditions. Others are rent-evicted. Others aren't able to afford a big increase in their rent. Others are living in their vans. And there's a lot of distress. Alternative resources for mental health in Quebec are sounding the alarm. There's harassment of renters, depression, suicidal ideation. Homelessness is becoming normalized. I'd like to ask my colleague how the budget here for housing, which is doubling bureaucracy, which will take years to give results on the ground, how is that going to solve the situations that are being talked about?
Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, if the Bloc are genuine and they really want to help solve the housing issue, they'll do in terms of what we've witnessed in other jurisdictions. For example, in the province of Manitoba, recently we had the Premier of the province join the Prime Minister, the respective housing ministers, along with the Mayor of Winnipeg, to talk about the issue of housing and how it is that the three levels of government, along with the different stakeholders, are going to work together in an attempt to be able to deal with the housing situation in the province of Manitoba. The difference between the Liberals and the Bloc is that the Bloc want to separate, that's at all costs, Mr. Speaker, and from a Liberal perspective, we want to work with the different levels of government so that we can provide the type of services that people of all communities want to see, Mr. Speaker, and that includes addressing the housing issue. But it's going to take more than one level of government. We know that, Mr. Speaker, and fortunately, we have many levels of government that are, in fact, working with the federal government, as the federal government, for the first time, has actually taken not only the initiative to be there on the housing file, but has invested historic amounts of money at the same time.
Hear, hear. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for. Well, let me make my normal reminder to the honourable members to keep our questions and answers as short as possible, so everyone can get to participate in the time that is allotted. There was only 5 minutes there. We only got 2 questions in, so we should try to be more concise in what we're saying so that more people can participate. Continuing debate, the honourable member for Barrie Springwater, Oromodante.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be sharing my time with the member from Fort McMurray Cold Lake today. Mr. Speaker, I am honored to rise in the House and add the voice of the people of Barrie, Springwater, Oromodante to today's debate. I want to take a moment to go over the unfortunate state of this country's finances after 9 years of deficit budgets and how the Liberal government's inflationary policies are affecting families in my community. Under this Liberal government, mortgage payments have doubled, down payments have doubled, rents have doubled, the cost of gas, groceries, and home heating have skyrocketed, and people cannot afford to eat, heat, or house themselves. This Prime Minister said repeatedly that doubling the national debt would have zero consequences and the budget would balance itself. Unfortunately, the Prime Minister did not have the foresight to realize that doubling the national debt would drive up interest rates to historic modern highs. and now the government will spend over $54 billion in interest on the national debt. That is more than the government is spending on provincial health care transfers. The Parliamentary Budget Officer in his latest report stated that Budget 2024 marks the third consecutive fiscal plan in which the government's new measures, even after accounting for revenue raising and spending reviews, have exceeded the incremental fiscal room resulting from economic and fiscal developments. Conservatives had three simple demands leading up to this year's budget. We committed that if the Liberal government introduced measures to immediately pass Bill C-234 in its original form, require cities to permit 15% more home building each year as a condition for receiving federal infrastructure money, and cap spending with a dollar-for-dollar rule to bring down interest rates and inflation, we would give our support to their budget. Unfortunately, the Prime Minister and his Finance Minister ignored our pleas for a balanced budget, lower taxes, and more homes for Canadians, and decided to add more than $60 billion in new spending that will keep inflation interest rates higher than Canadians can afford. That means higher taxes, higher inflation, higher interest rates, higher rents, and higher mortgage payments. I would like to spend some time discussing three central issues that I hear often from members of my community: the high cost of housing, the carbon tax, and public safety. First, one of the top concerns for residents in my community is housing affordability. In my riding, the cost of housing has skyrocketed under this Liberal government. Residents in my riding are now forced to spend almost $2,000 a month on a one-bedroom apartment. The only solution to this crisis is for the Liberals to build more homes. Unfortunately, the Prime Minister told Canadians directly that housing is not a federal responsibility, and bureaucrats in his own housing department had confirmed that this government has no plans to bring down housing costs by building the homes that Canadians need. According to Statistics Canada, between January 1st and November 30th of 2023, Canada built 17,000 fewer homes than in the previous year. Instead of taking real action to address this issue, the Liberal government is concerned with photo ops and ribbon cuttings. The numbers do not lie. This government has failed an entire generation of Canadians who fear that they will never be able to own a home. I see the crisis surrounding interest rates playing out in my community. I receive calls and emails constantly from residents whose mortgage rates have doubled. Recently, a retiree in my riding saw their mortgage jump from $1,100 a month to $2,600 in less than a year. It hasn't always been like this in Canada. 9 years ago, the average down payment on a home was approximately $20,000. Now the massive cost of even a modest home in my community is forcing residents to save for longer and longer. It now takes 25 years to save up for the cost of a down payment, and the needed down payment for a home has doubled. Roughly 64% of the average pre-tax monthly income is needed to pay the monthly costs associated with housing. This crisis has made the dream of home ownership impossible for all but the wealthiest few. In fact, 76% of Canadians who do not own homes believe they never will. The Liberal government had 9 years to address this issue. The housing crisis is a policy and leadership failure from this Liberal government. I will go on to an issue that is directly affecting families and farmers in my community: the carbon tax. Just a few weeks ago, this Prime Minister hiked his punishing carbon tax by 23% as part of his plan to quadruple the carbon tax over the next 6 years. The Parliamentary Budget Officer told members of this House that Canadians would be better off without this carbon tax, saying that they would experience higher income growth while the price of food would come down. But the Liberal government went ahead with their tax anyway. To illustrate the impact this tax is having on the lives of Canadians, I want to share some of the correspondence I've received from people living in my community. I have a bill here from a family of 6 in my riding who are paying $142 a month plus HST and carbon tax on their home heating bill. I have another Enbridge bill from a Barrie resident where the carbon tax makes up 33% of their total bill when you factor in the HST. This resident bought a programmable thermostat that automatically turns down the temperature in her home down to 15 degrees from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. She believes she's doing all she can to lower her gas bill, but still feels punished by this costly carbon tax. I hear this government boast often about the rural top-up of the carbon rebate. Meanwhile, we know that the calculations they made on who qualifies as rural Canadians are deeply flawed. Residents in my riding who live in rural places like Anton Mills, Elmville, Hillsdale, Midhurst, Minising, Phelpston, and Snow Valley are deemed to be living in urban areas, according to this Liberal government's rural top-up formula. Budget 2024 finally says that the government will look to better define rural areas, but it only commits to put forward a proposal to do so later in the year. This is unacceptable for residents in my riding who are forced to pay more in carbon tax, and proof of why we simply need to axe the tax for everyone forever. I'll move on to how this tax is affecting the hardworking farmers in my riding. I am proud to represent a riding with a large, vibrant agricultural industry. I was recently sent an Edinburgh bill for almost $10,000 from a farmer in my riding who runs a poultry operation. Their bill shows a carbon tax charge of $2,700 on their cost of fuel to dry grain corn. Shockingly, the carbon tax is more than the value of the gas before delivery and global adjustment. This Prime Minister just doesn't understand that if you tax the farmer who grows the food and the trucker who ships the food, you end up taxing the food the family buys. Finally, I'll spend some time discussing the crime and chaos this Prime Minister has unleashed that is deeply affecting members of my community. Small businesses bring life and a sense of community to our downtowns and neighborhoods, yet they are sounding the alarm bell about the impacts of crime on their livelihoods. These businesses, including in my community, face significant challenges related to vandalism, theft, loitering, and public intoxication. In my riding, a beloved Italian restaurant named Limoncello Bistro was recently broken into for the 6th time. Thieves who recently broke into Limoncello stole everything from their restaurant, even their meat and seafood. These repeated break-ins have cost the owners thousands and thousands of dollars. The owners of Limoncello Bistro have stated that, quote, "I find it hard to swallow that I have to pick up and leave a place where 5 short years ago this wasn't as bad as it is today. We fell in love with downtown Barrie, the waterfront, the community, and the people. We as business owners shouldn't have to leave because criminals are putting us out of business." End of quote. I agree. Small businesses like Limoncello are on the front lines of the Canadian public safety crisis, and we urgently need to address this issue of skyrocketing crime rates. We know that the Liberal government caused this problem with their soft on crime laws C5 and C75. Another issue that is directly affecting a small business in my community is the Liberal government's nonsensical attack on law-abiding hunters, farmers, and sport shooters. This budget proposes to spend $30.4 million on a hunting rifle buyback plan that does not exist. This is on top of the $42 million they've already committed. Think about that. The Liberal government will now spend $72.4 million to buy exactly 0 guns from owners and businesses. Not one gun has been bought back after spending $72.4 million. I just recently received an email from a small business in my riding. He is a responsible business owner who gives back to the community and is facing devastating financial losses because of this failed policy. He is now struggling to pay for his everyday expenses. He has over 40 firearms worth over $50,000 sitting in safes that can't be sold, but must be insured and housed in a secure rental space while the Liberal government forces him to pay GST on them. The owner of this business says that this government is clearly bent on just winning political points and not caring about the safety of the general public surrounding firearms and criminals who use them. I agree with him. While the Prime Minister wants to protect turkeys from hunters, common sense conservatives want to protect Canadians from criminals. The only way to reverse the damage the Liberal government has caused is by reversing the course and doing the opposite. Canadians want change. They want lower taxes, lower mortgage rates, lower grocery bills, safer communities, and most of all, they want to change the government. The Conservative promise is simple. No gimmicks, no half measures. We will axe the tax, build more homes, fix the budget, stop the crime, and bring home affordability for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I'll be voting alongside my Conservative colleagues against this budget, and we'll be having a no confidence in this costly NDP Liberal coalition.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for St. John Rothsay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague opposite for his speech on the budget. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about housing, and I want to talk about the lack of support the party opposite, the Conservative Party, has actually had with respect to housing. I mean, we came forth with the National Housing Strategy. We came forth with, a rapid housing initiative, federal co-investment fund, the Housing Accelerator Fund, and many, many, I think, wonderful transformational programs for cities and communities across this country that would help build housing. I think we also all know that the issue and the challenges and the emergency we face with housing has been unfolding over many, many years. But, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party voted against every one of those initiatives. So my question to the party opposite is this. How can you vote against those wonderful initiatives and still say you support housing? Thank you.
The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for his question. As I mentioned in my speech, 9 years ago, Canada was not like this. You could live a dream where I remember myself buying my first home, freshly married, and it was a goal to be able to do that. That is long gone. The Liberal government NDPs have been in power now for 9 years. This huge issue has been created over the past 9 years. Well, member opposite says 9 more to go. Hopefully he means months or days, because that's enough. But we do need to get back to having an election, bring the Conservatives back in, and we'll bring this once again a dream where young people, especially teenagers, can afford to buy a home.
Okay, Kamal Tar, the honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
And thank you to my colleague who I have respect for in my day-to-day. I would like to ask the member if he could please share the narrative that I'm hearing from the Conservatives throughout this debate is around the concerns of the impacts on private interests of us moving forward with seeing a national health care plan, with seeing national pharmacare, with seeing dental care, and any loss that may occur for private interests. And I'm wondering if the member could share why that might be and why we're not seeing instead an emphasis on people who need access to insulin, who need access to birth control, who need access to dental care. Thank you.
For Barrie, Springwater, or Medante.
Thank you for that question. Hopefully I heard it all. We are a long way down from each other right now. What the Conservatives and myself are afraid of is more bureaucracy. I think it's been proven over the last 9 years that this Liberal NDP government has been building bureaucracy after bureaucracy, which is costing more and more money. That is our biggest fear, that we don't believe more bureaucracy is going to solve a lot of issues. People are struggling. We need tangible, good results, and we don't think just building more government bureaucracy is going to build tangible results for Canadians.
In comments, the honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you, thank you for the speech. I just wonder if you've had people coming to your constituency office saying how much better it is than it was 9 years ago, or 7 or 6 or 5 or 4. I can honestly say I have had not one person come to my office to say how glad they are that things are working out. Just wondering in your speech if you can relate to what's been in your area. Thank you.
Just mean to remind folks to run through the chair, not to say you directly to the honourable members. The honourable member is Barrie, Springwater, or Medante.
Thank you to my honourable colleague for that question. And yes, it's quite frankly heartbreaking, some of the calls and emails I'm getting. I recently sat in my office and returned a bunch of calls, and by the end of that, quite frankly, it was very daunting and very stressful. I heard negativity from every single person I spoke to. I mentioned earlier, and I'll mention them again if it's okay, Speaker, that 2 specific people that I spoke to on the phone really stuck in my mind. One was a senior lady who has a disabled child who has literally cut out lunchtime of her own meal to try and feed her disabled son. She's going on 2 meals a day now. And another lady was in tears because she had not been able to pay the last couple months of her mortgage payment, and a great fear. The bank had been working with her for a couple months, but she felt that was going to be ending. She was going to lose her home. She'd worked her whole life, worked hard as a Canadian, bought this home, was enjoying her home. Just because the interest rates and the price of inflation in Canada, she has fear that she was going to lose her home, was in tears. It was a very tough call to hear, and that's the type of calls I'm getting in my office.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, or Medante. I get those kinds of calls in my office as well. We reach out and try to provide connections for people who are falling between the cracks with other charitable agencies and help. But we as a party believe that we need to go to where the wealth is. We're surprised and disappointed that the Minister of Finance hasn't done that. Corporate assets in this country have more than doubled in recent years, from, believe it or not, from 14 trillion in assets to 28 trillion in assets, and yet corporate tax rates remain among the lowest in the world. I'm wondering if the Conservative Party believes that we should, for instance, bring in a guaranteed livable income, which would actually end poverty in Canada, ensure that every Canadian can meet their basic needs while not having clawbacks, able to earn money and become successful taxpayers within the nation of Canada.
We are out of time. I allow the honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, or Medante to quickly answer.
Very quickly, it's great to hear the member opposite mention that she helps people as they come in, and that's my biggest goal. In here is one aspect of our job, but helping residents is really our best goal, our best part of this job. And every time someone does come into our office, we try and point them in the right place to get assistance to. And I can tell the speaker is telling me we're out of time, so we'll carry that on later, that conversation.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honor to be able to rise on behalf of the residents of Fort McMurray Cold Lake and raise their voice here in this chamber. In the last number of months, I have had many people reach out sharing their concerns regarding the cost of living, sharing that they are in crisis or they are nearly in crisis as they see an ever-rising cost of gas, groceries, home heating, and everything. We see so many that are struggling, and all they see is their costs going up under the punishing carbon tax regime and the tax and spend from this NDP Liberal government. What they also have come to really clearly understand is that this is a tax plan that's been sold to Canadians as an environmental plan. However, Canadians can now see it for what it truly is, and they have come to understand that it means that they pay more, but there is no environmental gain. After 9 years, this Liberal NDP coalition is simply not worth the cost. A few weeks ago, I had a group of bright young students come for a visit from Ardmore School. Mr. Speaker, you might not know where Ardmore is. It is in northeastern Alberta, and it is in between the communities of Bonnyville and Cold Lake along Highway 28. This is a relatively rural community that has two major economic drivers: the energy industry and agriculture. At this school, the students saw the wonder of Parliament Hill, and it was so inspiring to me, and it reminded me of how lucky we are, each and every one of us, to be able to sit here and work hard for the constituents in our riding. One boy, he shared that this whole experience of coming to Parliament Hill was the highlight of his life. These students were able to see the inner workings of Ottawa when they came here. They got to watch question period from up in the gallery, had wave to them from the Leader of the Official Opposition, and they got to meet many members of Parliament in the hallways of this magnificent building, and got to watch the debate on C-50, the unjust transition. A bill that is, simply put, an attack on Canada's energy sector. And these students questioned very succinctly why so many politicians in this chamber constantly attack the energy industry. These students see firsthand, day in, day out, the positive impacts the energy industry makes in their community. They understand how hardworking these people are and how the members of the energy industry are there when it is minus 50 so that we can stay in our homes and stay warm. One student shared her concerns regarding the increasing cost of living and what this would mean for her future, and specifically what this would mean for her ability to take post-secondary education. And I think this is really important to highlight. These were students in junior high, and they could see very clearly that the cost of living that has been made absolutely a crisis under this NDP Liberal government is having real impacts on someone that hasn't even got to high school yet. Then a couple weeks ago, I had the opportunity to visit with a group of grades 7, 8, and 9 students from Frank Spraggins High School in Fort McMurray, along with their principal, a friend of mine, Dan Tulk. They shared their thoughts and fears about what the cost of living crisis would mean for their future. Again, they highlighted their concerns with the cost of groceries, the cost of gas, and what this would mean for their ability to attend post-secondary high school, what this would mean for their ability to buy a house, what this would mean for their ability to have a family. One particular student shared very succinctly in very unparliamentary terms his thoughts about the leadership of our Prime Minister. And when we started to tease through the fact that name-calling was not okay, he very succinctly said, but frankly, people can't afford to live right now. And this student, Ryder, had so many really intelligent comments as to what he saw. He was a very succinct student, and it was really frustrating to me when he said, but I don't understand why so many politicians hate the oil sands. I don't understand why so many politicians hate the energy industry. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? It was a tough question for me because I too struggle with this question. I am proud of the work done by our hardworking oil and gas. And like him, I don't understand why politicians in this chamber fail to understand the opportunity that exists in Canada's world-class energy sector. We constantly see attacks of our energy sector at every possible opportunity. There are eco-radical politicians that do this at the direct cost of our hardworking energy workers, at a direct cost to the future of communities right across Fort McMurray Cold Lake in Canada, and at a direct cost to Canada's economy. At a time when we desperately need economic growth, eco-radicals who have an intense hate for our world-class energy industry guide Canadian policy. They sit at the cabinet table. And they hold the pen on the costly coalition that keeps this government in power, pushing for ever more blows to this industry. They've made no attempt to hide their distaste for the oil and gas industry. However, in this budget, I think it's kind of interesting that we see the Minister of Finance use a rather rosy benchmark for West Texas Intermediate, the crude oil price of $78 US. It is worth noting that this is a rosier outlook than my home province of Alberta's forecast, which was $74 US dollars. I'm very curious to, at some point, get to see the modeling that was used for them to get to this number, because while they attack the industry, they have no issue whatsoever benefiting from the profits. The anti-energy agenda from this government has been consistent and punishing over the last 9 years. Anti-energy messaging, delays, arbitrary and inconsistent regulatory conditions, and an outright veto of approved export pipelines have all hurt this industry. Despite asks from Germany, Japan, and most recently Poland, amongst others, to export Canadian liquefied natural gas, the answer time and time again from the Prime Minister is there is no business case. In a time when the world is calling, Canada's NDP Liberal government refuses to answer the call. They would seem like they are more interested in supporting dirty dictator oil and fueling Putin's war machine than they are in supporting Canada's world-class energy industry. That is shameful, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely shameful. After 9 years, the NDP Liberal budget is just more of the same that got us into this mess. The Prime Minister did not do anything to stop the inflationary deficits that are driving up interest rates. He did not stop putting at risk our social programs and jobs in the economy by adding more debt. Simply put, he is not worth the cost for any generation, despite what he says. He's responsible for record deficits, which are driving up record inflation rates, and both have very real impacts on the budgets of hardworking Canadians. We see story after story about record-breaking visits to food banks right across this country, and last year, food banks received a record 2 million visits in a single month, and they're anticipating that an additional 1 million people will visit food banks this year. An extra 1 million people having to access food banks. While life has gotten worse for Canadians, the Prime Minister is spending more than ever before. This year's budget will include over $61 billion in new inflationary spending, costing the average Canadian family an extra $3,687. Most families don't have that lying around. Students from communities right across my riding see the insanity. They understand that when governments spend more of their money, costs go up. The hardworking energy workers who see the industry they work in under constant attack understand the hypocrisy. And world leaders who are looking for energy solutions understand the potential in Canada's world-class energy industry. Can you imagine a world where our Prime Minister believed in our economy as much as these world leaders did? But sadly, what else can we expect from a Prime Minister who would rather wedge, divide, and stigmatize Canadians? But, Mr. Speaker, hope is on the horizon. It's not all doom and gloom. Canada's common sense Conservatives will support Canada's world-class energy industry. We are ready to stand up and govern. And as has been shared by so many of my colleagues, it is time that we get Canada back on track, Mr. Speaker. We will axe the carbon tax, reducing the cost for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. We will invest in technology, not taxes, to deliver environmental gains. This, Mr. Speaker, is common sense. I would invite all members of this House of voting in non-confidence in this Prime Minister, who, after 9 years, is simply not worth the cost. Vote against this budget and deliver common sense for the common people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on the theme of misinformation, think about this. The Conservative Prime Minister in 10 years did not build 1 inch of pipeline to coast waters. Not 1 inch. Now, we have TMX in which Daniel Smith, Rachel Notley, both New Democrats and Progressive Conservatives that have supported the Government of Canada's approach in TMX, and that is bringing resource to Tidewaters. My question to the member is, on what grounds does she believe that Stephen Harper in any way did anything to support the resources going from her home province to Tidewaters into BC?
The member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we get is what we often get from that member. Disinformation, blaming Stephen Harper for all the answers. But you know what? Stephen Harper was a proud supporter of Canada's world-class energy industry. He supported LNG exports. We had 18 LNG projects when they took office. We've got one, unfortunately, under them because they refuse to support LNG. They refuse to claim that there is a business case for this. They refused to allow Energy East to go forward, which not only would have benefited my home province of Alberta, it would have benefited your home province of Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker. It would have benefited the province of New Brunswick. It would have benefited all of Canada. But this government decided that it was more important to play politics and fuel Putin's war machine than support Canada oil and gas.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member Courtney Alberni.
I got a message from Jessa. She cites that pharmacare deductibles prevent actual coverage for, she says, my 9-year-old type 1 daughter for most years. If we're lucky, we'll hit our deductible by November. Over the last 7 years since her diagnosis, we've easily spent $60,000 out of pocket for her diabetic supplies and insulin, even with the help from Fair Pharmacare. Pretending things are already covered is atrocious and shows a lack of care and understanding on the Conservatives' part. So, Mr. Speaker, what we're hearing from Conservatives, they're more worried about the private insurance companies. Maybe my colleague can maybe she can respond to Jessie and explain to Jessie how she's supposed to deal with her 9-year-old daughter and continue to make sure that Jessie gets access to insulin.
Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the question from my honourable colleague. Here's the interesting part about this pharmacare scheme that was put forward by this government. It's not actually a plan. It's the promise to eventually, possibly, maybe explore a plan. And if this government, the NDP Liberal government, really were interested in delivering for Canadians, they would have worked with provinces and territories to expand their plans, to go after the 3% of Canadians that didn't currently have a plan or the plans were not sufficient for them, and they would have been able to have pharmacare already delivered to Canadians from coast to coast to coast. But that wasn't what they wanted. They wanted photo ops, they wanted announcements, they wanted promises, but they didn't actually want to deliver for Canadians. And this is this tragic trend that we see after 9 years of this government that is not worth the cost. Because it's all about the announcements, it's not about the delivery. And so, like I've said in my speech on pharmacare, if they actually wanted pharmacare, they would have worked with provinces and territories to develop their plans out so that Canadians could have benefited already. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
In comments, question commentaire, the Honourable for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question and her presentation, an excellent presentation, and also pointing out the fact that this government seems to be a little bit more emphasis on putting hard drugs into people's hands than actual medication and pharmacare medication to Canadians. But with that said, the member talked about technologies and how we are looking forward to, because developing those technologies are going to create jobs. And we saw with the Just Transition Task Force that created basically no jobs other than bureaucracy, and is not stepping up for our coal miners, which I know my colleague has in her riding in her province. I'm wondering if she would comment a little bit more on how to see that technology and how it's going to improve Canada.
Well, 30 seconds. The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague that I get the privilege to work with on the Health Committee for that wonderful question, and he's very right. This government is more interested in building bureaucracy than actually creating jobs. They want to have jobs here in Ottawa rather than jobs in our ridings right across the country, and that is absolutely inappropriate and not the right way of doing it. It is government central planning at its absolute peak. And so this is something that common sense Conservatives will continue fighting for day in, day out, to make sure that Canada's world-class oil industry and energy industry have the support that they need so those workers can keep the lights on when it's cold outside. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire au ministre du Développement économique rural.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je veux indiquer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before starting, I will just say that I'll be sharing my time with a member for Yukon. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to be able to rise today to speak to the budget implementation. First of all, before investing in something, you need to know for sure that the foundation is solid. And in this case, the foundation is the economy. And here, we have put in place a number of things to ensure that we can continue to invest. Inflation has gone down from 8.2 to around 3%, which is within the range that banks aim for. So that's doing well. We are now one of 2 countries in the G7 with a AAA credit rating, so that's also going well. The unemployment rate is around 5.5%, which is a historically low rate. The International Monetary Fund has indicated that our net debt GDP ratio is lower than other G7 countries. The OECD, as well as the IMF, have projected, and this is important to note, they have projected that Canada will have the strongest economic growth out of the G7 countries in 2025, which shows that we are in a good position to invest in Canadians. Yes, we know we have a housing crisis, and part of that is because the Conservative government did not see a responsibility and obligation to invest in housing. But our government is working closely with the provinces and territories and municipalities to make important investments. And in this budget, we are continuing to invest in the program for rapid housing. We have the Housing Accelerator Fund, and the GST rebate will enable developers to build cheaper housing. On a $10 million project, they will save $1.5 million. Modular housing innovation will also enable us to progress further in this key area. Another strategy we just added is taking the government's public lands and we can use various strategies to enable more construction, which could be up to 250,000 units. We will work closely with universities to ensure that they can invest in student housing, and that may enable students to move into condos, residences. It will help them a great deal. We will be investing in collaboration with on-the-ground organizations to help with homelessness and encampments. So we will be working, as I say, with people on the ground who have a great deal of experience in predicting trends in homelessness to see what we can do to help. We will work with the provinces and territories to build more shelters and transition housing.
I want to touch on is our government's investment, transformative investment since 2015, and we know it's been the Liberal government that has been there from the start. I mean, I think back at Medicare in 1968, which was a very important initiative that all Canadians are very proud of today. Well, let me share some of the investments that we're making to close the gap, if you want, between those who have and don't have, those who have experiencing challenges and those who are experiencing less challenges. First of all, last year in the 2023 budget, we brought an investment of over $200 billion into the healthcare for more doctors, nurses, frontline workers. But we also have made major investments today that I'm extremely proud of. The first one, of course, is a new Canada Disability Benefit, which is $6.1 billion over 6 years. Finally, we're here to support. We know that most people living with disabilities are living in poverty. We need to come forward. It's not as much as we would have liked, but it's a step forward, and a very important step forward that will help over 600,000 Canadians. We are also bringing, as I spoke to yesterday in my speech, pharmacare, first step again, phase 1 if you want, which will help many women, but also help many people, about 4 million people living with diabetes. And I know when I go to the pharmacy, to my pharmacist, I think she reminds me each time I go that you gotta do something to help people with diabetes. They need help. It's costing them thousands and thousands of dollars, and we need to be there for them. So we're moving forward on that, which I'm extremely proud of. The dental care, Mr. Speaker, 9 million Canadian. We can say there's all kinds of insurance and program, and everybody has access to this and that and everything. Let's be real here. It's 9 million Canadians who does not have health care, dental care, and that we're going to help. Seniors, of course, which is our category that we're completing now in registration. We're also now hitting young people 18 and under, and people with disabilities. Very proud investment as well. Continuing on those proud investments, Mr. Speaker, is of course early learning, daycare. Again, this budget comes forward and supports investments in creating more space and more renovation so that we can offer great programming. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to touch on the food, the National School Food Program we've been talking about for years, which is a must, and it's going to help at least 400,000 Canadians. Those are very important investment in the social net of our country, which is why many people want to come to Canada, live in Canada, because we walk with them to support them. Monsieur le Président, je veux maintenant...
Mr. Speaker, I'd now like to talk about safer, healthier communities. That is to say, the ways we're going to invest to improve these communities. We know that tourism has suffered a great deal under COVID, and we will continue to invest in that area. The budget has also invested in volunteer firefighting. We will double the tax credit for their work and the volunteer work they do to help communities. Another very important investment is in rural workers, social workers, because we need to attract people to our rural regions. I'm talking about professions like social workers, dentists, physiotherapists, that kind of profession. And this investment will be targeted toward essential areas of need. In order to encourage this, we will amend the Canada Student Loan Program. Now, I know only 1 minute is left, Mr. Speaker, so in conclusion, I would just say that it's not just me who will give you all this good news, but independent organizations like Deloitte. They have said that Budget 2024 draws a clear line under investments that will have key impacts in areas like housing, social programs, affordability, and good jobs. While maintaining, and this is important, sufficient fiscal discipline to respect major costs, and to manage inflation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm always very pleased to listen to my colleague. He was just talking about good jobs, but something that's completely absent from the budget is an aerospace strategy. We know that Quebec is one of the 3 global aerospace hubs, along with Seattle and Toulouse. In my own riding, there's a company that makes airplane engines that are sold globally. And in fact, I say that Longueuil set foot on the moon before Neil Armstrong because they make landing gear. This industry has 37,000 jobs and $18 billion in revenue. We want the federal government to take a position in order to encourage this industry. What is it waiting for? The honourable member for Sackville, Preston, Chiswick. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question and his enthusiasm. Indeed, the aerospace industry is extremely important. I agree with him. Quebec plays a key role in that industry. And as Parliamentary Secretary for Rural Economic Development, I will just say that I've just had multiple meetings about the aerospace sectors. And we're looking to major investments to maintain our position on the ground in a field that is so important for Canadians and Quebecers.
L'honorable député de Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For each of the flawed programs that have been introduced with this budget, the government seems to not understand the reality. Let's talk about the dental care program, where the government's going to cover 70%. So people that can't afford dental care, let's say you need £1. That means the government pays $1,000 from the taxpayer money, and the individual has to pay $300. People that can't afford dental care don't have that $300. Not only that, the government's picked Sun Life as the only monopoly that's going to deal with this situation, and they will be the ones to reimburse dentists who were never consulted, and so not enough dentists have a scribe. So once again, we see the government getting into provincial jurisdiction with skills they don't have in a program that doesn't understand the basic needs of the people that want to use it.
Member, the Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for a very important question. But my first impression is always that my glass is half full and not half empty. This is a very, very important program for Canadians. As I said in my speech, 9 million Canadians will have access to this because of this program, which is crucial. Mr. Speaker, the cost for dentists, the government is there setting its rate. Those rates are respected. And those should be the rate, and it should be covered at 100%, unless that the dentist is asking for over and above the rate that is set. But we will work together with the dentist organization, who are very proud professionals who want to be there to support each and every Canadian that needs that support in dental care. And we will be there with them. And I'm sure that the end product, like any other one, I talked about Medicare, I'm talking about pharmacare, the various programs, we always find as Canadians the right way to make it work, and we shall be there for them this time around as well. Thank you.
In comments, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
And thank you. First and foremost, because of the work of the NDP and the collective voices of so many advocating across Canada, we are seeing some real solutions that are being implemented. Many mentioned by the member, including dental care, free birth control, diabetes medication, national school food program, rental protection fund. There are some real positive solutions as a result of the work of the NDP. One thing that I did need to bring up, which is vitally important, is around the national disability benefit. Now, the member did say that it's not as much as he would have liked. Now, people living with disabilities are legislated into poverty, $200 a month. $200, I'm sorry, additional funds is not going to lift people out of poverty. And my question is, when will the Liberal government finally put into place the legislation and the funding to lift people living with disabilities out of poverty?
The Honourable Member for Sackville, Preston, Chiswick.
I I thank my colleague for her very important question, and I too have been advocating, as she has and many people in this House and many people across the country, about being there and supporting people with disabilities. We know that they are the largest percentage living in poverty. And I have said in my speech that this is not enough. There is more that we will focus on as we move forward. But let's not also forget that this is the biggest investment, single-line investment in the budget, $6.1 billion for this new initiative. It's a very powerful one. Not enough, $2,400 a year, but this is a first step, an important step. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity today to speak to Budget 2024, as I believe it presents a number of investments and initiatives critical to ensure Canada keeps moving forward in difficult times. Because we are living difficult times, Mr. Speaker. Not only are Canadians dealing with a high cost of living, driven by a complex mix of global factors, but we're struggling with dramatically increasing costs of climate change and serious geopolitical upheaval, issues which are spilling over onto our own shores and deeply affecting our communities, both directly and indirectly. And this is happening as the income gap, more critically the purchasing power between the lowest income earning households and the highest income quintiles, has continued to grow. And that divide, whether economically, socially, or as a measure of health, is not a good one. Cela produit alors que l'écart de revenus.
This happens at a time when the income gap and purchasing power between more wealthy and lower income households is high.
I was talking with one of my constituents based in Whitehorse recently. Even with a well-paying public service position and while owning a house, she described her struggle getting by from day to day. Fuel costs, food costs, and upcoming mortgage renewal. Not a lot left over for extras. And all Canadians at low and middle incomes are feeling the strain, from deciding not to go on a family trip this year to not doing the Friday dinner date. And it's those younger Canadians, millennials and Gen Z, who are feeling the strain the most. In addition to being saddled with the cost of services for boomers and others as they age, our younger generations now are facing the unconscionable, perhaps unforgivable debt of the cost of the climate crisis. According to the Canadian Climate Institute's estimates, $89 billion will be added to our healthcare costs annually by mid-century. We could face a $100 billion fall in annual GDP, and the lowest income levels could drop by 25%. Yes, this budget carries costs, but those costs are investments in Canada and Canadians, so we can face the future with confidence, restore equity, and avert the worst effects of climate change. Les coûts de l'inaction seront bien.
The cost of inaction will be much higher.
We're implementing the Clean Electricity Tax Credit, the Clean Technology Manufacturing Tax Credit, to allow companies and tax-exempt entities to invest in clean energy equipment, helping us not only to green our electricity systems, but scale them up to meet the demand of zero-emission and electric vehicles and support our provinces and territories in working towards net zero grids. We're investing in entrepreneurs, including more than $200 million for Canadian startups for equity-deserving or underserved communities, which I know will give a boost to the many enterprising entrepreneurs that populate the communities across Yukon. Nous adaptons également davantage.
We are also tailoring the Canada Growth Fund, a $6 billion fund for stakeholders who wish to speed up their investment in green growth technology. This is in addition to our pollution pricing system to ensure that Canada will be able to effectively reduce emissions.
Climate change that Canadians face, far too many Canadians are housing insecure, which is why our budget launches a bold strategy to unlock almost 4 million new homes by 2031. We're reintroducing a post-World War II style design catalogue to speed up the building of good quality homes, including duplexes, triplexes, and low and medium density options. And these will be coupled with an additional $15 billion to the apartment construction loan program, $1.5 billion to protect affordable rentals, and $1 billion for our affordable housing fund. Mr. Speaker, not only are we investing in good homes, a healthy environment, and strong communities to raise our families, we're protecting our assets as well. We have one of the longest coastlines in the world. We have a vital waterway over which we exercise our sovereignty, the Northwest Passage. Canada's north represents more than 40% of Canada's territory, located in an increasingly unstable world where major or emerging powers, friendly or unfriendly, are watching. While the north is experiencing some of the most dramatic effects of climate change, we're also just starting to tap into the north's huge potential in equitable economic and resource development, all while protecting an increasingly threatened landscape and advancing reconciliation and true partnership with Indigenous citizens. Building on our $40 billion investment to modernize NORAD along with our American partners, Budget 24 begins to lay out further critically needed investments in defense and a defense policy update to chart the course to ensure our armed forces are ready for what the future will hold. And this includes $8.1 billion to ensure Canada is ready to respond to global threats, including almost $2 billion to replenish supplies and equipment, more than $500 million to replace satellite communications equipment critical for our future investments in new tactical helicopters and long-range missile capabilities.
This is in addition to the essential investments being made to build new homes and retrofit existing ones, to provide child care for Canadian Armed Forces personnel and their families at bases throughout the country, to increase the number of civilian specialists working to support D&D operations and recruitment. Retention efforts are also being planned as we modernize the forces.
Part of that is recognizing the increasing risk cybersecurity threats posed to Canadians. And I'm pleased to see the importance of this work recognized in Budget 24 with a commitment of more than $900 million over the next 5 years to enhance intelligence and cyber operations and to protect Canada's economic security from rapidly evolving security threats. With a world that's increasingly connected online, the threats we face from the cyber realm are growing, not only to individual Canadians and our personal data and finances, but to our country's critical infrastructure.
Our government is investing in our future and investing in the defense of our future, but we are also looking to support Canadians today.
Investing $273.6 million for Canada's action plan to combating hate, to support community outreach, law enforcement reform, tackle the rise in hate crimes, enhance community security, and counter radicalization. This is alongside $7.3 million to address the rise in anti-Semitism and $7.3 million to address the rise in Islamophobia. Expressions of both have been rising for some years, but have broken out in a more ominous way since the onset of war in the Middle East. In addition to our government's historic investment in strengthening public health care over the past year, I'm pleased to see our new National Pharmacare Plan announced with $1.5 billion over 5 years to ensure its effective rollout, while providing as first steps support for reproductive health care and diabetes care. And we're also addressing the critical needs of our communities in the ongoing overdose crisis with $150 million through the Emergency Treatment Fund.
We are also continuing to expand our Canadian dental care plan to cover more than 9 million Canadians who are not currently covered by dental insurance. And we are investing an additional $1 billion to support affordable child care.
It's not only daycare that families need. I'm looking forward to seeing our partners in Yukon work with our new National School Food Program to expand access to existing school food programs to those that need it, so no child has to go to school hungry. And for students already on the pathway to a career, we're increasing student grants and loans, making it easier for the more than 1 million Canadian students to afford their desired education and get their start in life. Teachers, social workers, and more healthcare professionals who have found new opportunities in our rural and remote communities will now be a permanent part of the Canada Student Loan Forgiveness Program. New investments to boost research and innovation, including support for graduate students and postdoctoral fellows, will ensure Canada remains a world leader in science and new technologies like artificial intelligence. This budget is about making sure that young people in particular, but all Canadians, have a chance to realize their dreams and aspirations.
To achieve all that the budget promises, we are asking some of the wealthiest Canadians to pay a little more for some things, because in doing so, by investing in their fellow citizens and their country, everyone benefits.
Pierre Poilievre and his Conservatives have already committed to voting against the budget, and this means they'll be voting against increased healthcare funding and
Order. Just have to remind the honourable member not to use the proper names of members of the House of Commons. So we just make sure we back up and say Leader of the Opposition or the member for Carleton. The honourable member for Yukon.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. The honourable leader of the opposition has already committed to voting against the budget, and this means voting against increased healthcare funding, a national school food programme, funding to build nearly 4 million more homes, support for renters, free contraceptives and diabetes medication, affordable dental care, and much more. And I can ask you, Mr. Speaker, to ask Canadians, what kind of country do you want to live in? What kind of country do you want for your children and for your grandchildren? I know what constituents are asking me. They want support to get through the affordability crisis. They want affordable options for housing, whether to rent or to buy. They want Canada to be a country of innovation, a country that is forward-looking, climate resilient, and a leader amongst peers. And that's the kind of country we are building, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member from Yukon for his speech. He talks about innovation and he talks about the cost of climate change to the world. To me, it seems interesting we have the opportunity to get more liquefied natural gas to global markets. And as a Wood Mackenzie report just showed, if we get more Canadian LNG to Asia, we can actually reduce emissions. Yet, the climate change minister across the way, one of the radical ministers in the House, is actually putting a cap on getting LNG to that very market that wants to actually lower emissions. I would just ask the member, does he support getting more of Canada to the world to reduce emissions?
Honourable member for Yukon.
I thank my colleague for the question and the northern colleague at that. And I think there's so much in this budget and in previous budget that is building towards a new energy future. I know in my community, the Yukon, we are investing and starting to invest in critical minerals, which will drive our move towards clean energy and a green future that is also going to stimulate and revive the economy for all Canadians.
And comments, question commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to talk a little bit about homelessness because my colleague talked about housing. It's an important issue. The government's a bit hard to follow regarding the fight against homelessness because the only program is about returning home, and then the government cut it by 3%, and now it's $1 billion over 4 years and $250 million for encampments. I was in Quebec City last weekend. There was a summit on youth homelessness, and all groups were present there. And they were asking questions about what are we going to do with that $250 million, because ultimately the fight against homelessness requires building social housing. We need to build social housing to get people off the streets. So can our colleague tell us how that $250 million will be spent? Because there's some vagueness around that right now. The Honourable Member for Yukon. I thank my colleague for the question. It's a very important question. What I'd like to focus on is the variety of investments that we see in the budget, including the investment in non-market housing. So there's a whole variety. The federal government is ready to work with provincial partners, including Quebec, to ensure that we are investing in those who are homeless.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And this morning I was meeting with Nurse Crystal Edwards. She's a director with the Women and Children's Mental Health at Thunder Bay Regional Health Sciences, as well as Dr. Justin Jagger. He's the chair of pediatrics in Northern Ontario School of Medicine. They're with Children's Healthcare Canada. And we talked about the crisis in child and youth in terms of physical and mental health in Canada, and that Band-Aid solutions will not measurably improve child healthcare systems or children's health outcomes. And they're calling on the federal government to take a leadership role in resolving this crisis by declaring children's health and well-being a national priority. And I did work with my colleague from the Yukon. He's part of the negotiations to create the Youth Mental Health Fund. It is historic. It's a step towards parity with mental and physical health but they're also calling on the government to create and implement a national children's strategy that includes targets and timelines to improve children's health outcomes, and the establishment of a chief children's health officer, and creation and dedicated funding envelope to ensure a robust maternal, child, and youth health research agenda. Does my colleague support those asks from Children's Healthcare Canada? Thank you.
The honourable member for Yukon in 35 seconds.
Thank you, and I really want to thank my colleague from Courtney Alberni, who's a strong advocate and a friend in working together for common aims in health and children's health in particular. Actually, we should shortly be able to present the report from our study and health committee on children's health, and there are many recommendations there, I think, to inform a national perspective and coordination in improving children's health. He's right to point out to the importance of youth mental health, children's health in general. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate.
Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor to rise on behalf of the good people of Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, and I'll inform the House I'll be splitting my time with the incredible Member of Parliament for Prince Albert. I've now been around this place long enough to see a clear pattern of what a Liberal budget is. So what exactly is the pattern of a Liberal budget? Well, we have to go back to 2015 for a moment. What happened back in 2015? Well, this Liberal Prime Minister promised 3 years of modest deficit spending budgets before he made a cast-in-stone promise to return to a balanced budget in 2019. So what happened to that promise?
Well, during each of those 3 years, the Prime Minister spent far more than he promised. And in 2019, he didn't even try to keep his cast-in-stone promise to bring Canada back to a balanced budget. In other words, this Liberal Prime Minister didn't even try to do what he had promised to do. So why even promise to return to a balanced budget when you have no intention of ever doing so?
Bien sûr.
Of course, we all know the answer. This Prime Minister will say literally anything if he thinks it will win him votes and the confidence of voters. And that, of course, is the real problem with what has become the trend of Liberal budgets and this Prime Minister, because Canadians have lost confidence in this Liberal government.
Let me provide yet another example of this. To do this, we have to go back to the 22 Liberal budget. Back in 2022, following the pandemic, the Prime Minister and his Finance Minister introduced what his Liberal government called the Return to Fiscal Responsibility budget. So that begs the question, what was fiscally responsible spending according to the Liberal government in 2022? The answer is that the Liberals' 22 budget proposed total federal government spending of $434 billion. Now, this is an interesting amount of money. Why? Because this represented a $90 billion spending increase over the Liberals' very own pre-pandemic spending in the 2019-2022 fiscal year, which was a budget of $338 billion. So now here we are at the latest Liberal 2024 budget that proposes total spending of $535 billion for the 2024-2025 fiscal year. Let's pause for a moment to recap. The 22 return to fiscal responsibility budget was $434 billion. Now here we are in 2024 with this budget, and the proposed spending is $535 billion. This means that the latest Liberal budget for the 2024-2025 fiscal year proposes to spend $100 billion more than what the Liberals themselves labeled a return to fiscal responsibility budget just a short time ago. And let us look at the bigger picture for a moment. Before the pandemic began in 2019-2020, the Liberals were spending $338 billion. Today, the Liberals now propose to spend $535 billion. That is an increase of almost $200 billion a year in annual spending. And let's not kid ourselves. Everyone knows the Liberals will spend more than the $535 billion they are proposing in this budget. If in doubt of that, recall what the finance minister told us in April of last year during her 2023 budget. That 2023 budget, the Liberals told us, projected total spending would be $497 billion in 2023-2024. That self-same Liberal budget projected spending would reach $556 billion in 2027-2028. Now, here we are in 2024-2025, and already the Liberals are proposing to spend $535 billion. Can we all not see the clear pattern here? Every year, what we are told will happen never actually happens. The forecasts, the promises, everything the Liberals promise us ends up being completely false. They do not even try to live within the fiscal limits they propose for themselves. This particular Liberal budget follows the pattern that once again demonstrates that every commitment of a so-called fiscal guardrail made in previous Liberal budgets are a sham. And most offensive of all is the Prime Minister's office has the audacity to label this budget as the Fairness for Every Generation budget. I am literally aghast by this. The 2024 Fairness for Every Generation budget proposes a $40 billion deficit for this fiscal year alone. This is noteworthy because the Liberals' previous debt forecasts were $35 billion for 2024-2025 and $27 billion for 2025-2026. And in the Liberals' mini-budget last fall, their fiscal update increased the deficits projected for 2024-2025 and 2025-2026 to $38 billion and $38 billion respectively. Now, why is this new debt significant? Given the current interest rates, the cost of servicing on the national debt has now exceeded federal spending on health care. And this problem only gets worse. There is an entire generation of young Canadians who are now entirely left out despite all the Liberal spending. And this is today. Literally, this problem is so bad that even the Prime Minister himself now openly admits that young people now feel like they can't get ahead in the same way their parents or their grandparents could. But it is much worse than that. This Prime Minister is leaving future generations of Canadians with record levels of debt and no plan whatsoever to return to a balanced budget ever. This Prime Minister has failed in every single budget to do what he promised he would do in the budget the year previous. I have established that with several examples in my comments today. And let us ask, if this Prime Minister, who thinks, he's pretty awesome, just ask him, if in the 9 years has massively and completely failed to even come close to balancing a budget, what is he expecting future generations of Canadians to do? Because they're the ones who will be inheriting all of this Liberal debt. What Canadians see is a desperate Prime Minister's office trying to shovel as much money out the door as quickly and as recklessly as they're hoping that something, anything, will stick as they try desperately to buy their way to remain in power. Because power is the one thing that this Prime Minister and his group of insiders really care about. I would submit that they will, and in fact they are, willing to spend any amount of money in their quest to retain power. And I believe the way they see it in this Prime Minister's office is that this ends in one of two different ways for them. Either they'll be successful and remain in power, or if they're unsuccessful, well, they don't care about the fiscal mess they have left behind because it'll be future generations of Canadians, but more importantly, not them, who will have to clean the mess up and pay for it. I submit that's really what's occurring here. Imagine leaving your kids behind a prepaid Visa, but in reality, that prepaid Visa card actually has a negative balance of $10,000 owing on it. Joke's on them. In the real world, no one would actually do that. But this Prime Minister is doing exactly that, and he has audacity, Mr. Speaker, to pretend to call that fairness for every generation.
There's nothing fair about running up massive debts in an attempt to buy votes and leaving future Canadians to pay for it. It's the most unfair thing a government can do to young Canadians, and yet that's precisely what the Liberal government is doing. And rather than accept and respect the fact that many Canadians now recognize and oppose this, the Prime Minister's office is simply doubling down and proposing more of the same.
This is a budget, yes, but it follows a dangerous pattern. They continue to say whatever it takes to stay in power. They have no intention of following through on their promises. They don't care. They just care about power. Mr. Speaker, that's not good enough for this chamber. It's definitely not good enough for Canadians, and I will not be going along with this plan to, again, spend whatever it takes to throw that money at the wall to see how long they can stay in power. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Keshe Kamal-Tar, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, you know, it's interesting comments coming from the member across the way in the sense that, you know, as a government, we do recognize that there is a need to be able to spend money, as so has Doug Ford. For example, we talk about the hundreds of millions of dollars of investment that were put in terms of getting and landing the VW battery plant. That's going to generate thousands and thousands of jobs. That, Mr. Speaker, is being supported in good part by both Ontario government and the Canadian government, and it's going to have a long-term positive impact, as it'll be one of the reasons why Canada is going to be ranked so highly in the world in terms of production of electric batteries. Think about it. Greener jobs into the future. Why does the Conservative Party not support that particular initiative?
Okanagan-Similkameen-Nicola.
I don't support any initiative of this government because the government will do whatever it takes to stay in power. And you know what, Mr. Speaker, if this member is so confident that that particular deal is going to be so great for every Canadian, why haven't they brought the business case out? Why haven't they shown us the contracts? As I said, this latest Liberal budget for the 2024-2025 fiscal year proposes to spend $100 billion more than what the Liberals themselves labeled as a return to fiscal responsibility just a short time ago. Mr. Speaker, that member and this government will say whatever they need to say to stay in power. He needs to admit that to himself.
Comments? Keshe Kamal-Tar, the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
And thank you to the member for his speech. You know, one thing that I was reflecting on while we were talking about this budget today is around the National School Foods Program that's being implemented into this budget. I was a school board trustee and also worked in the school district. I'm a single parent with 2 children, and I will say that this was an issue that came up over and over again, is that schools need the supports to be able to ensure that all children who arrive to school have the nutritious, healthy foods that they need to learn and grow. There are many wins in this budget. There are also areas like the National Disability Benefit that we need to see an increase in the amount. But my question to the member is, if he were in the position of power that he's saying that the Liberals are striving to maintain, what would he cut for Canadians that Canadians need so desperately at a time when people are struggling to make ends meet? Thank you.
Honourable member for Central Okanagan-Similkameen-Nicola.
See, Mr. Speaker, there is this synergy between the Liberal Party and the NDP, where they are constantly trying to outbid each other for who can be more relevant. And the problem is, Mr. Speaker, is they're constantly asking for a new national priority when the federal government has zero experience in doing something. Look, in my area, Central Okanagan-Similkameen-Nicola, when I was the United Way chair, there was a great program called Success by 6. And I will tell you that they made sure that people that were at Queen's Park Elementary, or the children that needed to have those supports, got it. Unfortunately, and if this member was to read Paul Wells's Substack on this, The government actually can't tell us which children will receive this. They just say, well, we're going to have 400,000 children receive that. They have no idea who these children are. They have no idea who the different players are in different school districts right across the country. Mr. Speaker, as I said, it's all about paper. And the NDP enables this. They keep saying more, more, more. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? We just get more paper, more promises, more bureaucracy, and not the help that Canadians want nor need.
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for such a great speech. I know he comes from British Columbia, Mr. Speaker, and I know in British Columbia addictions has become a huge issue over the last 8 years. I wonder if he would just give this House a little bit of a report on what has changed in his riding in this budget that's actually going to address that problem. And can he explain to us why this government is so committed to not fixing this problem?
For Central Okanagan, Similkan and Nicola.
Madam Speaker, that is a great question. And so in many rural parts of my riding, such as Merritt, BC, which we all know is still trying to rebuild from some of the floods that happened a few years ago, to places like Headley, I continue to get reports about how the so-called drug legalization program, where they're allowing people to consume hard drugs, crack, heroin, etc., on the streets, Madam Speaker. They have drug houses that the RCMP have told them they cannot shut down because of these laws. So, Madam Speaker, the government can say all sorts of things that it's going to work with British Columbia. But the problem is they're not working with the RCMP. They're not giving them the tools they need to make our communities, particularly the rural ones, safer. So the member's correct. This government, again, is always about promises but never about delivering.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's great to be here. And I want to thank the member from Central Okanagan, Sanoka Nicola. Hopefully I got it right. But he had such a great speech in front of me, and his common sense is sure appreciated in this House. His knowledge and his wisdom is just a benefit to all Canadians, and I want to thank him for being here today to give a great speech. He did a wonderful job. Madam Speaker, I want to talk about the great riding of Prince Albert. Prince Albert is a great riding. It is home to 3 prime ministers, believe it or not. It has a great history, great people. You know, from the combination of the agriculture sector, which is strong and vibrant and growing, to the forestry sector, which we hope to see a rejuvenation and a rebirth, bringing along First Nations and First Nations involvement. We've got some great opportunities that'll be happening in and around Prince Albert and in the district itself. You know, Madam Speaker, when I look at this budget, and I look back to the needs and the wants and the questions I get in my riding, it's a failure. It didn't listen to what Canadians want. It didn't listen to what Canadians require and need. It talks about a lot of things and threw a lot of things at the wall, but there wasn't anything to really address affordability. There was nothing really there to address crime and rural crime. There was nothing there really to address the day-to-day costs of living. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that today and what my residents are saying to me in the riding of Prince Albert. You know, while many of my colleagues have raised various and serious problems with this budget today, I'm going to focus on a variety of areas that directly impact communities, families, poverty, and of course crime. And I'm also going to add in addictions and mental health to that list. After 9 years, this NDP Liberal Coalition has had every opportunity to address these issues and affect real change for Canadians. Yet, their policies have done nothing but make things worse. For families, this tax and spend approach continues to make life more unaffordable as they feel the real-life impacts of this liberal inflationary policies. According to this Prime Minister, after 9 years of his leadership, 1 in 4 children go to school without food every day. Again, I come from a riding, agriculture. We grow food, we raise beef. There's no reason for kids to go to school hungry. But when your parents can't afford the basic necessities, when they have to choose between making the rent payment or the mortgage payment or buying good, nourishing meals, that's a shame. And that's what this government has created. After 9 years of this Prime Minister, roughly 64% of your average monthly income is needed to pay the monthly costs associated with housing. Madam Speaker, when I grew up, housing was a dream that was achievable. We dreamt of owning a house, and actually I was lucky to own a house relatively young in my life and able to own a house right through, and I own a house today. Madam Speaker, I look at kids and people's grandkids. that dream has become a fantasy. It's something that they actually look at it and very realistically say, if I'm going to own a house, I'll have nothing else. I will be house poor. The cost of owning a house is so unachievable, it's not an option for me. So that dream has left Canadians. And it's crazy. There's no reason not to have that dream. There's no reason not to work towards owning a house. There's no reason not to have a house, a safe place to raise your family and your kids, especially in Canada. Yet after 8 years, this is no longer an option. After 9 years, I should correct myself, Madam Speaker, this Prime Minister, food banks have received a record 2 million visits a single month alone last year. 2 million Canadians go into the food bank. Why aren't you listening? Why isn't this government listening? When they start to hear stats like that, these are stats, these are hard figures, talking about what's actually going on in this country. You have 2 million Canadians going to food banks just so they can feed their families. Don't you think that's a problem? Shouldn't you address that in the budget? Shouldn't you say, wait a minute, maybe we need to change course? Obviously what we've been trying isn't working. You think there'd be serious reflection on what you've been doing? Nothing, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this NDP Liberal Coalition talks about caring for families. But what they've done is the exact opposite. Under their watch, it is their failed policies that have contributed to the worsening situation we see across our country. This budget is nothing more than a continuation of failed policies. No reflection, no second and sober thought. Just continue on, barge ahead with failed policies. With nearly $40 billion in new inflationary spending, it is no wonder Canadians can't get ahead. As Canadians try to take one step forward, this Liberal government keeps pulling them back 2 steps at a time. They're hurting people. They don't understand it, but they really are hurting Canadians. Let's look at housing, for example. 9 years after the Prime Minister promised to lower the price of housing and rents and mortgages in Canada have doubled. And Canadians are forced to live in tent encampments in nearly every city across Canada. They're living in tents in Canada. It's cold here. It's minus 30 in the wintertime, minus 40. And they're stuck to living in tents. How shameful, Madam Speaker. Under this Prime Minister, Canada is building fewer homes than we did in 1970, when we had half the population, and has made housing more expensive for everyone. 1970, Madam Speaker, when our population was half the size, and we're not building houses. What policies have they put in place that actually has disincentivized Canadians to build houses? They should reflect on that, and maybe they should change course. Speaking to members of my community, parents are worried for the life that their children will have. Before this Prime Minister, a Canadian household earning a median income could cover the cost of owning a house, which was roughly 39% of their pay. Roughly 39% went to housing. According to RBC, that number has now risen to needing to spend 69 or 64% of their median income. 64% just to put a roof over your head. Madam Speaker, that doesn't leave a lot of money to take the kids to soccer. It doesn't leave a lot of money for buying hockey equipment. Madam Speaker, it doesn't leave a lot of money for you to take your mom out for Mother's Day on Sunday, to go to Mother's Day's brunch. And to the moms out there, don't be mad at your kids if they don't invite you out to brunch this year. They really would like to, they just can't afford to. They can't afford to because they've spent so much in housing and everything else. You know, I think a lot of moms are out there are just tremendous people. And they didn't see raising kids in a country where they wouldn't be able to fulfill the dream of actually owning a house. Mr. Speaker, that falls upon this government, this NDP Liberal Coalition. We need a government and a budget that's focused on addressing the affordability challenges Canadians face. This government has caused those challenges and only gives the facade of caring when they're down 20% in the polls. Again, they're not doing it for Canadians. They're doing it for power and to maintain power. Madam Speaker, let's look at the crime wave across Canada. Madam Speaker, an issue that is plaguing our streets and making life less safe for Canadians. From auto theft to violent crime, it's on a rise under this Prime Minister. Canadians are tired of their catch and release programs that have led to higher insurance costs, higher security costs, and higher human costs. Again, nothing but talk and platitudes, photo ops, no real concrete action. Madam Speaker, recently I proposed a private member's bill, C-379, an act to amend the criminal code for motor vehicle thefts, which would lock up those who have stolen their third car for 3 years. So not a newcomer, not somebody that just went for a joyride and did something stupid. This is the third offense. They've been convicted 3 times, so they should at least get 3 years. Common sense. Shows action, shows that we're moving forward. I also propose that judges and prosecutors take into consideration if crime was committed to benefit an organized crime. For this, you would receive a stronger sentence. If you're stealing a vehicle for the third time, Madam Speaker, you're not a petty criminal. However, this NDP Liberal coalition has indicated they are going to vote against it. This is an example of making photo ops and not taking action. But again, they don't listen. They're not reacting to what Canadians need. They're doing what they think their failed policies, or filling in, or continuing on with failed policies. All they've done, Madam Speaker, is photo ops, and it's real people whose cars are being stolen, who are victims of violent crime, and victims of extortion who are feeling the impact. This budget fails to treat the crime wave as an epidemic. It really is across this country. It's one thing to host a summit. It's another thing to implement meaningful legislation, and this budget does not. Madam Speaker, I'm getting down to the last minute, and I could talk about many things. The $61 billion in new inflationary spending, which will end up costing the average Canadian an extra $3,600.87. $3,687 a year. Both the Bank of Canada and former Liberal Finance Minister John Manley told the Prime Minister that he was pressing on the inflationary gas pedal with his spending that ballooned interest rates. But the Prime Minister didn't listen. Surprise, surprise. Even the former Liberal Governor of the Bank of Canada, David Dodge, warned the Liberals that their spending is making it harder to bring down interest rates. But again, this Prime Minister does not listen. As a result, the Bank of Canada went on the most aggressive interest rate hike campaign in its history. As the millions of Canadians renewing their mortgage know, this Prime Minister just isn't worth the cost. And struggling families can't afford the higher taxes that come with them. So, Madam Speaker, I will sum up my time now. When it comes to this budget, I will not be voting for this budget. This budget missed the mark in so many ways. They had such a huge opportunity to get things right, and for the 9th time in a row, they failed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I was listening to the Honourable Member's speech and talking about auto thefts. Was interesting. The Honourable Member voted against increased penalties for auto theft back in the 42nd Parliament. But him and a lot of Conservatives mention mandatory minimums time after time after time. It's a very American style of justice. I was wondering if he could point to any jurisdiction in the United States that uses this type of policy and point to that jurisdiction where it's safer than it is here in Canada.
Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his question. I find it really interesting the Liberals actually seem to be more interested about American-style politics and listening to constituents like the constituents that are riding Prince Albert. And what they tell me is they don't want these repeat offenders back out on the street. They actually want to see some concrete action. They're also saying the judicial system is not doing its job in regards to putting these people behind bars. That is why they are asking for mandatory minimums. That's why they've instructed me to come to Ottawa on their behalf and actually put something in place that does something concrete to stop this. What does this government do? They look at the U.S. Don't look at the U.S. Go talk to your constituents. Ask them what they want. And you'll be surprised. They say they don't want their cards stolen for the 3rd time. They don't want to be threatened in their homes. They don't want to leave their keys at the ashtray by the door because this government will do nothing to stop it.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I'm quite fascinated by the dramatics of the intervention and just how much disinformation that's shared in the Conservative interventions that I've been hearing since I got elected. What I heard from this MP is the privilege that he's always had in his life and the privilege that he continues to push forward, especially when he was talking about housing and how much they've always had housing and how much housing was always available to them compared to what my constituents are forced to endure, where housing is very much a privilege, very much a benefit of employment. It's not something that is very easy to come by. And I wonder if this member will do better to use his power. I think the reality is that everyone in this House has power. And the Conservatives saying only the Liberals or the NDP having power is such disinformation. Will this member commit to using his power beyond just using slogans so that policies that we pass in this House are actually making a difference for all Canadians?
Member for Prince Albert.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank the member for her question, and her sincere question, and it's a good question. We are privileged to live in Canada. We are. We are privileged to own a house. We are privileged to represent Canadians and Canada in a democracy here in this House and take advantage of that democracy and bring their views to the House of Commons. Madam Speaker, we have the right to choose whether we're going to vote against or for this budget based on the directions from our constituents. I asked that member, if she went back to her riding right now, would they endorse this budget? Would they say to the NDP, you should vote with this government at all costs to keep them in power? I don't think so, Madam Speaker. If she was to go back to her riding, the privilege she has to represent them and ask them what she should do, they would say vote against this budget. They've done nothing for housing in the North. They've done nothing to deal with addictions in the North. They've done nothing to actually deal with the cost of food in the North. What has they delivered to the North? Nothing. And she recognizes that. And I'd like to help her to see a better way forward. But I can't do it in opposition. I'm going to do it under a government led by the Conservative Party of Canada because we have the policies to deal with those issues. So if she's really representing her riding, she'd break ranks with the NDP and vote this budget down.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton, a short question.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. So the Bank of Canada governor has said that pouring more deficit spending is like pouring more gas on the inflationary fire. But this budget pours another $40 billion on, and so I wondered if the member could describe what the impacts of that will be to people across the country.
Member for Prince Albert in 15 seconds.
Oh, just 15 seconds to such a big issue. Well, I'll use a very simple example, Madam Speaker. Interest rates go up. Mortgage rates go up. Your cost now for mortgage is more interest cost. So instead of paying, let's say, $3,000 or $2,000 a month, now you're paying $3,000, $4,000 a month. That's after-tax dollars taken out of your pocket just for interest costs. That's because of this inflationary policy.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Magny-Quagon. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I rise today to speak about Bill C-69, the Budget Implementation Act. But, Madam Speaker, you won't be surprised to hear that I was a little startled when I read the budget. Because this government's interference, even as a member who is a sovereigntist, the interference in this budget outstripped even my wildest fears. We saw a great deal of trampling on Quebec or provincial jurisdiction. It really bothered me. The Honourable Member for Jonquière on a point of order. I'm so sorry, but I just wanted to remind the member that I think she will be sharing her time. Yes, I would have said at some point, perhaps at the end of my speech, that I would be sharing my time with the member for Jonquière. It could have been the member for Winnipeg North, but I opted for the member for Jonquière. Well, my colleague has slightly interrupted my speech, but nonetheless, I will continue. Again, there was a lack of vision from this government. And perhaps because it has this lack of vision, it ends up meddling with stuff that has nothing to do with it. This ends up having impacts on the ground. As MPs, we often speak with people in our ridings. We have informal discussions. Just like we see in this House sometimes in good faith, people ask questions, and we're left to wonder what the legacy of this government will be. apart from the 2017 Cannabis Act, what kind of structural legacy will this government leave? Or what do we see as a legacy in this budget? And once again, what seems to be missing in this budget? Well, and it's 150 pages long. It's very long. But it's a bit scattered. Again, there's no real vision or guiding light here. There's no vision for the future here. It's just not in the budget. We see the same thing in the House when we're debating. We rarely talk about defense. We rarely talk about fisheries. It's just not something that's discussed in the speeches, in the legislation. International trade is barely touched upon. Everything that actually comes under the federal government's jurisdiction seems to be completely absent. So this government, as I was saying, is interfering even more than usual. There's a lot of strings attached. The government has the privilege of having a lot of money to spend because it ends up with too high of a proportion of taxes, and it ends up making problems for the provinces in Quebec. Here it's not offering a right to withdraw without conditions. There are conditions. The federal government is saying that it can't have the money and take care of its own jurisdiction with that money.
Les provinces, le Québec, critiquer les élus municipaux, donc se faire un peu.
And this prime minister even criticized the provinces and municipal elected officials. He's been lording it over these people. He's trying to make decisions that actually aren't up to him. I would prefer that there were only two levels of government, Quebec and the municipalities, of course, but even under the current system, we see the Prime Minister usurping other levels of government's responsibilities. I will therefore be voting against this Budget Implementation Act. And even the title of the budget about generational fairness. Well, once again, we see that there's no consistency. There's this title, Fairness for Every Generation. And yet, look at the situation with seniors. As we've repeated frequently in the Bloc Québécois, there's discrimination here against seniors. It would have been easy in the budget to change things so that all seniors get the same increase in their pensions. But that's not what's in the budget. So it's all very well to speak about fairness because we want different generations to have fairness, but it's not true. Seniors in my riding would just like not to be discriminated against. We need to speak for our constituents. As in addition to seniors, let's also think about youth. Who will be paying the price for climate change? Youth will be paying the price. And if youth from my riding were here speaking, and I've met with many people in my riding, young people. There's also young people in my own household. And when they think how this government bought a pipeline and is supporting this type of energy that should have been replaced a long time ago, well, it's extremely upsetting. After 2 centuries of industrial development, we're facing an unbearable situation, and yet this government seems to want to speed it up. We're seeing no trace of fairness here. Now, members from other parties, such as my colleague for Nunavut, spoke earlier about the North. And indeed, I am in a rural riding with natural resources where very often, in order to get anywhere, I need to drive 10 or 20 hours, or sometimes I even need to take a snowmobile. It's very hard to get places. Now, there are also fisheries. And fishers often have financial difficulties. We also talked about food, Nutrition North. And yes, there are issues getting food. When you get into the north, well, we need more help. I have so many examples. EI as well. There's a lack of fairness. I heard the parliamentary secretary talking about rural areas. But what we're seeing there is not actually meeting the needs of people in my riding. So, Madam Speaker, I'm finding it very unfortunate that people here are to be seen governing for electoral purposes and not as a function of their actual duties. Many of the measures in this budget would actually be implemented after the next election in 2025 or later. So I will be voting against this. And also, I would just like to say that when it comes to jurisdiction, it would be much better to see everything done in an independent Quebec.
The Honourable Member from Mission Mascouche Fraser Canyon.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Des fois en fois.
Now, from time to time, I'm concerned to see that the Bloc Québécois is working hand in hand with the government. This Bloc Québécois is increasingly supporting the federal government. So given that that's the case, will the Bloc Québécois respect BC's provincial jurisdiction? The Honourable Member for Magny-Quagon. Well, Madam Speaker, I think I'll put my colleague into a better mood than he was during his question, because we will be voting against the budget. We voted against the Ways and Means motion. And of course, we will be respecting BC's jurisdiction, because the Bloc Québécois is a common sense and sovereigntist party. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for not having shared her time with the member for Winnipeg North. I think everyone here will be quite happy about that. But I'd like to hear from her about a topic that we've discussed frequently. We already have a hybrid public-private pharmacare system in Quebec, and it has various problems and is not perfect and needs to be changed and improved. There's a great deal of research that shows that we need a universal single-payer program that will lower costs for everyone, consumers, the health system, and so on. So in this budget, we're seeing some progress for diabetes and contraceptives. That's being asked for by various unions. We agree with the right to withdraw with full compensation for Quebec, but does my colleague agree that we need a universal program for Quebec or Canada to control drug prices? Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, of course, the Bloc Québécois wants to have equity and equality. And indeed, Quebec's National Assembly is standing against this pharmacare measure. Now, with this government, I'm not 100% sure if the NDP is part of the government or not. It seems to be a little ambiguous, but this government needs to dialogue with Quebec and the provinces. We already have this system in Quebec. We don't want to be forced to do anything. We need to arrange something with the agreement of the National Assembly.
And comments, the honourable member, l'honorable député de Saint-Lambton.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. Merci beaucoup. Et la députée à la...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member is right. There are many problems about provincial jurisdiction in this budget. There's issues with childcare. There's issues with the food school programs and so on. So what does my colleague think? How can these programs be imposed on Quebec? The honourable member for Manicouagan. Well, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. And indeed, I would wish that the government simply minds its own business. I think that would be the most effective way to accomplish this. The government of Quebec knows what it needs to do. Perhaps it could handle having a little more money because it doesn't receive enough from the federal government. That's what we call the fiscal imbalance. But I think that the federal government and Quebec should stay in their own lanes. Of course, it would be even better if Quebec had full jurisdiction, but meanwhile, we don't want any intrusion into our jurisdiction.
The honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Madam Speaker, we know that ghost fishing gear and marine debris is a huge problem in our waterways, and when fish ingest it, they carry the plastic with them. It's infecting our whole ecosystem. Yet the Liberal government, they canceled the Ghost Gear Fund, which my colleagues supported in my motion back in 2018, which all of Parliament supported, in directing the government to create this fund. As a coastal member, is she disappointed in the government withdraw of the Ghost Gear Fund, despite the fact that plastic pollution is choking our oceans?
Honorable député de Manicouagan.
15 seconds, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And just recently we saw an article about what's happening in the Côte-Nord in my riding. We're seeing the consequences of plastic pollution. I mean, I speak about my riding, but it's everywhere. So, of course, any measure that could perhaps not fix this problem, that might be too ambitious, but that might reduce the problem, would be welcome. Now, we will be resuming debate. The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, we're not seeing anything new in C69. With the budget, we're once again seeing a great deal of help for the oil and gas sector and an expression of predatory federalism with no consideration for Quebec. As my colleague for Manicouagan said earlier, we will be voting against the budget. We will be voting against C69 because for some time there's been an unpleasant atmosphere in this House. The Conservatives have been trying to associate us with the Liberals in a very populist way. I saw it again this morning on social media. The member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles was saying that people should call our riding offices and trying to associate us with the Liberals and criminals. I find that extremely dubious for a party that claims to be the party of law and order. I would say that they're the party of law, order, and bullying. But what can you do? After all, just because the swine like to wallow in the muck, that's no reason we should throw ourselves into the mud with them. Now, coming back to what I was saying, we're seeing that once again there's support here for the oil and gas sector. And once again, Canada is behaving as a unitary state, not a federation, and it's acting like an oil state. Now, when it comes to the Consumer-Led Banking Services Act, well, we know that the Prime Minister has said several times that people don't care about jurisdictional issues, but a Léger poll shows that 85% of Quebecers wish that the government would respect jurisdiction. And once again, here we see that the federal government could have done something, but it's missing the opportunity to do so.
So what will this act do? It will federalize the entire financial sector and strip Quebec of their powers in this area. Rather than opting for a cooperative approach with C69, the federal government wants to unilaterally set the rules for this shared jurisdiction, banking services. It will also give, and this is quite natural for the Liberal government, give a non-negligible advantage to major financial institutions in Toronto to the detriment of Quebec's financial institutions like Caisse Populaire, a credit union. And provinces would be excluded from consumer protection or the protection of personal information when financial institutions interact with their customers via a technological platform. So to impose this framework, the federal government intends to act in 3 specific stages. First, it would determine the norm and standard, then mandate a federal agency to keep a register of institutions that comply with the standard, and then mandate a federal agency to act as a regulator to validate the compliance of institutions on the register. And it's this third point that raises a major jurisdictional issue. Here, if the federal government does this, it would be interfering in civil law, regulating institutions under Quebec jurisdiction, and subjecting them to federal legislation. So once again, it's a proof of what we've seen for some time. The government's desire to behave as if it was a unitary state, as if the Federation did not exist, as if Quebec didn't have in its hands its specific powers. It's what we've seen with pharmacare, what we've seen with dental care, what we've seen with a plethora of interference in the provinces and Quebec's jurisdiction. So it's Groundhog Day for interference. And same thing for energy, Madam Speaker. I was saying at the outset that Canada is acting like a petromonarchy. There's leniency toward the oil sector, the oil and gas sector. What do we see in Bill C-69? Once again, we see a new subsidy for oil companies. It's the so-called clean hydrogen tax credit. You know, the Minister of Natural Resources doesn't want to talk about colors of hydrogen. Traditionally, there was green hydrogen made with hydroelectricity, gray hydrogen made with gas, and between the two, blue hydrogen made with gas, but with carbon capture and sequestration techniques, which are not ready, but the Minister of Natural Resources no longer wants to talk about that. And what do we see in Bill C-69? Well, once again, a tailor-made program that would provide 15 to 40% in tax credits for the production of hydrogen. And this is especially for the gas sector. And I'll remind you, Madam Speaker, that with the Minister of Natural Resources, I went to Berlin and we participated in a meeting with Siemens, a large company. They said that the idea of producing green hydrogen with gas was doomed. The people from Siemens said there was a risk to take on by the state. The higher price, so the state would have to strongly subsidize, and that's what we're seeing in Bill C-69, a major subsidy for hydrogen produced with gas. And there's also a risk, according to Siemens, a technological risk, because the technology isn't ready, and it will still take a lot of public money to get there.
se passe dans l'extérieur.
Something is happening outside. The noise is starting to disturb us. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, thank you. So I was saying, a tax credit for green hydrogen, which is a fantasy according to a number of analysts who are specialized in this. So a reminder, the government had promised to abolish fossil fuel subsidies by 2023, but in 2023 it was $18.5 billion that went to the oil and gas sector. And then there was an indication that there would be a definition for an inefficient subsidy, but to my knowledge, the Minister of the Environment is not yet able to provide that definition. Over 4 years, we know very well $65 billion of our money, a significant portion of that from Quebec, went to fossil fuel gluttons. So the budget measures going to 2035, there will be $83 billion that would support the oil and gas gluttons. And yesterday I was at the Natural Resources Committee where we were studying credits. We see just about nothing for one of the most promising sectors in Quebec, the forestry sector. With the forest fires that affected us a lot over the last few years, there's nearly nothing for that. Nothing for small forestry entrepreneurs who are going to have to deal with situations that are pretty difficult. And I must mention clean electricity, the intervention of the federal government that wants to deal with the tariffs of Hydro-Quebec by saying if you have the 15% tax credit, you'll have to give that money back with lower rates. We know that the rates are set in Quebec, so it's totally unthinkable. And they say for the people who work on your projects, a portion of those people have to be from Red Seal trades. So the federal government is going to tell Hydro-Quebec, here are the employees you should have to build your new infrastructure if you want to be able to benefit from the tax credit. It's totally ridiculous, Madam Speaker. I don't know why Hydro-Quebec would accept those obligations. And so for all of those reasons, Madam Speaker, we will be voting against Bill C-69, and I hope it's clear for my Conservative friends that the Bloc Québécois is not the ally of the Liberals. That narrative is not widely believed in Quebec. Perhaps they can stop repeating that. Thank you. Questions and comments.
Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. How much, the question to the Bloc Québécois member, how much of a hydro energy that Quebec have, how much of extra they have, and what do they do with the product?
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. I didn't understand the whole question from my colleague. I apologize, but I can simply tell him that Hydro-Quebec has never had support from the federal government to pay for its infrastructure. Contrary to oil and gas companies that over the 25 past years have benefited from nice tax credits, have benefited from support that is limitless from the federal government for their operations. And I'll say that those oil and gas companies are probably the biggest gluttons in Quebec society. They pollute and decrease our greenhouse gas reductions. They have record profits and we're still paying for them. That should concern my colleague more than Hydro-Quebec.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In Bill C-69, there is, for example, the federal government. Madam Speaker, perhaps a point of order. We can't hear ourselves here. I agree. I don't understand. The noise is continuing. I apologize, but could someone verify what is happening, please? Thank you. There are more members outside than those listening to our debates. It'd be better to have them in here. you know we can't mention members who are present or not. And currently, the opposition is making the noise. So the honourable member for Montcalm. So there's an intention to set up dental care and pharmacare. And Quebec, its national state, at the National Assembly unanimously told the government, no, we don't want this. What we want is a right to opt out with full compensation. We will improve our programs ourselves based on our priorities. Could my colleague tell me how he could see, how could we imagine that a member for Quebec could ignore the unanimous voice of the Quebec nation through its National Assembly and think that what the government will do is a political step forward? The honourable member for Jonquière. My colleague is quite right. The answer is in the question. How can the will expressed by the National Assembly be ignored on pharmacare? I was listening to the NDP member saying, yes, but the unions agree. I'd like to highlight to the NDP that there are many unions who are part of We Quebec. That's an organization that's united for independence. I don't know if my colleagues respect the will of the unions and are in favour of Quebec's independence. I'd like to hear an answer on that. The honourable member for Mission Maski Fraser Canyon. The Bloc Québécois party supported major federal subsidies to build electric batteries. Why does the Bloc support the growth of the federal government in the province of Quebec? The honourable member for Jonquière. Well, I don't know what my colleague is referring to, but there's something we will never support. Conservative common sense will never support that. Populism, shortcuts. What I currently see on social media, people who are putting half-truths so that our offices, our employees in our writing offices are getting all sorts of calls from people who believe in conspiracy theories. I see the Conservative Party worsening that situation with unbridled polarization. Will never support that. The honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the NDP, one thing is clear. Access to dental care for everyone is a priority for millions of Quebecers. For 4 million Quebecers who don't have access to dental care now, or private or public coverage. We said we were coming to Ottawa to fight for that. We did, and we've delivered the goods, and it's starting to become a reality. We're very proud of that. Regarding the Conservative Party's populism, our colleague was saying that on social media, the member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles, they are conflating people with dangerous criminals and indicating Liberal and Bloc offices. I find that pretty odious, and I'd like to hear him talk to us about how the Conservative Party is becoming Donald Trump's branch in Canada. The honourable member for Jonquière. It's pretty simple. What I can tell the member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles is if people from my writing office receive threats, I will hold him personally accountable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I should note first of all today that I'll be splitting my time in this speech. 3 weeks ago today, the government's Minister of Finance delivered Canada's budget for this fiscal year. What we're debating today is the Budget Implementation Act. In this Parliament, it has been given the title C-69. That's a vile title. The last Parliament that lasted long enough to get to 69 government bills was the 42nd Parliament, this government's first Parliament. It's been downhill ever since, and this Liberal government thrives on divide and conquer misinformation narratives in order to keep Canadians unfocused on how much worse this country's prospects have become after 9 years of this aimless management. I say aimless benevolently, as if this Prime Minister and his flock don't actually know the harm they are causing the economy in the country. But I worry that it's much worse than that. I worry that Canada, being the first post-nation state, means we dismantle all that Canada has stood for, all that Canadians value in their institutions, and all that new Canadians strive to be part of as they seek to build a new life in this once great nation. After 9 years, we are far less than we have been. Our economy is the sick child of the G7. Our international standing in the world has suffered greatly. Our friends no longer see us as a dependable ally. Our military is limping along, and we continue to underfund our capabilities in what is clearly becoming a more dangerous, less secure world. The world is now seeing more conflict than it has seen since the end of the Second World War, almost 80 years ago. This government remains oblivious to what's on the horizon because it can tend to navel gaze and mislead Canadians about where we actually stand in the world. Bill C-69 still has a clang to it that has crystallized what has been misguided about this government from its outset. The last C-69 from 6 years ago was successfully challenged all the way to the Supreme Court of Canada, where finally the constitutionally offensive parts of the legislation were overruled. But that was a legal journey that took years, as if it couldn't be foreseen and avoided. Years of divisiveness in this country, years of project delays, years of holding back tax-paying sectors of Canada's economy while shoveling money out the door to well-connected insiders, years of economic destruction, years of watching our closest competitors move forward in a rapidly changing world while Canada's opportunities were held back, years of this government feeding propagandists billions of taxpayer dollars to trumpet their recycled narrative to no benefit for the country, but much benefit to the pockets of connected insiders. The previous C-69 was a vile affront like no other, and this one can only pale in comparison. Budget 2024, as delivered, was a 416-page document with lots of back-padding and nonsensical narratives, plus a 74-page supplement. It was entitled Fairness for Every Generation. What a great marketing slogan, because excessive overspending will affect every Canadian equally badly. But I would caution that it is particularly bad for young Canadians, those that are being saddled with paying for the cost of $1.3 trillion of Canadian debt and growing with no end in sight. How do we tell new Canadians or those entering the workforce that, congratulations, you are now inheriting your share of debt for money that was thrown away by a spendy government that knew nothing about fiscal management? $30,000 per head, in addition to the provincial debt that in many cases doubles that number, in addition to mortgage debt if you're lucky enough to own a home, in addition to your student debt and your consumer debt and your auto debt payments. Is it any wonder that Canadians are considered some of the most indebted people in the world? And I've been clear in this House many times that the metric this government tries to use, debt to GDP, is neither comparatively useful nor is it, in fact, honest, because it tries to recollect the amounts that Canadians have had deducted from their paychecks specifically for their retirements, both in the Canada Pension Plan and in the Quebec Pension Plan, and pretend that those amounts, over $800 billion, should be used as collateral for this government. It doesn't work that way elsewhere, but this government is content to mislead Canadians that they can use it in their justification of showing financial prudence. It's dishonest. If the government's backup plan for maintaining fiscal stability in the future is to take back, I should say steal back, the funds Canadians believe belongs to them, independently managed for their retirement, then I should say tell that to them directly. The Minister of Finance should directly say, Canadian workers, your pension earnings are our collateral, used to capitalize our overspending. This Budget Implementation Act that we are debating takes what was in that nearly 490 pages of budget information and puts it into legislative format. 660 pages of legislative changes to be addressed, debated, and voted upon an omnibus bill. It would be interesting if it had much to do with the budget, but as always, it's a mishmash of legislative changes, much of which have absolutely nothing to do with the 490 pages presented in this House of Commons 3 weeks ago. But I was really looking for the parts of it that were relevant to young Canadians that are trying to buy a home or trying to rent a home in a rising housing market with stagnant salaries, while inflation is making their purchasing power for food, rent, clothing, heat, light, education, the basics, more challenging. The budget was presented with much fanfare. It's called Fairness for Every Generation. But the government seized on the problem being felt most acutely by Canadians, particularly young Canadians, and presented an array of programming to address the real issue of housing, the inability to house Canadians. Cost of buying a house has doubled under this government's watch. The cost of renting a home has doubled under this government's watch. Has take-home pay doubled? Absolutely not. As a result, the ratio of housing prices and rent to income has doubled in these past 9 years. Housing isn't just twice as expensive. The ability to fund your home now takes twice the percentage of your take-home pay. Canada's economy has withered in relation to our peers. Nothing gets done in this country unless government writes someone a check to do it. Please set up business here with taxpayer money. And it will pay $4 million to $5 million per job provided, as long as it's in the right area or what they think is the right industry. Flavor of the day stuff, chasing what everyone else is chasing, risky business. Taxpayer-funded corporate welfare and funds that will never be recouped in the economy. I counted the number of initiatives this government would take to alleviate housing concerns. Remember, the most resonant concern to the public, and there were 53 measures to address housing: building, financing, mortgaging, targeting, bribing, pontificating. And then I went through the 660-page bill, and I found 2 points that were relevant to housing. The first is the increase in the home buyer's plan, withdrawal plan limit from $35,000 to $60,000. I'd like to see the size of that target market. A Canadian who has over $60,000 in their RSP and doesn't have a home, definitely not the financial makeup of the great majority of Canadians who have found themselves squeezed out of Canada's housing market. The second measure allows the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation to increase their mortgage default insurance limit from $750 billion to $800 billion. Now remember, that $750 billion was temporarily increased from $600 billion in 2020 to deal with the effects of the pandemic long past. I suppose some temporary effects last longer than others. This is $800 billion of risk that the government bears for mortgages in Canada. That's in addition to the almost $1.3 trillion in debt the government of Canada owes money managers around the world, or the $350 billion of liabilities at the Bank of Canada. Canada's federal government debt payments now total $54 billion a year. That's more than this government spends on health care. That's more than Canadians pay through the GST. The issue with housing is a cautionary tale. Housing should be a sound investment, one that holds its value over time, especially if the homeowner provides the proper upkeep, a store of value for years when income will be lower. It's a savings plan and is a contrast to paying rent, where your payments will always rise with inflation and the value accumulated is paid to someone else. Sometimes that makes sense, but most Canadians benefit from owning a home. Madam Speaker, how much longer do I have? Let me finish up here, Madam Speaker. For the sake of young Canadians that hope one day to raise their families in homes like their parents did or like they anticipated when they moved to Canada, let me advise the government. Listen to all the voices that are telling you this, including the Bank of Canada governor. Get the budget balance back. Stop causing inflation. Let the economy grow and stop punishing sectors that are not your chosen sectors. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, where does one start when you read a speech of that nature? You can tell it's drafted by, the Conservative Party of Canada as they try to mislead Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Compare that speech to the reality. When you take a look at one of the things I raised, Madam Speaker, was the fact that Canada is number one in the world in terms of per capita direct investments. That means people around the world, corporations around the world are taking a look at Canada as a place to go and invest, Madam Speaker. Compare us to Stephen Harper. In 10 years, they created under 1 million jobs. In less than 10 years, we've created over 2 million jobs, Madam Speaker. Trust me, get outside. It's not as bad as the member tries to portray. Canada is not broken. My question to the member is, why does the Conservative Party want to try to portray something that's not true? Canada is not broken.
Member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll start where he finished. I don't think I used those words in my speech at all, but I am a little affronted. I think the member should know that I write my own speeches, and that is a speech you can come check on my computer is word for word written by me. So, in effect, you have destroyed the economy. The Liberal government has destroyed the economy here. Let's take a look at what he's put on there as stats. There is no investment coming into this country without government assistance. It's in my speech. Government assistance, here we'll give you billions of dollars if you set up a plant in Canada. How good is that for the Canadian economy? It replaces what used to be private sector money investing in Canada. That is now going elsewhere. Minister of Finance misled Canadians and misled this member when she said that Canada is attracting the most investment from around the world. Yes, some is coming in. Much more is leaving. On a net basis, we are doing very badly. I hope the member would look at that.
The Honourable Member for Saint Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just heard the last few minutes of the speech, but I heard about housing, which I found peculiar. Because the issue over the past few years is that the Liberals invest in housing. We're not saying there's no investments. Investments are being made, but they are badly targeted. They don't work. The National Housing Strategy started in 2017, had $92 billion earmarked for it in 2024. After half of the strategy, they still need to build 5.8 million housing units. The private sector on its own won't do the job, so the government has to invest or has to intervene to build social housing, especially. The Conservatives keep saying they're going to cut. But there has been no solution beyond simply cutting. No solution for the housing crisis from the Conservatives. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about the matter.
For Calgary Centre.
I'd like
to thank my colleague for the question. In the past, the solution for the housing sector has been to have a market for people who wish to buy or build houses. It wasn't a problem before this government, but now, what we're saying, now the government is saying that it is essential to adjust the price of housing. I am sure that there is not enough social housing in Canada, but that's just one small problem in Canada. In Calgary, for example, we have councillors who say that we need 20% of our market as social housing, and that's too much, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. It's great to hear that we can hear intelligent speeches from the Conservatives. It's great to hear that not all Conservatives take a play bingo approach to saying as many slogans as they can in their intervention. So I really appreciate that very much. In 2022, the RBC Royal Bank invested $41 billion in fossil fuels. So knowing that in this time of climate change, wouldn't the member agree that it would be better to invest in renewable energies, in projects like the Kivadluk Hydro Fiber Link project that would get Nunavut communities off of dirty diesel and transition to more renewable energies? And what this government can do is make sure that companies like the RBC are not subsidizing fossil fuels, but transitioning to renewable energies for the betterment of our for Earth, so that we can combat climate change in a better way.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre in 20 seconds.
I thank my colleague very much for her question. Well stated. The issue with climate change, the issue with energy in Canada is we need all kinds of energy. The energy sector is projected to grow by 160%. As far as the energy that Canadians are going to consume, we're going to need all forms: renewable energy, geothermal, solar, wind, but we're going to need to continue to have that baseload of hydro, that baseload of nuclear, that baseload of oil and gas in order to make our economy function, to make sure that Canadians have the basics of life that are required. It is the backbone.
And we have to resume debate. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame the President. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the constituents in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge. I thank the honourable member from Calgary Centre for their remarks this afternoon as we debate Bill C-69, the Budget Implementation Act, and the measures contained therein. Madame la Presidente, we've heard a lot of chatter today and conversation about Canada's growth profile and where our economy is going. So let's talk about that, and let's go down that path for a minute or two. First off, in terms of the IMF forecast, which were released in April here, about a week or two ago, Canada will be number 2 in growth in 2024 with about 1.2% growth rate forecast. And Madame la Presidente, for 2025, the economic growth forecast for Canada in the G7 is in top spot, ahead of the United States, ahead of Germany, ahead of the UK, France, Italy, and Japan at roughly 2.3%. Madame la Presidente, it's very important because that means we've fully recovered from COVID, which we know we have, that our economy is growing, that the headwinds we face in terms of global inflation, high interest rates, which I anticipate in the months ahead we'll see some rate cuts from the Bank of Canada. It's my personal opinion, of course. A lot of headwinds are past us, Madame la Presidente. We know we have much work to do, but we're seeing it now from the IMF, from Moody's, from even the Bank of Canada governor currently, what our prognostications are for the Canadian economy. And when we look at Canada's fiscal position, and I spoke about this in a debate a week or two ago, our fiscal deficit in Canada is about just over 1% of GDP. And when you compare that to other jurisdictions, including the United States, where the United States is at 7%, China's at 6%, many of the European countries, 4, 5, 6%. So at this point where we are in the economic cycle, in the growth cycle, a deficit to GDP of around 1% is very prudent. It maintains our AAA credit ratings. It allows us to undertake strategic investments in Canadians, because as we know, confident governance, invest in Canadians, invest in Canada. That's what our government's been doing. If I read very quickly the comment from the Bank of Canada governor on May 2nd, 2024, to the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance, very quickly. Second, growth in the economy looks to be picking up. We expect GDP growth to be solid this year and to strengthen further in 2025. He also notes, quotation, overall we forecast GDP in Canada to grow 1.5% this year and over 2% in 2025-2026. The strengthening economy will gradually absorb excess supply through 2025 into 2026. There's some further comments in terms of interest rates. I realize that what most Canadians want to know is when we will lower our policy interest rate. In quotation marks, the short answer is we are getting closer. We are seeing what we need to see. We just need to see it for longer to be confident that progress towards price stability will be sustained. Very important remarks from the Bank of Canada governor. As many folks know, I did my graduate degree in economics at the University of Toronto. I worked in the financial markets for 20 plus years here in Toronto and in New York City. And I understand well, and I've seen many cycles, including the 08-09 crash, the real estate boom, the tech boom and bust when I worked in New York City. So I've gone through those experiences, understanding full well macroeconomic cycles and, of course, the microeconomic policies that underpin them, and knowing full well where the economy is going. And the Canadian economy is going in the right direction. There's always work to do, but we are going in the right directions. As many may know, for a number of years I spent some time at a rating agency. And Moody's on May 2nd, and as I printed off their release, confirmed, or in Moody's case they affirmed, S&P's it's confirmed, in Moody's case they affirmed Canada's AAA credit rating. And let me, in quotations again, Moody's view that Canada's significant credit strengths will continue to preserve its AAA rated sovereign credit profile. We're only like one of 3 or 4 countries in the world that have a AAA credit ratings from 2 agencies. The United States does not have a AAA credit rating rating from S&P, I believe, underpinned by its high economic strength and very strong institutions and governance. As you read further in the release, these factors provide Canada with a strong foundation for future growth and a very high degree of economic resiliency to potential shocks, supported by robust monetary, macroeconomic, and fiscal policy frameworks, stuff that I like to read about a lot. In addition, Canada's credit profile has very limited susceptibility to event risks, supported by stable political institutions, a strong and well-regulated banking system, thanks to a prior administration which disapproved, did not allow bank mergers to occur, and reserve currency status, which underscores the government's deep and unfettered market access. The next paragraph, very important, and I know the member from Calgary Centre will appreciate this. At the same time, despite initial sharp deterioration in the government's fiscal position from the pandemic, when we were there for Canadians, when we had the backs of Canadians and businesses and ensured that we came out strong and robust, Canada's debt ratios have since materially improved, and the government is pursuing a gradual path of medium-term fiscal consolidation that will mitigate the impact of higher global interest rates on debt affordability and the sovereign's overall fiscal strength. Madame la Présidente, the individuals that write these reports, do the analysis, they know what they're doing. They do it on a relative basis. They know Canada's fiscal position in the world, our relative strength and our economic outlook, and it's robust. Yes, we have work to do. Yes, Canadians are and have felt the pressure of global inflation on their pocketbooks. Absolutely. But Madame la Présidente, we continue to make those investments that we know will make a positive impact on the standard of living and on people's lives, not only today, but in the future. And let's just talk about some of those investments. The Canadian Dental Care Plan or program, over 8,000 dentists have signed up for this from coast to coast to coast. Tens of thousands of Canadians have received benefits. If there was one program that the seniors in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, the individuals in my riding asked for these last 8 years, was to implement a dental care program. Because when many Canadians retire, they do not carry benefits into their retirement years, such as dental benefits. Some of them are forced to pay out of pocket for private insurance. And you know what, Madame la Présidente? This is a game changer. Thank you. A game changer. And we will see the benefits of this program for years to come. Dental care is health care. Oral health care is health care, however you want to frame it. Then we look at the National Early Learning and Childcare Strategy, a $30 billion investment over a number of years to bring down the cost to an average of $10 per day in the province of Ontario, and I have the privilege of being one of the representatives in that province of one of the ridings. By September of 2025, on average, we will see $10 a day daycare. I was blessed, and my family was blessed to have a child later on in our years, and Madame la Présidente, I know and I've seen the savings that are being delivered to residents in the riding of Vaughan Woodbridge and across Ontario. We're saving up to $8,500 a year. $8,500 a year in childcare expenses. These are before tax dollars that we're saving. Okay, Madame la Présidente, real savings. We see the Canada Child Benefit, again, lifting hundreds of thousands of individuals children out of poverty that we introduced. We're no longer sending checks to millionaires. This is a Canada Child Benefit, monthly, tax-free to families. In my riding, it's about $80 million a year from the last time I checked. And Madame la Présidente, in terms of growing the economy, ensuring we see inclusive economic growth so Canadians from coast to coast benefit from it, we lift all boats and a higher standard of living. We're seeing the investments in the auto sector. Over $46 billion of announced investments in a key sector of the economy, a key sector in manufacturing, in research and development, in IP, you name it, it's happening. We're partnering with the provincial governments. We're getting it done, and I look forward to attending more announcements, much like the Honda announcement, where it was $15 billion being announced in Ontario's economy for manufacturing plants, thousands of jobs that will be maintained, thousands of jobs that will be created, and those are stories that we need to tell because we know Canada, the best years are ahead of us. We know Canadians need help. with global inflation. But, Madame la Presidente, I'm optimistic. We're on the right path. We're on a path to maintain our standard of living and to raise it and to ensure all our kids out there, including my 3 daughters, have a bright and prosperous future in this beautiful country we're blessed to call home. I'll stop there, Madame la Presidente. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague. I do agree with one thing he said at the end. Canada's best years are ahead of it. Unfortunately, it's got to wait almost 2 years, a year and a half, before it actually gets to that stage where we're going to get a better government and a better country going forward. But I will challenge him because he talks about how robust the economy is in Canada. CMHC, the government's housing agency, along with the Royal Bank of Canada, has said that less housing is going to be built next year than this past year and the year before that. Matter of fact, less houses built since 2020, 2021. The #1 problem in Canada right now is getting housing for Canadians, and yet we're not building them. Can you tell me why, despite the fact that the government is shoveling money into the housing sector, we're still not building housing? There are no results. Does he have any answer for that when he talks about the economy?
Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank the Honourable Member from Calgary Centre for their question. I'm going to try not to make this partisan. I want to provide some substantive answers to the member's question. I will say this. Our government has stepped forward and is working with municipalities directly. The $4 billion Housing Accelerator Fund will see 750,000 homes pulled forward in construction. I know in the city of Vaughan, which I have the privilege of representing one of the members, we did a $59 million investment to the city of Vaughan. I look forward in the coming weeks being with the mayor and council and breaking ground in infrastructure investments, in accelerating buildings of high rises, more density along key transportation routes, and our $6 billion program to assist the cities with direct infrastructure funding. We do need to make changes on development charges. We see cities have become very, very addicted to development charges. It is an impediment to get things built. We need to change that. We are going to help change that. We are stepping forward. And in the
have to give other members an opportunity to ask questions. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Madam Speaker, my colleague just spoke about the housing accelerator, but it's rather humorous. It's quite humorous that the Liberal government dares to call this program the Housing Accelerator, because it took 2 years before there was even one announcement under this program in Quebec. 2 years. And that doesn't mean that the housing was actually finished. I did a tour of Quebec in the last year. People talked about a lot of things to me, but especially municipalities that are organizing housing. Quebec is bringing in programs. Everyone told me there are too many cooks in the kitchen. We need to simplify this. The federal government should just send checks to Quebec so that social housing can be built quickly. But instead, the federal government is interfering more and more. We'll only get housing in 5 or 8 years. Doesn't my colleague feel ashamed to call this program the Accelerator? I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. The housing crisis is not only a problem for our country, but it's also a problem in many other countries, like the UK, the US, and Australia.
An issue that all governments around the world are addressing because they all face the same pressures. We are working collaboratively with those provinces that wish to work collaboratively, in this case the province of La Belle-Provence of Quebec, and in other areas where the governments are not as collaborative, we will work directly with municipalities, make sure they're getting their money in the ground, and also building those homes that Canadians want to live in and create a future for themselves and their family and enjoy those and create those memories that they wish to have. Thank you, Madam.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to read a quote from Carla Lewis. She's the chair of the First Peoples Cultural Council in British Columbia, and she cites, Madam Speaker, their generations of oppressive and assimilationist federal and provincial policies have aimed to wipe out First Nations languages. Through dedication and hard work, our people have fought for language rights to keep our languages alive, but many of our languages have few speakers left, and most fluent speakers are elderly. Our languages hold our culture, history, and ways of being. We can't emphasize the urgency of the situation. And what she's referring to, Madam Speaker, is last year the FPCC received $40.3 million in federal funding, and this year they're expected to receive only half of the funding in this budget, Madam Speaker. It's putting language learning at risk, despite the fact that we've seen a 20% increase in the numbers of people that are learning their language. And it's also following the Federal Indigenous Languages Act Bill C-91, which, Madam Speaker, colloquiate...
Opportunity for the Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge to answer the question.
I thank the Honourable Member from Courtenay, Alberta, for raising this issue. It's a very important question and issue at hand. We know the heritage and language of any cultural group is at the grassroots of maintaining it, and we need to make sure it's flourishing. And we know the relationship with Indigenous peoples is the most important relationship we have as a government. We need to continue to put in place policies that continues to go down the path of reconciliation, one of them being supporting their language and culture to the best that we can. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I will be splitting my time with the member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry. And before I start my speech, I would like to send a happy birthday wishes to my bestest friend, Krista Kunuk in Iqaluit. I miss you dearly. I can't wait to see you when I get home for the riding week. I rise on behalf of Nunavut with what feels like the weight of the world on my shoulders. This weight significantly increased when on April 16, in her budget speech, the Minister of Finance did not mention any of the following terms: Inuit, First Nations, Métis, Indigenous peoples. Not even the word reconciliation in the budget speech. Wow, the number of Indigenous peoples that must have felt invisible on April 16. I remind all Indigenous peoples what you voted for when you voted Liberal. According to the Liberal website, these are the promises that were made by the Liberals to you. Quote, let's keep moving forward on real reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. Let's come together to fight systemic racism. Let's find the real solutions to the real problems we face. Let's build a better future that gives everyone a real and fair chance at success. End quote. On reconciliation, they promised to, quote, confront the legacy of residential schools, continue to eliminate all clean, long drinking water advisories, action to confront systemic racism against Indigenous peoples, especially in the justice system and healthcare, launch an urban, rural, and northern housing strategy, protect the well-being of Indigenous children and families. The budget proposes more than $52.9 billion in new spending over the next 5 years. How much of the new funding will go toward the invisible? This is not entirely clear, as their budget repeated so much of the commitments that were made in the past. Much of what was in Budget 2024 for Indigenous peoples were recommitments from past promises. For example, the Kivadlik Hydro Fiber Link project announced in the 2024 budget was not new funding. I was corrected by Nukik Corporation when I mentioned in the media that I was happy to see this new investment in Nunavut. Nukik Corporation told me that those funds were announced back in 2019. This Liberal government has been making promises for 5 years. For 5 years, the Kivadlik have been given lip service. During this time of severe climate change, the Liberals were provided a viable solution that can work in parts of Nunavut. During this time of climate change, the Liberals were given a chance to have Nunavut communities transition off dirty diesel. On this solvable issue, what did the Liberals do? They made promises. When will this Liberal government finally listen to Inuit, to First Nations, indeed to the Premier of Manitoba, Wab Kinew, who supports this project? When will this Liberal government go from lip service to acting on its promises? I take this opportunity to remind Canadians that if there is any party that is fighting for Indigenous peoples, it's the NDP, not the Liberals, and certainly not the Conservatives. The Conservatives will make cuts. I know this because when Nunavut had a Conservative MP, when Nunavut had that same MP serve as a minister in the Conservative cabinet, this was the government that cut the much-needed Aboriginal Healing Foundation. I strongly believe that making this cut resulted in the ongoing mental health and substance abuse too pervasive in Indigenous communities. Former residential school students who were progressing in their healing were suddenly abandoned when the funding to the Aboriginal Healing Foundation was cut. The cuts resulted in intergenerational trauma continuing to be a part of our lives today. Too many Inuit, First Nations, and Métis experience hurdles to achieve the same quality of life as the rest of Canadians. Neither the Conservatives nor the Liberals are committed enough to ensure that Indigenous peoples can heal. Neither the Conservatives nor the Liberals are committed enough to ensure Indigenous peoples can progress in their healing so that talks of intergenerational trauma can be a thing of the past. It is the NDP who are willing to make the passing of intergenerational trauma a conversation of the past. It is because of our work as the NDP that this budget will make a difference for Indigenous peoples. We started out with 25 MPs, and now we have 24 great MPs fighting for Indigenous peoples. It is the NDP who hears, listens, and amplifies the priorities and solutions that Indigenous peoples offer to Canada. It is Indigenous peoples who tell us the realities, and it is the NDP who fight for them. We are told by the Assembly of First Nations that the housing and infrastructure gap is huge. In 2024 and 2025 alone, the Assembly of First Nations estimates $15.197 billion is needed for housing, $1.4 billion for education, and $6.6 billion for infrastructure. We are told by the Inuit Tapiri Kanatami the infrastructure gap has reached $75 billion across Inuit Nunavut. I take this opportunity to thank my colleague and friend, Daniel Blakey, who was the member for Elmwood Transcona. It was through his leadership and efforts as a finance critic did he show great leadership. Daniel Blakey collaborated with our caucus, with the NDP. Daniel Blakey pushed the Liberals to ensure that the Supply and Confidence Agreement would mean more results for Indigenous peoples and Canadians. New Democrats fought for Indigenous peoples and secured the following: funding for a red dress alert and searching the Prairie Green landfill, which the NDP MP for Winnipeg Centre had been calling for; increased investments in the Harvester Support Program, which the Liberal government was going to sunset despite its success. I remind you that this program is run through the Nutrition North program, which gives millions in subsidies for for-profit companies like the Northwest Company, $145 million to develop greater climate resiliency and deploy mitigation strategies that protect communities, ongoing work to support Indigenous policing projects and commitment to introduce First Nations policing legislation. $225 million over 5 years for Indigenous languages and cultures. Okaktitiyi, it was the NDP who extended the Jordan's principle. It will be the NDP who ensure that Indigenous peoples have the investments they need to thrive. Kuyaname Okaktitiyi.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sarnia Lint.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. It's always interesting to me to hear the struggles of the people in the North, and I wonder if she could expand a bit about what the need is for housing there and how this budget misses the mark on it.
For Nunavut.
I will talk about the Urban-Rural Northern Housing Initiative because that is something that the NDP worked really hard for. That funding will help to make sure that Indigenous peoples have a say in what will housing be for First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities. Without that $4 billion that we were able to fight for, what would happen is Indigenous children going to school tired because they would have slept in overcrowded housing situations. They would have gone to school with more health issues because of moldy conditions in the houses. Overcrowded housing results in increases in tuberculosis and other respiratory health issues. So making sure that we secured the $4 billion over 7 years was very important. Unfortunately, this Liberal government is making us.
I have to give the same time to questions and answers, if possible. L'honorable député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. At the NDP's initiative, the Liberals have repeatedly overstepped their jurisdictional limits. And because of the fiscal imbalance and all of the taxes they collect, they end up doing that even more. For example, look at the housing crisis. What does my colleague think of this? Wouldn't it be better for the federal government to deal with things that are within its jurisdiction and then transfer to the provinces what they are due so that they can appropriately and effectively address the housing crisis?
For Nunavut.
I think that Canada and the provinces are all settlers on Indigenous peoples' lands, and all provinces and territories should always be working with Indigenous nations. I know that the housing crisis in Nunavik in northern Quebec is as severe as it is in Nunavut, and I hope that even provinces like Quebec work better to ensure that their Indigenous peoples are getting the housing that they deserve.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Guildford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To my honourable colleague and friend from Nunavut. When she speaks, she shames us all. Those that might like to jump up, my partisan instinct might be to jump up and say, oh, but we're in the Green Party. I want to be a good ally more than I want to make empty claims. I want to be there, as we all do, and my colleague from Kitchener Centre, to stand up when it matters, to insist that we do more than hashtag land back, that we actually pursue land back as a key step in reconciliation, and that we recognize that decolonializing this country is the project that saves settler culture people. We have a fight together to create a fair country, and it's an honor to work in the same place with the Honourable Member from Nunavut.
Member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for her allyship. I always appreciate it very much because there are too few Indigenous members of Parliament. I think we are always forced to ensure that we can work with any ally that is willing to advance Indigenous people's rights.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I wonder if the member can give her thoughts in regards to the NDP's position on the price of pollution. Does the member feel that the NDP are still in favor of having the carbon tax and the carbon rebate system that we currently have?
Member for Nunavut, 40 seconds.
It really is quite unfortunate, the kinds of questions that I get sometimes from either the Conservatives or the Liberals on partisan issues like that. I know that, for example, subsidizing major for-profit corporations is not something that this Liberal government should continue to proceed with when there are too many Indigenous peoples that are in poverty, when there are too many Canadians that are homeless because of the opioid crisis. There are much better ways to make sure that we're all doing better to address a lot of these issues.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Well, Madam Speaker, it turns out the budgets don't balance themselves. After 9 years of this Prime Minister and the NDP Liberal government, they are 0 for 9 and even coming close to balancing the books here in Ottawa. Not only have they not balanced the budget at all, they have doubled our national debt to $1.3 trillion and counting. $40 billion alone being added in deficit to our national debt this year alone, just in the one fiscal year. They have, and you look at all the charts in the budget, a great big, couple inches thick budget document. You go back and look at the charts to see if they'll ever plan to balance the budget, and the answer is no. There's no date, there is no year, and no circumstance that the Liberals and NDP have proposed to balance the budget. And the worst part is there are tons of broken promises that they've made they have yet to fulfill that would only spend more and drive our deficit up in this country even further. This is important when we talk about the budget, Madam Speaker, because balanced budgets have been part of the common sense Canadian consensus in this country for generations. Nearly the entire history of our country, there's been an idea that deficits were always the exception, not the norm. They were timely, targeted, and temporary was always the line if any government, Liberal or Conservative, for years, for the most part, went through. Instead, we have permanent and painful deficits hurting our country year after year after year with no end in sight. It's important, Madam Speaker, as well, because I always said back in the day when I was a mayor in rural Eastern Ontario, the same principle and expression here belongs the same. It's easy to tell people on what you're going to spend money on. The hard part is how you're going to pay for it. And what we've seen here is never-ending deficits, the budget's not balancing, in endless tax hikes, whether it be the carbon tax being the main point, the excise tax, and numerous other examples of Liberals and NDP being more than happy to add to the tax burden, particularly at a time now when Canadians can least afford it. And after 9 years, they still use the same tired lines when it comes to their budgets. They say the wealthy will pay, the rich will pay, and all these new things. Well, after 9 years, they're still not paying. It is the average Canadian. It is moderate to low-income families that are struggling to get by, that are seeing the carbon tax being added to them, seeing the excise tax, for example, and seeing their paychecks and the value of those paychecks becoming less and less powerful the longer and longer this Prime Minister's here. Deficits matter as well, Madam Speaker, because they require money printing. Bank of Canada, $500 billion. The Prime Minister, in his 9 years, has doubled our national debt, more than any or every other Prime Minister combined in our country's history. And they're still not even close, $40 billion off from getting to a balance. There's now more money printed chasing fewer goods, and that has resulted in record inflation over the course, but not seen in at least 40 years. The Prime Minister said, but don't worry, interest rates are low, so it's not a big deal. Well, again, all that extra money printing has resulted in inflation, and Canadian households have been hurt very badly by this. Skyrocketing mortgage and rent because interest rates have been driven up from this out-of-control inflationary spending. Food prices are increasing continually at levels that are unsustainable. And now for the average Canadian in this country, at a time when the benchmark is that people shouldn't spend more than 30% of their household income on shelter, it is over double that. Over 60% of Canadian household income now is going just to put a roof over their head before they buy food, they put gas in their car, or do anything else just to make ends meet. And not only has all this inflationary spending and the interest rates and mortgage rates that have increased hurt Canadian households, they've done a bad number on the finances here by the federal government as well. Your interest and mortgage rates have all gone up, and the financing of all this massive new debt, Prime Minister, not a big deal. We're going to borrow all this money, but interest rates are low. Well, since they've gone up, as all this borrowed money and refinancing renews, we are seeing an astronomical increase just to pay the interest on the debt servicing costs alone. Madam Speaker, $54 billion is what we spend, not to pay down the national debt in any way, just to pay the interest on the $1.2, $1.3 trillion national debt we have. We spend more now on those interest payments than we do on health care transfers at a time we're giving money to bankers and bondholders as opposed to more money to doctors and nurses, hospitals, and long-term care. The solution is simple, and it is common sense. A dollar for dollar rule. Conservatives have said for every new dollar of spending in a Conservative government, we would find a dollar of savings. And that's not some wild, radical idea. Look no further down to the U.S. It was Bill Clinton, a Democrat, as President of the United States, and Newt Gingrich, as Speaker of the House, that negotiated that deal. And as a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, that same dollar for dollar rule, that was the last time the budget in the United States was balanced. It shows, A, it can be done here, and B, more important than anything, we have to get our finances under control. After 9 years as Prime Minister, the more he spends, the worse it gets. The more he spends, the higher our debt, our deficits, our interest payments, and the burden, not only today, but on future generations. I want to talk about the carbon tax, because the carbon tax is the #1 issue I hear in my travels throughout SDNG and Cornwall. And in this budget, the Liberals and NDP keep their plan to be completely out of touch, extreme when it comes to their approach on the carbon tax. Not only are they happy with where it is at right now, which is about 18 cents a litre on the price of gas and 21 cents a litre on the price of diesel, they want to quadruple it in the coming years as part of their plan. And here is the quick summary of how exactly they're going to do that. They never come out front and tell Canadians just the way it's going to be and that it's going to be 61 cents. You've got to piece it together as they try to do the shell game and hide all of it. There is carbon tax #1, where again, Madam Speaker, we all know farmers on their natural gas and propane pay $1 billion, are going to be paying $1 billion in the coming years just on that, no rebates. Trucking companies to ship foods and goods and services get no rebate, and small businesses get no rebate, and there is no confidence whatsoever. They've been talking for years of offering rebates, and they will continue. There's no detail and no plan to actually do that. And at the end of the day, these rebates are phony, Madam Speaker, because the parliamentary budget officer says just on that first carbon tax, 8 out of 10 families are going to be paying more, or are paying more in the carbon tax. For an example, an Ontario family is going to be out hundreds and hundreds of dollars, $478 by the time you look at everything, according to the parliamentary budget officer. That's the first carbon tax. The second carbon tax is a fuel standard that the parliamentary budget officer says is going to add 17 cents a litre in the coming years. Zero rebates for anyone, anywhere on that. And if it's not out of touch enough to have carbon tax 1 at 37 cents, carbon tax 2 at 17 cents coming in, Madam Speaker, how out of touch and tax hungry and tax increase obsessed the Liberals and NDP are. They're going to tax the tax. They're going to put the HST and continue to put that on all these other carbon tax increases to get to 61 cents a litre. And the worst part is, I got a letter, Madam Speaker, recently from the Army, Navy, Air Force Club in Cornwall. You know who also doesn't get a rebate? Community halls and community centres. They sent me their natural gas bill from 1 month in this winter alone. The carbon tax and the HST on it is $275 alone of a $1,100 bill just to service that. Madam Speaker, that is halls, that is community centres, that is legions that are paying a carbon tax with zero rebate, further driving up their cost to try to make just a simple not-for-profit cause in our community. Madam Speaker, the NDP I want to address, as we always do here, in the budget. If there's only something they can do about it. You hear them in question period, you hear them in the budget debate complain about all the terrible things the Liberals aren't doing. They promise us in the budget and then they never deliver, and they talk tough. The leader of the NDP did a speech a couple weeks ago that said he wasn't in favor of the carbon tax anymore. Then he flip-flopped and said that he was again. So he flip-flopped on his flip-flop, if you're keeping track. And talking tough in question period, when the vote was called here, the first one on the budget, only within the last week, once again, the NDP propped up the Liberals, no questions asked, the way that it is. It is time to call a carbon tax election so Canadians can have their say on the future of this country. I have zero confidence after 9 years in this Prime Minister to manage our country.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for St. John, Rotzi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to Member opposite for his passionate speech. And Madam Speaker, I had to rush to actually put my tie on so I could ask that member this question about the unbelievable fiscal management the party opposite, the Conservatives, think that they have. And he talked about 9 years a few times, with 9 years this and 9 years that. Well, the party that was in power before us for 9 straight years ran a deficit. That is a fact. They ran a deficit. And yes, they balanced the budget in the 10th year because they put in some GM stocks and EI rainy day fund in the pot to balance the budget. But they ran a deficit for 9 straight years. That is fact. So I asked the member opposite, how can you justify saying that we are so bad running deficits through COVID and other things when the party before us, or the party that was in power before us, ran 9 straight years? Thank you.
Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
After 9 years, it does matter. He passively mentions they've only been in office for the last 9 years, as if suddenly now there's something they can do about fixing the mess our country's in. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, they're the ones that caused the mess in the first place. That casual little 9 years he talked about, they've doubled our national debt. They've doubled housing prices. They've sent millions of more Canadians to food banks each and every year. And again, taking more people's paychecks and stretching it out. Inflation's been at a 40-year high. Everything they've touched in that 9 years has been a disaster. They try to forget about their record, but trust me, we're going to hold it. Conservatives did balance the budget. We had a plan to balance the budget, and that's been the common sense Canadian consensus for years. We're going to keep doing the same to bring down inflation, control spending, and stop the out-of-touch and just reckless financial approach they've had for far too long.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My Conservative colleague indeed is correct. We are going to support that budget, but it is in the context of the fact that we forced the Liberals to live up to some long fought for policy positions like a national school food nutrition program, like funding for dental care, like funding for pharmacare. We've accomplished a lot of things in this Parliament, including anti-scab legislation. So I'm prepared to go on that record, Madam Speaker. What have the Conservatives done in this Parliament except rage farming, sowing division, complaining all the time? They've got zero to talk about when they go to the next election. So I'm well prepared to hold up our record as the 4th party in this place compared to the official opposition.
The Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
A perfect example of the NDP talking a big, tough game. Can't wait for the next election. Stop propping the Liberals up and call the election. Let Canadians decide then about the direction of this country. But no, they're going to prop them up because they know, the NDP and that member from Vancouver Island, the idea of quadrupling the carbon tax in the coming years, the chaos and the drugs and the disorder from their failed legalization of hard drugs in public spaces has been an abject failure. The NDP talks so tough at all the things they deliver, and then in their budget speeches they complain about the Liberals never following through. Let's just dissolve Parliament, have a carbon tax election, and let's see if that member will even come back himself.
Questions and comments. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Diversity.
Madame la Présidente. On April 16, we introduced Budget 2024. Le budget promeut
The budget promotes
an economy juste et inclusive, an economy pour toutes les générations.
an economy for all generations.
And as Parliamentary Secretary for Diversity, Inclusion and Persons with Disabilities, I'm committed to advancing initiatives that promote inclusivity for all Canadians. Aujourd'hui, je vais présenter l'impact du budget sur ma circonscription, how the budget promotes diversity and inclusion, and how it addresses housing shortages, and how it upholds international and humanitarian economic development. Le budget s'engage.
The budget commits to reducing the cost of living. Canada has a housing shortage. Our young people are having a hard time buying property. We are taking important measures to deal with this. We are making housing more affordable for all. Budget 2024 seeks to use public lands.
Creating over 3 million new homes by 2031. 250,000 of them will be on public property. In my own riding of Pure-Fond-Dollard, our government recently announced that we are building 393 homes or logements, apartments I should say, by lending, by having a low-cost loan of $165 million. Those 393 homes are, those 393 logements represent 1% increase in housing to the riding of Pure-Fond-Dollard. That's very important to address the housing crisis. And Madam Speaker, I want to say that I'm sharing my time with the member from Whitby. Economists suggest that Canadians shouldn't spend more than 30% of their income on housing costs. We are tackling this housing crisis. Since 2015, nearly 2 million Canadians have found homes through federal initiatives. This is important. Our government is addressing this issue. Also, on inclusive mortgages. The well-being of Canadians is important. It's critical to our government. And we're doing two key initiatives to this effect. First off is the inclusive and interest-free mortgage program. This program will allow Canadians of all backgrounds to enter the housing market. In particular, those of Muslim faith will now have the chance to enter the market, whereas some didn't in the past. This initiative is open to all Canadians, regardless of background. It does look at the way in which mortgages are constructed to make it more inclusive. It's an important initiative in Budget 2024. Madam Speaker, we also are dealing with the Security Infrastructure Program, also known as SIP. We are a country that has vivre ensemble. We live well together. We have people from all backgrounds and all faiths. However, unfortunately, there is hate and discrimination which sometimes leads to violence towards property. And that's why our government has the Security Infrastructure Program, which protects synagogues, protects mosques, protects different community centers, including churches and other institutions. This is again being financed within Budget 2024 and will help to promote vivre ensemble, to promote togetherness, and to protect the security of all Canadians. Budget 2024 also addresses diversity and inclusion. In particular, we have $273 million over 6 years, which is going to Canada's action plan to combat hate. This will directly support community outreach. It will address discrimination also. These investments are important to social cohesion. They promote equity within society. This new legislation dismantles barriers and promotes togetherness. Budget 2024 also announces a national food program. Over $1 billion during 5 years will help families in need. It'll put food on the table. I remember myself as a young person going to elementary school when I would receive a small milk carton, and this was an aspect of a food program. we are committed to ensuring that all children, regardless of income, have food in their bellies so that they can learn well. This program, the National Food Program, will help 400,000 children to have food in their stomachs. It will help a family with 2 children to get groceries, which represents $800 per year. Madam Speaker, we also have the PharmaCare initiative in Budget 2024, which is critical. It allocates $1.5 billion over the next 5 years to help people with diabetes pay for that medication, to help contraceptives, women who choose to have contraceptives to be able to have them. And these are important initiatives our government is introducing. Madam Speaker, flooding also impacts my riding of Purefond-Dollard. In 2017, we had devastating floods that ravaged our communities, that harmed families, where people lost their life savings. Again, in 2019, we had flooding, unfortunately. This budget will help to address those concerns. In particular, we're offering a low-cost national flood insurance program. This will help 1.5 million homeowners be insured into the future. This is important not only for my riding, but for many communities that face flooding across the country. And I'd like to give a shout out to the Mayor of Ile-Bizarre-Saint-Geneviève, Doug Hurley, and also the Mayor of Purefond-Roxborough, Jim Bass, for their important work that you do to protect residents on flooding. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The honourable member will have 3 minutes to conclude his speech after oral questions. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Today, I recognize the accomplishments of esteemed retired Labour leader Gary Parent. In 2009, Gary retired from the Windsor and District Labour Council, where he served 25 years as president, and from the CAW, where he was a financial secretary during his years of service at Chrysler. In his retirement, Gary remained active, sitting on Unifor Local Retirees Chapter and giving a voice to the vulnerable. In his career, Gary elevated positive labour relations, earning many awards and accolades. The Windsor and District Labour Council continue to host the annual Gary L. Parent Labour Activist Awards in honour of his name and legacy. In Gary's own words, quote, "Activism in our community is beyond the 4 walls of a workplace. It means that people go on their way to do a tremendous lot of work trying to attain a better community for everybody. I was saddened to learn that Gary is dealing with serious health conditions. In my 25 years of working with Gary, I want to thank him as he is a mentor and continues to inspire. Without Gary's advice and guidance, I wouldn't be standing here before you, as a strong leadership and significant contributions to the labor movement, United Way, and other causes in Windsor, Essex are iconic. Gary, please know how much love and support you have from our community. And as always, in solidarity, Brother Gary."
Before we pursue, could I ask honourable members to please remain as silent as possible, and outside in the courtyard too, there's still a lot of noise. The honourable member for Sherwood Park Fort, Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, it is a joy for me to be able to celebrate the great career and send best wishes on the upcoming retirement of a renowned educator from my community, Principal Francis Poole. Mr. Poole was actually my principal when I was in elementary school, and it won't surprise you to hear, Madam Speaker, that I spent a lot of time in the principal's office. But in those days, going to the principal's office was always a pleasure. Mr. Poole's warm and gregarious personality lit up the whole school environment. When running for office and since being elected, I've had occasion to return to the principal's office, and I've always appreciated his warmth and his sharp, candid advice. Thousands of families in my community have been positively impacted by Mr. Poole's career. As the principal of Strathcona Christian Academy, Mr. Poole's life and career are defined by his faith in Jesus Christ and the joyful way that he shares that faith with everyone he meets. As he would say it, blessings on you, my friend, and enjoy retirement.
The honourable member for Vimy.
Madam Speaker, I rise in the House today to solemnly mark the 15th anniversary of the Malivakai genocide, a day that also signifies the Second Tamil Genocide Remembrance Day recognized by the Canadian Parliament. As we remember the horrific atrocities inflicted upon the Tamil community in Sri Lanka, we honor the memory of the thousands of lives lost and the families forever impacted by this tragedy. The recognition of this day by the Canadian Parliament reaffirms our commitment to truth, justice, and accountability. It underscores our solidarity with the Tamil community and our unwavering support for their quest for justice and reconciliation. Together, let us strive to create a world where every community, regardless of ethnicity, religion, or background, can live in dignity, peace, and freedom. To my friends in the Tamil community in Vimy and throughout Canada, please know that you can always count on my support to be a strong voice and advocate for you.
Bravo.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Madam Speaker, it's a sad day for lovers of the French language because the famous writer and show host Bernard Pivot passed away yesterday. As the host of shows like Apostrophe and Bouillon de Culture, he was a figure of French cultural life for decades, cementing the status of French as a literary language par excellence. With his boundless curiosity, he, more than anyone, embodied the concept of a worldwide pluralistic cultural francophonie, and his enthusiasm towards Quebec writers did not go unnoticed. Bernard Pivot managed to take the dictée spelling tests, something often seen as wonderful as a dentist trip, and turn it into a societal phenomenon. Our complex, even complicated language must be loved with its exceptions and its rules, which constitute a thrilling obstacle course, an obstacle course as thrilling as Bernard Pivot was. Mr. Pivot, comma, on behalf of the French language, comma, thank you. And unfortunately, here the sentence ends. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this week is Mental Health Week. A reminder that taking care of our mental health is just as important as taking care of our physical health.
This year's theme, A Call to Be Kind Because Compassion Connects Us All, is an opportunity to have those important conversations with our friends, neighbors, loved ones, and communities. Nous avons tous un...
All of us have a role to play to eliminate the stigma surrounding mental health and set an example by showing care, compassion, and understanding.
From the new Youth Mental Health Fund to supporting Kids Help Phone and making sure mental health is a full and equal part of our health care system, we're making sure no one falls through the cracks. Aujourd'hui,
today and every day, let's support one another, choose kindness, and prioritize our mental health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Sturgeon River, Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, the people of Morinville, Sturgeon County, and Alexander First Nation suffered a devastating loss when the St. Jean Baptiste Church was destroyed in an act of hate. This church stood at the heart of the community for over a century and was where generations gathered to worship, get married, and pay respects to the dearly departed. Built in 1907, the church was a symbol of our proud Franco-Albertan heritage and was the place of worship for many First Nations and Métis peoples. Sadly, this destruction has become common across our country. Hundreds of churches have been put to the flame by ignorance and hate. And while our Constitution and Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees freedom of religion, there are many in power who remain silent in the face of these acts of terror. Our community will not be intimidated by hatred and violence. We will persevere and we will thrive. On May 31st, the people of St. Jean Baptiste will come together and dedicate the land in advance of the rebuilding of our beloved church. May this sanctuary, which stood for over a century, rise from the ashes and once again take its place at the heart of our beloved community.
The Honourable Member from Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Westmount.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May 17th is the International Day Against Homophobia and Transphobia. In 2003, the Fondation Émergence, a Montreal nonprofit, created the first National Day Against Homophobia. Today, this day is marked in over 100 countries, including Canada. We often hear that progress is being made on LGBTQ+ rights. While this is true, it is also undeniable that the rise of anti-LGBTQ+ hatred has become more apparent in every region of the world. More than ever, it is necessary to oppose the backslide of LGBTQ+ rights. That is why it is as important as ever to mark May 17th here and elsewhere. We need to continue educating the public about the realities lived by sexual and gender diverse people so that instead of a backslide, we can advance LGBTQ+ rights.
The Honourable Member from St. Catharines.
Speaker, for over 28 years, Niagara residents have had the pleasure of starting our days with Tim Dennis at 610 CKTB. Not all of us like being awake at 6 a.m., but Tim's friendly voice and passion for Niagara always kept us tuning in. From his humble beginnings in a room with just a telephone and a mic to becoming a pillar of the community today, Tim has shown unwavering dedication. Whether it was staying on air for 48 hours after 9/11 or broadcasting alone through the pandemic, Tim's commitment to keeping us informed and engaged has never faltered. He didn't just talk about the news. He became part of the fabric of our lives, highlighting what matters and involving himself in many local charities over the last 3 decades. His show was a town hall where every voice could be heard, even the occasional lowly member of parliament. We're saying goodbye to a beloved voice on our radios and thank him for our years of service. Tim, mornings will not be the same without you. Thank you for being our voice, our friend, our morning companion. Enjoy every moment of your well-deserved retirement. Thank you.
The honourable member from Peterborough-Kawartha.
Compassion connects. That is CMHA's hashtag and theme of this year's Mental Health Week. While empathy is about understanding another's experience, compassion is about action. And actually, 92% of Canadians claim to be compassionate, but only 38% take action. Canada has one of the highest rates of adolescent suicide. The federal government's role should be action. One of the best actionable items we can do and should do as parliamentarians is make life affordable. When the economy is weak, social services suffer and wait times skyrocket. Teens are waiting up to 18 months to see a mental health professional. That is a lifetime for a teen. Frontline workers are burnt out. The helpers need help. It's important to meet people where they're at, but it is not compassionate to leave them there. Conservatives are committed to action, including investing in healing, treatment, and recovery centres across this country and restoring trust and purpose to the Canadian people. Our mental health is depending on it.
Yeah. The honourable member from Toronto Danforth.
Speaker, I rise today to recognize Benjamin Storm for being selected to join the National Youth Orchestra for their 2024 Horizon Tour. Each year, the orchestra auditions 500 young musicians aged 16 to 28 for this prestigious opportunity. Those selected are provided with professional mentorship, a scholarship, and the chance to share their music across this country. Benjamin will showcase his talent on the trombone in 8 Canadian cities, and his hard work and dedication serves as an inspiration to young people and musicians right across this country. Benjamin, on behalf of our community, I want to extend a warm congratulations for you on this opportunity. I want to wish all my best to all the other young musicians who are joining on this adventure, and I want to invite all Canadians to come out and see the National Youth Orchestra. July 19th, Kerner Hall, they'll be playing in Toronto.
The honourable member from Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you. After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, we continue to see the carbon tax increases escalate the cost of food. Over 2 million Canadians are now using food banks, and it is expected to rise by 1 million. Throughout southeast Saskatchewan, the level of use is exponentially increasing. And while the Salvation Army continues to do tremendous work, they have to repeatedly request on the radio for assistance in food drives to fill and replenish their stock. Thank you to the Salvation Army and the Canadians for stepping up and assisting. A new report by Canada's food professor finds that nearly 60% of Canadians are eating expired food that is spoiled, dangerous, and putting Canadians at risk of illness in order such that they can cut back on their grocery bills. Unfortunately, until this NDP Liberal government is out of office, Canadians will continue to pay the price of this Prime Minister's lack of leadership and broken promises. It is time for a change. It is time to axe the tax. It is time to work for those that do the work. And it is time for a common sense conservative government.
The honourable member for Montmagny-Lille-Kamouraska-Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, as July 1st approaches, the housing crisis is getting more and more concerning in Canada and Quebec. Many Canadians and Quebecers don't have anywhere to live. After 9 years of this Prime Minister, the crisis has reached new heights. Many people don't know where they're going to live in 2 months, especially in Quebec, where, as we all know, everyone moves on the same date. Mr. Speaker, recall that 9 years ago, rent, mortgages, and down payments cost half of what they do today. This Prime Minister promised to bring rent down and build more homes. We know what happened after that. After 9 years of reckless spending, with the support of the Bloc Québécois, Quebecers and Canadians have had enough. Women and men have been forced to sleep in their minivan because they have nowhere else to live. The only roof over their heads is that of their car. Let's have an election to kick out this Prime Minister, the worst in Canadian history, because he's just not worth the cost. The Honourable Member for St. Leonard Saint Michel. Mr. Speaker, I am lucky enough to represent a riding located in Montreal, a city recognized around the world for its jaw-dropping festivals and vibrant cultural scene.
The values of arts and culture, and therefore is committed to making the necessary investments to see them grow and flourish. Budget 2024 will provide $31 million in funding over 2 years in order to support festivals and performing arts series.
L'ATOU, recognized around the world for its high-quality circus performances and training, will benefit from these investments as they organize their famous Montréal Complètement Circus Festival.
Like these not only create a multitude of economic benefits, but strengthen our communities and contribute to the social value of art. I am proud to be part of a government that sees the importance of investing in our arts, our culture, but more importantly, in our people and in our communities. Thank you. Bravo.
The Honourable Member from Vancouver Kingsway.
It gives me great pleasure to bring to the House's attention that May 6th is Dr. Ambedkar Equality Day, and that we are celebrating this wonderful event in our nation's capital with a historic gathering of citizens from across Canada. Dr. Bhimrao Ramji Ambedkar was a towering figure both in his native India and around the world. From humble beginnings, suffering the abuse of caste discrimination, he rose to achieve the highest distinctions as a scholar, a lawyer, an author, a social reformer, and a political leader of global stature. Dr. Ambedkar played a major role in the formation of India, was the prime author of India's constitution, and served in the first cabinet of Prime Minister Nehru. Throughout, he relentlessly fought against the caste system and untouchability, courageously advocating for equality and dignity for everyone. Dr. Ambedkar left a lasting legacy of humanity that inspires us all to educate, agitate, and organize for a better world. Special thanks to my friends from Shri Guru Ravidas Sabha on Gilly Avenue. Jabim!
The Honourable Member for Muskie-Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Mr. Speaker, I would encourage my colleagues to pay more attention to their remarks than usual, because today science is watching. Researchers from across Canada have come to the Hill as part of the 4th annual Science Meets Parliament event. And invited by the Canadian Science Policy Centre, these leaders from the world of science and innovation have come to forge stronger ties with policymakers. It is clear that a mutual understanding of each other's realities will lead to more collaboration, and that is crucial because science must be at the heart of all the policies we debate in this House. Today, I had the opportunity to discuss French language science and rural research funding with Simon Girard, a professor at the Université du Québec à Chicoutimi and Canada Research Chair for Genetics and Genealogy. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I would like to thank delegates. Parliament is their home, and the door of the Bloc Québécois will always be open.
The Honourable Member from Brantford Brant.
After 9 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder. This Prime Minister must put a full stop to the legalization of hard drugs like fentanyl, meth, and crack to other cities like Toronto after the failures in British Columbia. The Liberals can accuse us of politicizing, but they're the ones treating Canadians' lives as pawns in their wacko drug experiment. That's right. The most vulnerable Canadians deserve hope and treatment, not more taxpayer-funded hard drugs. Canadians have two choices. They can side with Conservatives in the fight to ban hard drugs and offer recovery for those battling addiction, or legalize legalize smoking meth and fentanyl in parks around kids with this wacko NDP Liberal government. Only common sense conservatives will end this wacko and deadly experiment. Let's bring our loved ones home.
Order.
The Honourable Member Alfred Pellon. Mr. Speaker, today I pay tribute to an exceptional group of young athletes from Laval who brought home the gold medal at the Copa Surf New England Tournament 2024 on March 10th. Congratulations, Alessio, Alexandra, Alexis, Ahmed, Adriano, Damien, Johnny, Gilas, Jacob, Giuliano, Ken, Kevin, Kwasu, London, Lucas, Mohammed, and Nicholas. Led by their coaches, Michael and Santino De Seta and Anita Rinaldi, these young people demonstrated that hard work and teamwork are the keys to success. Their commitment and discipline are life lessons that will prepare them to become the leaders of tomorrow. Congratulations to the AS Laval U11 team for this remarkable victory. You have done Laval proud, and you are the very image of the values that we hold dear. Congratulations again for this incredible victory. Thank you.
Oral questions. Questions orales.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Le Conseil municipal.
The Mayor and City Council of Montreal have requested legalization of hard drugs in their communities. Will the Prime Minister openly acknowledge the deadly mistake that legalizing hard drugs was in BC, or is he going to try to repeat this problem in Montreal? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, BC requested a pilot project and we worked with them. We agreed to amend the deal with them to better meet their needs. And we will always be there to work respectfully and with respect for science with our partners. But we weren't going to go ahead with any project without the support of the provinces involved. And the Leader of the Opposition knows that full well. But he keeps on his ideological path, like Stephen Harper, even though that was rejected as immoral and obsolete. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Does the Prime Minister believe in the decriminalization of crack in children's parks, meth smoking in hospitals, or other hard drugs on public transit? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, we believe in working with British Columbia and with any province that wants us to work with them on this, which is why we accepted their request to modify their pilot project on exactly those issues. This is something we will continue to do, to work in a basis of science around compassion and a medical approach, a health approach, not a criminal justice approach to dealing with the toxic drug supply and addictions. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we won't be taking lessons from the Conservatives that continue to chase after a Harper-era policy that their own advisors said was obsolete.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
It's an important question, Mr. Speaker, because we need to know what he's going to do next. I just gave him a chance to indicate whether he believes people should be allowed to smoke crack in children's soccer fields or meth in the faces of nurses in hospital rooms. He refused to answer, which begs the question of whether or not he will try to impose the same radical and extremist policy elsewhere. So once again, does he believe that people should be allowed to smoke meth or crack in children's soccer fields?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, obviously no one in this House does. That is why we agreed with the British Columbia government to modify their pilot project to better suit their concerns. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we've seen the extent to which the Leader of the Opposition will continue to try and use tragedies and ongoing challenges Canadians and vulnerable people are facing to try and score political points. It's the same reason he's said that he will suspend people's fundamental rights and freedoms to score cheap political points. That is not something that Canadians want to see, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister legalized the use of hard drugs like meth, crack, and heroin in children's parks and in hospitals, and he won't rule out doing it again. This is not an academic question. The City of Toronto submitted a 153-page application, and I quote, seeking an exemption under Section 56.1 of the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act that would decriminalize personal possession of illicit substances within Toronto's boundaries. The Prime Minister's government has been working secretly with Toronto on that plan ever since. Will he, yes or no, rule out decriminalization in Canada's biggest city?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we see the Leader of the Opposition trying to score cheap political points on the backs of vulnerable people to promote an ideology that does not work. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to be there with a thoughtful, compassionate-based public health approach on the toxic drug supply, and that means working with jurisdictions. When Vancouver asked us for an exemption, we said no. We would only work with the province, and that's what we did to work with BC. The same thing when it comes to Ontario or Quebec. We will only work with the provinces to ensure any projects they have go.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
So he refuses to rule out repeating this disastrous experiment that killed 2,500 British Columbians. It's because he strongly supports decriminalization, and if he got a chance, he would do it all over again in Toronto, in Montreal, and anywhere else. Mr. Speaker, the final question, therefore, is even the radical NDP government in BC asked for him to reverse his decriminalization. Why did it take him 10 days and 66 more deaths to do it?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, we see the extent to which the Leader of the Opposition will make political attacks on the backs of the most vulnerable people in this country.
Right.
We actually only received the completed request from British Columbia Friday last week and approved it the following Monday, 3 days later, Mr. Speaker. We will always respond quickly in a science-based way when people's lives are on the line. The Leader of the Opposition is continuing to spread falsehoods, Mr. Speaker, instead of actually following the facts and caring for Canadians.
The
Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have a hard time believing their own commitment to the French language. It's in their culture, but the Prime Minister is responsible for allowing his members to play such dangerous games with our national language. Will the Prime Minister at least request the member that the member step down from the Association of the Francophonie? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, defending both of our official languages is a fundamental pillar of the Liberal Party of Canada's policy, and we were the first to recognize that the federal government also has a specific responsibility for protecting French, even within Quebec. We will always be there to defend the French language and to defend language minorities all across the country. I understand that the Bloc keeps trying to pick fights. Sometimes they manage to pick one, but we are going to continue to fight every day for official language minorities. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. The Prime Minister is really unaware of the political cost of his last answer. the member who's the chair of the Francophonie Association should step down and has refused to apologize for what he said. Is, in his opinion, those defending French are extremists, and it shows extreme contempt. Will the Prime Minister call on the member in question to step down from his position? The member for Glengarry Prescott Russell should step down. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a proud partner in the Francophonie, and we show that. Unlike the Bloc, we stand for protecting French all across the country. We're not just isolating Quebec. We're recognizing that the French language needs support and protection all across the country. And yes, sometimes we might get a little excited about it, but we're not trying to pick fights. We're always there to defend minority communities, and we will show leadership all across the world as a proud member of the Francophonie. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. The Liberals hold things up and the Conservatives block them. Everything's more expensive for people. Thanks to the NDP, free diabetes drugs will help lower costs for millions of people all across the country. It's shameful that the Conservative leader would take that all away from people. The Conservatives want more money in the pockets of Big Pharma and less in the pockets of Canadians. Will the government work with us to defeat this cruel Conservative attempt to block free diabetes drugs? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we're very pleased to work with whomever in the House to ensure Canadians no longer have to choose between groceries and medications. Yes, we're moving ahead with free diabetes drugs, but perhaps today we learned why the Conservatives are so fiercely opposed, and that's because their anti-choice leader is allowing anti-choice members to vote against contraceptives and the morning after pill. We need to continue to fight hard against that agenda.
The Honourable Member from Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians will not have free diabetes and birth control if it was up to the Conservative leader. And the Liberals, they keep delaying protecting women's rights. Reproductive rights are human rights, which includes barrier-free access to birth control. Unfortunately, this Conservative leader once again is attacking reproductive rights by blocking access to free contraception. Will the Liberals help us stop the Conservative leader and his anti-choice agenda and their efforts to deny free birth control?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are happy to work with everyone in this House to stand against the Leader of the Opposition's anti-choice position and his anti-choice party. We saw yet again today one of his anti-choice members putting forward an anti-abortion narrative. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, we are delivering prescription contraceptives for Canadians right across the country. We'll deliver diabetes medication for Canadians right across the country for free. We're happy to work with the NDP and anyone in this House who wants to stand up for Canadians and for women's rights unequivocally.
The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
If you're under 30 in Canada, it's nothing but doom and gloom according to Bloomberg Nanos. Gen Z's confidence in their pocketbooks is at the same level that it was in the first months of the pandemic. That's a 16-year low. The budget they said was about generational fairness has turned out to be a monumental failure. Instead, young Canadians keep getting higher spending, higher inflation, and higher interest rates, and they get nothing for it. The Prime Minister was voted in by young Canadians. Why won't he admit that he's destroyed their futures, step aside, and let Conservatives fix everything he broke?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, our budget is about generational fairness and investing in young Canadians, investing in the housing, in the affordability and the economic growth that they urgently need. But you know what else young Canadians need, especially young Canadian women? That is control over their bodies. You get that control with free prescription contraceptives. The Conservatives are voting against our budget because they don't believe that a young woman, should control her life and her body. We won't let them do that.
Excellent.
I'm certain all members would like to hear the question from the member of Thornhill without interruption and also hear the answers. I'll ask all members to please do so. The honourable member from Thornhill.
So cherry-picking data, misinformation, and lecturing Canadians, telling them that they are wrong. That is a choice, Mr. Speaker. Millennials are telling this government that they can't pay their rent, that they can't pay for groceries, that they can't get to work. Even the bank governor confirmed that $61 billion in new spending is, quote, not helpful when it comes to bringing down inflation and interest rates. When will the Deputy Prime Minister stop her inflationary spending so that young people stand a chance in this country?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
I notice, Mr. Speaker, that the Deputy Leader of the Conservative Party did not clarify her own position on a woman's right to choose. Canadian women deserve to know. And you know what? They can't trust any of these Conservatives to actually tell the truth, because the Governor of the Bank of Canada, in fact, said our budget was helpful because we stuck to our fiscal guardrails. That is what he said, Mr. Speaker, despite Conservative attempts to portray it otherwise.
The honourable member from Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, interest on our national debt is more than we spend on health care. The Prime Minister is spending more money lining the pockets of wealthy bankers and bondholders than making sure Canadians get the health care they need. On Thursday, the bank governor told the Finance Committee that government spending was not helpful in bringing down inflation and interest rates. When will the Prime Minister finally start listening, get spending under control to bring down inflation and interest rates?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, yet again, just basic disinformation from the Conservatives. What the Governor of the Bank of Canada said to the Finance Committee last week, and I quote, speaking about our budget, I don't expect it is going to have a significant macro impact relative to our previous fiscal forecast. He said that meeting the fiscal guardrails is helpful. And Mr. Speaker, Moody's has reaffirmed our AAA rating. These are not partisans. Our budget is fiscally responsible. They're simply not telling the truth.
The honourable member from Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
The Prime Minister is just not worth the cost of housing. On Thursday, the bank governor also told the Finance Committee that housing will continue to be unaffordable into the future.
Shame.
After 9 years, the Prime Minister has destroyed the dream of home ownership in this country. Sure, they talk a big game, spending billions, but the results are double trouble. Housing prices, double. Mortgage payments, double. Rents, double. Can't they just get out of the way before things double again?
Yeah.
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, it's difficult to accept criticisms from the Conservative Party when it comes to housing when both their record and their plan demonstrate they have no interest in solving the housing crisis. They're now campaigning on a commitment to cut funding for the programs that actually support home construction. They're campaigning on a commitment to raise taxes on new apartment construction that's going to help make sure apartments are available at prices that people can actually afford. And if you look at the record of the Conservative leader while he had the responsibility for the housing portfolio, he got a total of 6 affordable housing units built across the entire country.
Here, here. Then I have
the honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 9 years of this Liberal government, Canadians just can't cope. The governor of the Bank of Canada says this Prime Minister's reckless spending is making it hard to lower interest rates. Canadians are struggling to feed and house themselves, and the Bloc keeps encouraging the Prime Minister to waste their money. When will this Bloc-backed Prime Minister stop impoverishing Canadians with his inflationary policies and devastating spending? The Honourable Minister of Public Services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to hear my colleague from Lévis talking about housing. The good news is, or the right answer is, that the Conservatives built a total of 6 housing units during their entire term all across the country. The good news is, thanks to our work, is that there are 205 affordable units that have been built in her riding in recent months. That's great news for the member, but not so good for the Conservative leader as former housing minister. The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. It's disappointing to see how out of touch they are. Quebecers are faced with humiliating choices: food or housing, toilet paper or toothpaste, soap or deodorant. Mr. Speaker, this is 2024. In a country like Canada, Quebecers and Canadians deserve better. The Bloc and the Prime Minister are not worth the cost. Can they show a little humanity toward Quebecers and stop forcing hunger, homelessness, and poverty on them? They're laughing on the other side, Mr. Speaker. It's shameful. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. Mr. Speaker, it's incredible to hear my colleague on the other side who can't even support our budget. It's not complicated. Their approach is cut, 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 cut to dental care, cut to help for families and children, cuts to seniors, chop, 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 Mr. Speaker. That's all they know how to do. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, they just can't help themselves. Yesterday in committee, the Liberals showed what they really think about protecting the French language. According to the Liberals, people who are concerned about the Anglicization of Montreal are extremists who deserve crude insults that don't need repeating here. That's how the Liberals treated witnesses yesterday who were talking about the future of French. Is that the government's official position, or was the member just saying out loud what many Liberals are secretly thinking? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague knows full well, French is in decline all across Canada, including in Quebec. This is an issue we take very seriously. Our government was the first federal government to recognize the decline of French all across Canada. Mr. Speaker, as a proud Franco-Albertan, we are there to promote French all across the country and in Quebec, period. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Yesterday's insults send quite a message to Quebecers. To the Liberals, if you're concerned about the future of French in Quebec, you're an extremist and you deserve to be insulted. But yesterday's discussion was actually about data from StatsCan. They're not extremists, but their numbers are extremely worrying for the future of our national language. So the people who care about French in Quebec are full of just one thing, actually: common sense. What's the Liberals' problem with the future of French in Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They should stop tearing up their shirts about the future of French, because the Liberal country has been clear for a long time about that. We will stand to protect French in Quebec and all across the country. And not only as a government here in Canada, unlike what the Conservatives might say, we're also doing it internationally. And we have a Canadian in charge of the Association of the Francophonie, and we're very proud of the member of Glengarry for Glengarry Prescott Russell. We're very proud of his work. Order. Order, please. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. This isn't the first time the Liberals have gone off script. Remember the member for Saint Laurent who claimed Bill 96 would prevent Anglophones from getting health care in Quebec, or the members from the West Island who threatened to vote against their own official languages reform if it gave French more protection in Quebec, or the Liberals' pride in all their unilingual English appointments. The same Liberals who appointed a Governor-General who still doesn't speak French. Why are the Liberals so hostile toward protecting French? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure what is the problem with the member opposite, but our colleague is a proud defender of French, not just in Quebec, but all across Canada, whereas the Bloc couldn't give a hoot about that. We have financed the protection of French to the highest level of any government, and the Bloc has consistently voted against it. They're voting against what we're doing, whereas we have our benches standing up for French all across Canada. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, after 9 years, the Prime Minister and the Bloc aren't worth it. The more the government spends, backed by the Bloc, the more Quebecers struggle. The housing crisis will soon force Canadians to live, through no fault of their own, in their minivans as a last resort, not as their retirement dream. Mr. Speaker, when will this Prime Minister, backed by the Bloc, with $500 billion in budget appropriations, when will they stop wasting money so Quebecers can once again live with dignity under the roof of a house, not of their minivans? Once again, I'd like to encourage all members to remain silent when a member is asking a question, and obviously when the answer is given. The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, Canadians will not be lectured by the Conservatives and their support for extremist groups in Canada. Canadians know they're a party with no vision, no ambition, and no plan either for this country. Here on this side of the House, we know that we need to help families, we need to invest in housing, but you know what? People are seeing that members opposite have voted against support for children, for housing, and for investments in Quebec. It's shameful. Here on this side, we will always fight to improve Canadians' quality of living. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government hasn't built any housing. They've just built more bureaucracy. With $500 billion in centralizing and inflationary spending that created this cost of living crisis and the housing crisis we're currently in, Mr. Speaker, with thousands of Canadians in dire straits, will the Prime Minister see to it that housing is built quickly? When you're at the point where you're sleeping in your van or your car, it's because this Prime Minister is asleep on the job! The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While my colleague practices his performance for Infoman, we are doing what needs doing with the fund to help young people save up for their first down payment. 650,000 young people have signed up for that, and they have saved $2.6 billion that way. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this government, Canada's housing crisis has only gotten worse. The dream of buying a home is dead for an entire generation. Proof that the Bloc and this Prime Minister aren't worth the cost. In Beauce, families lucky enough to have affordable housing still have to go to food banks to feed themselves, a 20% increase in use since the start of 2024. When will this Bloc-backed Prime Minister stop wasting money so Quebecers can find decent housing and food? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 6 units of affordable housing were built under the Conservative leader's tenure as Minister of Housing. But I'm glad they asked that question because he's a former mayor of a municipality in Quebec, and the Conservative leader, has basically called all Quebec municipalities incompetent.
The Honourable Member for Both. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, my colleague across the way should come visit Beauce this weekend and explain that to our people. Now, the more this government spends, the more Quebecers are suffering. We're talking about $500 billion in centralizing and inflationary spending that is exacerbating the housing crisis. While Quebecers are trying to survive, the Bloc Québécois has chosen to vote in favour of $500 billion in Liberal budget appropriations. That means they're voting for bureaucracy and for waste. When will this government get out of the way so that Conservatives can fix the budget and build the homes? The Honourable Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party are using vulnerable Canadians for their own political purposes. That's not acceptable. Mr. Speaker, through our national housing strategy, we are creating over 150,000 more units of affordable housing. Now, just for comparison, Mr. Speaker, 6 units of affordable housing were built from coast to coast when the Leader of the Opposition was Minister of Housing. That was unacceptable. We are investing in building affordable housing in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada. Once again, I ask the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier and the member for Mégantic-L'Érable to please wait to be recognized by the chair before speaking.
Vancouver East. During the inquiry, concerns around the participation of busloads of Chinese foreign students and falsified documents for the Don Valley North nomination came to light. The commissioner noted that Chinese foreign interference activities could have made a difference on who was nominated in Don Valley North. The Chinese media reported that the nomination was won by 14 votes. The Prime Minister cannot continue to pretend there is nothing to see here. Based on the damning findings, what action will the Prime Minister take now?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I thank our colleague for the question, and far from not taking this matter seriously, our government has done the exact opposite. Our colleague knows well we have put in place a series of measures now over a number of years to deal with the very real threat that she identified of the Chinese government seeking to interfere in the democratic process in Canada. All political parties, and not just at the federal level, Mr. Speaker, face this threat. That's why yesterday, for example, we introduced important legislation in this House, and we look forward to working with colleagues to hopefully pass it quickly.
The Honourable Member from Nunavut.
People in Nunavut pay hundreds of more dollars in shipping fees than the rest of Canada. Amazon charged a Pangnaktok resident over $700 in shipping fees. This is unacceptable. The Liberals are catering to ultra-rich corporations by allowing this. Nunavut needs a government that fights to take on Amazon's corporate greed. Why is this government okay with Nunavut paying hundreds more in shipping fees to go to basic goods?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for a very important question. We realize that the price of food is too expensive in Nunavut. That's why we've invested close to $150 million in the Nutrition North program, including $124 million for the Harvester Support Grant, $15 million for the community foods programs. We have $1 billion for the school foods programs, which will benefit Northerners in Nunavut. We are committed to working with the member and with the Nunavut government to make sure we make progress on this very important issue.
L'honorable député de Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Saint Laurent.
Made his position clear. If he is Prime Minister, he will pick and choose which rights and freedoms Canadians can have. That's a slippery slope, Mr. Speaker. With the overturning of Roe v. Wade in the United States, est-ce que les femmes canadiennes doivent s'inquiéter de savoir?
Do Canadian women need to be worried about whether they'll be deprived of their right to choose? Can the minister remind this House of our commitment to defending women's rights?
The Honourable Minister for Women and Gender Equality.
Merci pour la
Thank you for the question.
Is unwavering, Mr. Speaker. We will always vigorously support a woman's right to choose, her right to have autonomy over her own body. Conservatives say they will use any tools necessary when it comes to a matter of criminal justice. It wasn't long ago that abortion itself was a crime. We will not go back, Mr. Speaker, even though just this morning a Conservative MP reminded us the future they want for women in this country. On this side of the House, a woman's right to choose will never be up for debate.
The honourable member from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
After 9 years, this NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the crime, chaos, cost, or disorder. 66 people died on average while we waited for this Prime Minister to make a decision on BC's request. The government dithered and people died. The government didn't even go as far as it could have in getting rid of its aggressive, radical, and wacko legalization of hard drugs. Why did it take this government so long to reverse its course on legalization, and will it promise never to do it again?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister dealt with that thoroughly earlier in this question period, and we've amended our arrangement with British Columbia. But that member needs to answer a very important question. The Leader of the Opposition has now vowed to have an a la carte Charter of Rights, where today he will decide what rights to have and what rights to not have. What will it be tomorrow, Mr. Speaker? Will it be women's reproductive rights? Will it be the right to a fair trial? Will it be the right to freedom of expression? The notwithstanding charter-ripping policies of this Conservative Party need an answer.
The honourable member from Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
After 9 years, this Liberal NDP Prime Minister is not worth the crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder. Across British Columbia, there's people strung out on drugs, often comatose or dying. The legalization of fentanyl, meth, and crack has led to a tragic wave of death. The Liberals and NDP are panicking as their poll numbers drop. The public is fed up. Deadly hard drugs will still be able to use with today's announcement. When will this Prime Minister stop tinkering and completely end his wacko drug experiment?
The Honourable Minister for Mental... The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
I thank the honourable member for the question, but I must remind him that that question was already answered. And on this side of the House, what we want to emphasize is that a woman's right to choose and charter rights generally are non-negotiable. On this side of the House, we will always protect the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We will always stand up for a woman's right to choose, and we ask everybody in this House to vote in favor of contraception for women so they have autonomy over their own bodies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years, this NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder. The Liberal Minister responsible for the legislation of hard drugs like fentanyl, meth, and crack in British Columbia is still clinging to parts of the Liberals' wacko hard drug legislation experiment. Public open drug use is rampant in our streets. People are even afraid to take their dogs out to walk around their own neighbourhoods. On what day will the Prime Minister completely end this failed radical drug policy?
The Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. Today we said yes to BC's request for an amendment to their pilot project. The pilot program that BC asked the federal government to work with them with compassion, conviction, science, and health expertise, Mr. Speaker. BC knows perfectly well, as the advocates and families who are part of this project, that we need to have a public health and public safety approach to this to save lives.
The Honourable Member from Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that minister is still supporting hard drug legalization, and here's how it's playing out in our communities. A resident from my community just told me about an incident she witnessed at a local clothing store where a man threatened the two ladies working there, screaming, stomping, and overturning displays. I was on the phone the other day with another resident who works at a street front office, and I could barely hear her due to the screaming just outside her window. And yet this minister clings to parts of her wacko legalization policy of fentanyl, meth, and crack. Again, on what day will the Prime Minister completely end this failed drug policy experiment?
Before we continue with the answer from the government health leader, I'm going to ask the honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby please to not comment while members are asking the question. He doesn't have the floor at this time. The honourable government health leader.
Speaker, of course, the Minister and the Prime Minister have dealt with that question, but what is important is to review the past couple of weeks, a very disturbing trend in this country, Mr. Speaker, where the Leader of the Opposition has refused to disavow, to say it's unwelcome to have the support of white supremacists. Then he goes and winks and says, I will make the laws and I will decide what rights exist in this country. Right. What rights is he going to take away? What rights does he intend to take away? Is it women's reproductive rights? Is it the right to freedom of expression? Stand up and tell us what rights you take away.
Colleagues, the amount of time that the Speaker has to spend getting up to asking members who don't have the floor to please not take the floor is almost equivalent to a question. I would like members, please, to make sure that we could have our question period move along quickly, that members please refrain from speaking when the members are asking questions, and that members refrain from speaking when a member is answering questions. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, when CBC Radio-Canada CEO Catherine Tate decided to cut 600 jobs in the fall, she wanted to cut as many on the French side as on the English side without taking into account their respective performance or number of employees. Now, she's talking about combining the programming and management of CBC and Radio-Canada because she wants to use Radio-Canada as a shield against possible Conservative cuts at CBC. Always in the best interest of CBC, never in the best interest of Radio-Canada. Is the Minister also ready to sacrifice Radio-Canada's independence in order to preserve the CBC? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will repeat what I've been repeating since we started talking about this matter. French language programming and content will never be twinned with CBC. Radio-Canada will remain independent and distinct. That is important for francophones in Quebec and everywhere in Canada. On this side of the House, we will defend our public broadcaster in Quebec and everywhere else in Canada. Our public broadcaster is so important, especially in these times when media institutions are making cuts. CBC and Radio-Canada are both essential in Canada, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, the only thing that poses a threat to Radio-Canada imminently is not the election of the Conservatives, it's the CEO of CBC Radio-Canada, Catherine Tate, appointed and extended by the Liberals. She's prepared to sacrifice the independence of the French language network as a safeguard against a future government. When we warn that this is a slippery slope and that we need to protect Radio-Canada's independence, the Minister tells us that we're going after the CBC, just like the Conservatives do. That's nonsense. So whose side is the Minister on? Catherine Tate's or Radio-Canada's? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, I do not understand why my Bloc colleague is picking a fight about a topic that we all agree on in this House. All parties in this House agree, except the Conservatives. Everyone in this House, except for the Conservatives, defends a strong Radio-Canada with a strong financial situation. We also all depend a strong CBC throughout the country with a strong financial situation. We're going to continue to work towards that. Meanwhile, the Conservatives are promising to destroy our public broadcaster and prevent Canadians from having access to information and to quality Canadian content. It's despicable, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member. À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît.
Order, please.
The honourable member from South Surrey, White Rock.
After 9 years, does the Prime Minister care that 42,000 Canadians have died from drug overdose? Taxpayer-funded supply of hard drugs has destroyed lives. Addiction workers confirm that most users of so-called safe supply are diverting these drugs into the hands of organized crime. Criminals are selling these drugs to children. Overdose is the #1 cause of death in 10 to 17-year-olds in BC. When will this Prime Minister end this dangerous drug trafficking experiment that profits Big Pharma and kills children?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, that question has been asked and answered. But I'll tell you what hasn't been answered, Mr. Speaker, that deeply concerns Canadians. It is that over the past few weeks, we have seen the leader of the Conservative Party openly associate with white supremacists and refuse multiple opportunities to disavow their views. Then we saw him advocate an a la carte charter of rights and say he would pick which rights people have. And today we learned one right they do not support, a woman's right to choose. This is deeply concerning, Mr. Speaker. Canadians have a right to know.
Hear, hear. Although the members were relatively restrained, it's difficult for the Speaker to hear the answer if there are discussions going on, if people would like me to be very mindful of terms of what the question is saying. The honourable member from South Surrey, White Rock.
Thank you. Well, Canadians have the right to know when the RCMP are sounding the alarm why organized crime is getting their hands on these so-called safe supply drugs and diverting them. Thousands of these Big Pharma government pills have been seized. Organized crime is profiting from selling taxpayer-funded drugs to children. And no, this has not been answered yet today. But the NDP Liberal government is refusing to release the contracts that distribute these drugs. Canadians deserve to know how and why their money's being used. When will the Prime Minister release the Big Pharma contracts? Just the date, please.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, that question has been asked and answered. But I'll tell you what the Conservatives really don't want to answer. They don't want to answer why their leader openly flirts with white supremacists and refuses several opportunities to disavow them. They don't want to answer why their leader openly talks about an a la carte charter of rights. And today was the big reveal, Mr. Speaker, that one of the rights they're going to take away is a woman's right to choose. But we will not let them.
L'honorable député de Charlebourg-Haute.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, hard drug use has become commonplace in the Montreal metro. There's assault, drug use, and homelessness, and it's a scourge in the metro. Riders feel unsafe. It's as if everything that's happening on the surface, the housing crisis, inflation, the opioid crisis, mental health problems, is causing repercussions in Montreal's underground. Can the Prime Minister guarantee that he will ignore the Bloc's calls and not decriminalise hard drugs in Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Global Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, colleagues have asked this question countless times, and it's been answered countless times. The Leader of the Opposition won his leadership race by ensuring that he had the votes of Maxime Bernier supporters and extreme right supporters, as well as those who are against abortion. Those people voted for him. Now he refuses to condemn white supremacists and their ideas. He is here, and one of his members is, in fact, making anti-abortion statements right here on the floor of this place.
The honourable member from Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, This is a mental health week, and in a rapidly changing world, strong mental supports for youth is essential. By working with my youth council and stakeholders, I know mental health challenges faced by young people. There are many organizations doing incredible work to make sure youth do not fall through the cracks. Can the Minister of Mental and Addiction tell us what we are doing to support community organizations across the country in delivering more mental health care options for youth?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for her question. Yes, Mr. Speaker, youth are facing real challenges right now at home, in school, and as they start their careers. Their mental health can suffer, and community organizations like the South Asian Canadian Health and Social Services in the members' riding are such a lifeline for support. We're creating a first-of-its-kind youth mental health fund to deliver more mental health supports and care choices for youth and communities across this country. We know they need it. We will be there for them. We're investing in Kids Help Phone and the Mental Health Black Canadians Fund because we know we need to meet people where they are. Mental health is health.
The Honourable Member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Speaker, at committee, the Minister of Employment claimed that he had been cleared by the Ethics Commissioner to receive payments from Navis Group, a firm owned by his business partner that was lobbying his own department, except that that isn't true. The Office of the Ethics Commissioner has indicated that they were unaware of the Minister's connection to Navis Group. So why did the Minister claim that he was cleared when clearly he had not been cleared? Why did the Minister mislead committee?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister has answered these questions many times, and the Minister, of course, complies with all of the very stringent requirements of the Conflicts and Ethics Commissioner. What that member needs to answer is how will he approach this new a la carte rights campaign by the Leader of the Opposition. Which of the rights in the Charter of Rights, 42 years old, Mr. Speaker, is this member intending to take away? We know the Conservatives have always hated the Charter of Rights. Mr. Speaker, which rights will they be taking away?
Excellent.
The Honourable Member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister actively concealed his connection to Navis Group, hiding behind a numbered company. As a result, the Ethics Commissioner could not have known that the Minister's business partner was lobbying his own department. If there are no ethical issues with the Minister's connection to Navis Group, as the Minister claims, then why did he hide it from the Ethics Commissioner?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are quite understandably taking this very red herring to try and distract from a very bad couple of weeks. What they have done is refused.
I'm going to ask the Honourable Members, please, to allow the Honourable Minister to finish his question. He's about 24 seconds left on the clock.
The Conservatives are quite understandably trying to distract from the fact that they refused to tell white supremacists that their support is unwelcome in the Conservative Party. They're trying to distract from the fact, Mr. Speaker, that they have always hated the Charter of Rights. They have always hated a woman's right to choose. They have always hated the right to free expression in this country. They need to stand up and explain themselves.
The Honourable Member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, behold, the ghost of Paul Martin is back. When a government is drowning, they will grasp onto anything, but they continue to sink nonetheless. Yeah. Now, Mr. Speaker, 6 years ago, the House and the government voted to list the IRGC as a terrorist organization and therefore prevent them from fundraising, recruiting, or operating in Canada. 6 years later, this terrorist group continues to operate here with impunity. Tomorrow, the House will vote again. Will this NDP Liberal government finally do what they failed to do 6 years ago and vote to shut down IRGC operations in Canada?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, as my colleague knows very well, decisions to list certain entities on the terrorist listing under Canada's Criminal Code are made based on the advice of security and intelligence services. We do acknowledge, and I think all Canadians understand, that the Iranian regime is one of the worst state sponsors of terrorism. We have taken a number of measures to deal with leaders in the Iranian regime, and we're always looking, Mr. Speaker, at what further steps we can take to protect Canadians.
The honourable member from Scarborough Aged Court.
Speaker, we have launched and improved immigration pathways for Hong Kongers to make it easier for them to stay and work in Canada. However, applicants are at risk of falling out of status as they await a decision on their PR application. Canada has always stood shoulder to shoulder with the people of Hong Kong. What is our government doing to help them get out of precarious situations?
The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for Scarborough Agincourt for a tireless advocacy on this matter. Hong Kongers that are here are safe, and we have no intention, absolutely no intention, of sending them back. I am pleased to announce today that we'll be announcing as of May 22nd that Hong Kongers that are here that have valid status will be able to apply for a 3-year open work permit while they wait for their permanent residency. This is an important measure. We will continue to stand with the people of Hong Kong.
Bravo.
The honourable member from Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, despite Liberal promises to get open net fish farms full of Atlantic salmon out of West Coast waters, the minister sits idly by. To make matters worse, consecutive Liberal and Conservative governments have been muzzling scientists whose findings show the extent of the damages. It's not surprising to learn that the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner is now investigating more gross allegations. Will the Liberals cooperate, publish scientists' findings, and finally put coastal communities ahead of corporate profits?
The Honourable
Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
To developing a responsible transition plan for open net aquaculture. We continue to work on a transition plan that protects Pacific salmon while providing support to workers and their communities and advancing reconciliation. Fisheries and Ocean Canada, along with my office, continue to have constructive conversation with stakeholders and regarding next steps. Thank you.
The honourable member from Churchill-Kiwatanuk-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, this government is always ready to take a dive for big cities, but refuses to pass the ball to Indigenous and Northern youth, giving $104 million for 6 games of the FIFA World Cup in Toronto, but not making room for soccer in Indigenous and Northern communities is offside. In regions like ours, soccer is more than a game. It's a life-saving pass for kids. Canada has a responsibility to include all our youth in the lead-up to the 2026 World Cup, or we'll get a red card. So, Mr. Speaker, when will this government stop dribbling the ball in circles and find a way to include Indigenous and Northern youth as we all host soccer on the world stage?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government announced last week an investment of $220 million to host the FIFA World Cup games in Vancouver and Toronto. This will generate economic impact, Mr. Speaker, of $2 billion for our country. That's a return on that investment, Mr. Speaker.
Well done. And so brings to the end of question period today, and I know all members will be very interested in this. I wish to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of the finalists for the 2024 Shaughnessy Cohen Prize for Political Writing. Rob Goodman, Benjamin Perrin, and John Vaillant. It being 3:16, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment of Mr. Ellis to the motion at the second reading stage of Bill C-6.
With a point of order, the honourable member for... Sorry.
Pas la pointe de l'île, c'est... Excuse-moi. De Montcalm, je m'excuse.
The honourable member for Montcalm, apologies. Mr. Speaker, the member for Charlebourg-St. Charles knows well that he has misled the House. Apologies, I don't wish to interrupt the honourable member. I would remind all members to be silent so that we can hear the point of order being raised by the honourable member for Montcalm. Again, Mr. Speaker, the member for Charlebourg-St. Charles knows well that he has deliberately misled the House when he stated that the Bloc Québécois is asking for the legalization of hard drugs in Montreal. He should either prove his remarks or... I believe that this is more a point of debate. It being 3:17, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred or courted division on the amendment of Mr. Ellis to the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-64. Call in the members. The question is as follows. Mr. Holland, seconded by Mr. Fraser, moved that Bill C-64, an act respecting pharmacare, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Mr. Ellis, seconded by Mr. Genereux, moved the following amendment. That the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following.
Second reading to Bill C-64, an act respecting pharmacare, since the bill does nothing to address the healthcare crisis and will instead offer Canadians an inferior pharmacare plan that covers less, costs more, and builds up a massive new bureaucracy that Canadians can't afford. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Miss Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Gourde.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet. All those opposed to the motion will please now rise.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Miss Hutchings.
Miss Hutchings.
Miss Tassie.
Miss Tassie.
Miss Murray.
Miss Murray.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Miss Jasic.
Miss Jasic.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Kuzmerchek.
Mr. Kuzmerchek.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Calloway.
Mr. Calloway.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Sarbera.
Mr. Sarbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Ms. Latanzio.
Latanzio.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Collins Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. John.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Gazan.
Miss Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Miss Blaney.
Blaney.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Boris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I'd like to inform the House that the electronic voting period is over. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function. The chair will recognize them, or they could rise in the House. The honourable member from Ottawa West Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, my app was not working. I'd like to register my vote as nay.
Contre. Honorable ministre.
Ce n'est pas, j'aimerais enregistrer mon vote comme contre.
Ferrara, nay, contre.
Le bureau va maintenant.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 150, 150. Nays contre 177, 177.
I declare the amendment defeated.
The next question is on the main motion. The question is as follows. Mr. Holland, seconded by Mr. Fraser, moved that Bill C-64, an act respecting farmer care, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Si un député participant en personne.
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
Yeah.
A recorded vote, please.
En compte la période de vote.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
Personne. Que tous ceux.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Back to Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Kuzmarchek.
Mr. Kuzmarchek.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Sarbera.
Mr. Sarbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeck.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Blaney.
Blaney.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Bouliris.
Mr. Bouliris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bertol.
Mr. Berthold.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Gourde.
Mr. Gourde.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
La Chambre attendra.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function. The chair will recognize them. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 177, 177. Nays contre 148, 148.
I declare the motion carried. Bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Yes. Je vois un rappel aux règles.
I see a point of order. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent of the House for my vote to be in favor. Unfortunately, we didn't hear what you said. Could you please repeat? I seek unanimous consent for my vote to be cast as in favor. Thank you.
Malheureusement,
unfortunately, does the honourable member have his headset for that intervention?
Donc, je répète encore.
Si je vois que l'honorable député n'a pas son casque agrégé, je vais lui demander.
The member does not have his approved headset.
Un micro autorisé par la Chambre et le blue.
The interpreter would point out that the sound is not coming through clearly.
Je ne l'ai pas entendu.
We can't tell them.
OK, d'accord. Allez-y.
Go ahead. I'll repeat once again that I am using an authorized microphone. I seek unanimous consent for my vote to be considered in favor. All those opposed to what the honourable member is proposing will please say nay.
D'accord. La Chambre.
The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
Adopté.
Carried.
Je désire informer la Chambre qu'en raison.
I'd like to inform the House that due to the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 24 minutes.
I am now ready to rule on the point of order first raised on April 18, 2024 by the member for New Westminster Burnaby concerning the use of false titles. In his intervention, the member objected to the frequent use by the official opposition to the term NDP Liberal government to characterize the current government. He qualified the term as disinformation. He emphasized that there is no coalition in place between the Liberal Party of Canada and the New Democratic Party. He asserted that it should be common practice in the House that members provide only accurate information. Pour sa part, le leader à la Chambre de
For his part, the House Leader of the official opposition stated that the choice of the term used by different members to describe the government is a matter of debate. In a subsequent intervention on May 2, 2024, the House Leader referred, in support of this contention, to a ruling by the Deputy Speaker on March 29, 2022. He also suggested that the issue at hand does not pertain to the use of false titles, which are employed to identify individual members, usually in a derogatory fashion. He reminded the House that the Chair has also ruled that the use of false titles is out of order.
As pointed out in the interventions, the issue of labeling the Liberal New Democratic Party agreement has been raised with the Chair before. On March 29, 2022, at page 3689, the Chair settled this matter, which the House Leader of the official opposition rightfully flagged. The Chair stated, quote, "As members know, the Chair deals with procedural issues, not political ones. Fundamentally, the agreement in question is a political one. It is not the Chair's role to interpret or give meaning to such agreements between parties," unquote. Further down it says, quote, "It is not for the Chair to determine if this agreement between the Liberal Party and the New Democratic Party is a coalition. However, this agreement does not equate to the creation of a new government party or new political caucus," unquote. On November 20, 2023, at pages 18,730 to 18,732 of the debates, the Chair reiterated this same point in a different ruling. La Présidence admet que la Chambre...
While the Chair agrees that the House is best served with accurate information, it declines the offer to enter the debate as to how the political arrangement between the Liberal Party and the New Democratic Party should or should not be characterized. This is a matter of political discourse between the parties.
Procedure, it remains the view of the Chair that the NDP is still an opposition party for the purposes of our rules and organization of the House and its committees. I thank all members for their attention. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at second reading of C-69, Budget Implementation Act, on the amendment of Mr. Ellison.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire au vice...
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister. Pardon, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance has the floor with 10 minutes remaining and 5 minutes for questions and comments.
It is a great privilege to lend my voice today in support of Bill C-69, the Budget Implementation Act 2024. Mr. Speaker, this budget is about what kind of country we want to live in and what kind of country we want to build together. For generations, Canada has been a place where everyone could secure a better future for themselves and their children, where a growing economy created opportunities for everyone to succeed. But to ensure every Canadian succeeds in the 21st century, we know that we must grow our economy to make it more innovative and productive and to make it more sustainable. We must build an economy where every Canadian can reach their full potential, where every entrepreneur has the tools they need to grow their business, and where hard work pays off. Building the economy of the future is about creating jobs, jobs in the knowledge economy, jobs in manufacturing, jobs in mining and forestry, jobs in the trades, jobs in clean energy, and jobs across the economy in all regions of the country. To do this, our government's economic plan is investing in the technologies, incentives, and supports critical to increasing productivity, fostering innovation, and attracting more private investment to Canada. This is how we will build an economy that unlocks new pathways for every generation to earn their fair share. And Bill C-69 is a crucial step in opening up these new pathways. Bill C-69 takes us forward on the understanding that in the 21st century, a competitive economy is a clean economy. There is no greater proof than the $2.4 trillion worth of investment made around the world last year alone in the transition to net zero economies. Experts say we are at a global inflection point with clean energy investments surpassing investments in conventional energy, the cost of renewable technology dropping significantly, including wind, solar, and heat pumps. As technology advancements are made and deployed at scale, and companies who outperform their peers in decarbonizing are more competitive and yielding higher returns for stakeholders. As the big anchor investment decisions around the globe are being made to secure the global supply chains for the emerging clean economy, we need to ensure Canada is best positioned to compete and lead the way by seizing the massive opportunities to attract investment and generate economic growth that will bring decades of prosperity. And that's why our government is putting Canada at the forefront of the global race to attract investment and seize the opportunities of the clean economy with a net zero economic plan that will invest over $160 billion to maintain and extend our lead in this global race. Mr. Speaker, the cornerstone of our plan is an unprecedented suite of major economic investment tax credits, which will help attract investment through $93 billion in incentives by the year 2034-2035. That includes carbon capture utilization and storage, the Clean Technology Investment Tax Credit, Clean Hydrogen Investment Tax Credit, the Clean Technology Manufacturing Investment Tax Credit, Clean Electricity, and added in Budget 2024, an EV Supply Chain Investment Tax Credit. These investment tax credits will provide businesses and other investors with the certainty that they need to invest and build here in Canada. And they are already attracting major job-creating projects, ensuring we remain globally competitive. For example, just a couple of weeks ago, I attended the announcement in Alliston, Ontario, where Honda made the largest investment in Canadian automotive history, investing over $15 billion. This is a huge vote of confidence in our economy. Out of all the countries in the world, Honda chose Canada to build their comprehensive end-to-end EV supply chain, which will mean thousands of good-paying jobs for decades to come. The federal investment tax credits were essential in remaining competitive and securing that generational investment. From new clean electricity projects that will provide clean and affordable energy to Canadian homes and businesses, to carbon capture projects that will decarbonize heavy industry, our major economic investment tax credits are moving Canada forward on its track to achieve a net zero economy by 2050. In November of 2023, our government introduced Bill C-59 to deliver the first two investment tax credits and provide businesses with the certainty that they need to make investment decisions in Canada today. That bill also includes labor requirements to ensure workers are paid prevailing union wages and apprentices have opportunities to gain experience and succeed in the workforce. And with Bill C-69, the Budget Implementation Act 2024, we would be making two more of these major economic investment tax credits a reality to attract more private investment, create more good-paying jobs, and grow the economy. First, it would implement the 30% Clean Technology Manufacturing Investment Tax Credit, which would be available as of January 1st, 2024. This is a refundable investment tax credit for clean technology manufacturing and processing and extraction and processing of key critical minerals, equal to 30% of the capital cost of eligible property associated with eligible activities. Investments by corporations in certain depreciable property that is used for eligible activities would qualify for the credit. Eligible property would generally include machinery and equipment used in manufacturing, processing, or critical mineral extraction, as well as related control systems. Eligible investments would cover activities that will be key to securing our future, including things like the manufacture of certain renewable energy equipment like solar, wind, water, or geothermal. It would cover the manufacturing of nuclear energy equipment and electrical energy storage equipment used to provide grid-scale storage. It would cover the manufacturing of equipment for air and ground source heat pump systems, the manufacturing of zero-emission vehicles, including the conversion of on-road vehicles, as well as the manufacturing of batteries, fuel cells, recharging systems, and hydrogen refueling stations for zero-emission vehicles, not to mention the manufacturing of equipment used to produce hydrogen from electrolysis. These are the technologies that will power our future. Mr. Speaker, and Bill C-69's Clean Technology Manufacturing Investment Tax Credit will power the investment that is needed to build them today and build them here at home. The bill will also make Clean Hydrogen Investment Tax Credit a reality, which would exclusively support investments in projects that produce clean hydrogen through eligible production pathways. This refundable tax credit would be available as of March 28, 2023, could be claimed when eligible equipment becomes available for use at an applicable credit rate that is based on the carbon intensity of the hydrogen that is produced. Eligible equipment could include, but is not limited to, the equipment required to produce hydrogen from electrolysis of water, including electrolyzers, rectifiers, and other ancillary electrical equipment, water treatment and conditioning equipment, and certain equipment used for hydrogen compression and storage. Certain equipment required to produce hydrogen from natural gas or other eligible hydrocarbons with emissions abated using carbon capture, utilization, and storage would also be eligible. Property that is required to convert clean hydrogen to clean ammonia may also be eligible for the credit, subject to certain conditions at a credit rate of 15%. It's important to realize that these clean economy investment tax credits work to incentivize investment and remain competitive, but also do not stand alone, Madam Speaker. They are just part of the toolbox, which also includes legislation like the Net Zero Accountability Act, the Sustainable Jobs Act, the amendments to CEPA, which is the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, regulations like the Clean Fuel Regs, the carbon pricing, oil and gas cap, and programs like the Strategic Innovation Fund and many others. And the blended finance utilities that the government has launched, including the Canada Growth Fund and the Canada Infrastructure Bank. These all work together, Madam Speaker, and that's why we're seeing the results that we're seeing. So in conclusion, Bill C-69's support for these investments comes at a pivotal moment where we can choose to renew and redouble our investments in the economy of the future to build an economy that is more productive and more competitive, or risk leaving an entire generation behind. With Bill C-69, we won't make that mistake. Our major economic investment tax credits are moving Canada forward on its track to achieve a net zero economy by 2050. I couldn't be more proud of our work in this area, and I'm looking forward to answering members' questions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And when you listen to the Honourable Member, you would not help but think that Canadians have never had it so good. But in fact, what we're seeing, and one just has to scan the headlines to see that, Canada's productivity is lagging. It's reached crisis levels. Productivities will take years to remedy. Weak productivity is threatening Canada's post-pandemic recovery. And this has a direct impact. Another one, lagging productivity is a threat to Canadian living standards. Lack of investment, lack of capital, fleeing investment, wages not keeping up. And then just last week, the finance minister announced that they were going to increase the debt ceiling by another $295 billion, adding to the interest that needs to be paid on the debt for future generations. It's going to have an impact. I don't know how this member can stand there and say that they're doing everything right, when in fact all of the indicators are that they're doing everything wrong.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the member for the question. Obviously, I disagree wholeheartedly with the member's characterization of what the government is currently doing. we have landed massive investments in the EV supply chain. We are number 3 in the world in terms of foreign direct investment. We have maintained a AAA credit rating. The Bank of Canada governor was at Finance Committee recently and said that the government's current budget has stuck to the fiscal guardrails that we've set out and will not be adding any fuel to the fire of inflation, which is good news for Canadians. These investment tax credits and other measures within the budget, including $2.4 billion for artificial intelligence, will help to bring in investment and increase productivity.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. That said, the government isn't doing a thing for seniors. I'm getting email after email from seniors who don't understand why the last budget had no announcements about them. Seniors aren't just asking for pharmacare and dental insurance. I don't want to hear that as an answer. Seniors also need more money in their pockets so that they can get through this period of high inflation, which directly impacts them because they're on fixed salaries. Why, Mr. Speaker, the government is insisting on 2 classes of seniors? Why did the government not take advantage of the budget to resolve this? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you to the member opposite for the question. Of course, our government has a track record of supporting seniors right from day one, where we moved the age of retirement back from the Conservatives 67 to 65. We made the largest contribution to the Canada Pension Plan. We've increased old age security for seniors over 75. We've boosted the guaranteed income supplement. This budget has measures that directly impact seniors. In fact, I was talking to a senior in my riding yesterday who is quite happy to hear about our housing plan, which is will build more rental housing units. That was her main concern, and she was very happy to also hear that dental coverage would be offered to her and many of her friends who don't currently have dental coverage. So this will save seniors thousands of dollars in often their denture costs, but in oral health in general. Thank you.
Time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Balclay Valley.
I'll take the promotion, Madam Speaker. I know my friend across the way is a strong advocate for sustainable finance, so I'll ask him this. A few days ago, the reporter John Woodside from the National Observer tweeted that, quote, "An open secret on the Hill right now is that a key climate policy, the sustainable finance taxonomy, has been long delayed because of a feud between experts and the Minister of Finance's office. She wants fossil fuels included. Experts want a credible taxonomy." Can the member confirm this rumor? And if so, can he explain to the House why the Minister of Finance is standing in the way of credible climate policy?
A brief answer from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you to the member opposite. I have great respect for him and have worked with him on sustainable finance. I believe in a climate-aligned financial system. That's what our government has committed to. I've mentioned many measures in my speech. There are many more to come. I know that the Sustainable Finance Action Council did exceptional work on developing a green and transition taxonomy, and our government has clearly committed, both in this budget and in the fall economic statement, to assessing options and moving forward, and I expect next steps will be forthcoming.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it is indeed an honour to rise today to speak to such an important piece of legislation, a piece of legislation that comes out of the concept of fairness, about creating opportunities for younger generations. You know, Madam Speaker, I am of Generation X, and the opportunities that I have had, quite honestly and quite frankly, are becoming more and more difficult for future generations after me, such as Generation Z and millennials, to really have those same opportunities that I did. And so what you're seeing here in this budget bill, Madam Speaker, is about creating opportunities and creating fairness for those future generations. And how do you do that? You know, Madam Speaker, there are different ways to approach government's responsibility to society. You know, the approach that, quite frankly, conservative, small c conservative, governments typically tend to take is in a more of a libertarian style approach of stepping away, letting the market run things, letting every person fend for themselves, letting every person either make it or not based strictly on their own capabilities, their own merits. But there's also an opportunity, Madam Speaker, for government to be part of creating fairness, ensuring that systemic bias that exist in our systems, and ensuring that scenarios or environmental changes don't significantly negatively affect future generations. And quite frankly, that is the reality of where we are. Now, I know that conservatives will get up and say, well, that was all the fault of this government. They're the government that, you know, brought in all the policies that have created the circumstances of today. But nothing could be farther from the truth, Madam Speaker, because what we're seeing is these circumstances throughout the world. You know, conservatives never talk about what's going on in the United States or in Europe or other of our G7 countries, because if they were to do that, they would have to acknowledge the fact, Madam Speaker, that Canada's actually positioned much better than some of our counterparts. Right. It's small comfort to those that are going through particular hardships right now, but in terms of positioning ourselves, I would suggest, Madam Speaker, we're actually putting ourselves, and we put ourselves in a better position. We have a lower inflation rate than the United States, for example, our closest ally. And by all measures, or by all indications, I should say, it would appear that we are in a better position for the monetary policy of Canada that's run by the Bank of Canada to start using the tools that they have to lower interest rates. So I would argue that we are on the right course in terms of getting our affairs in order to be able to provide fairness and opportunity for future generations. Now, Madam Speaker, that is extremely important, because I think that there will be a lot of people out there that say, yeah, well, what about me? You know, I worked hard. I did all these things throughout my life. I didn't get handouts. I didn't get opportunities. And in particular, you know, a lot of businesses or business owners would say that. And, you know, my reaction to that, Madam Speaker, would be not to forget that when your economy does well, when your middle class does well, when people are prosperous, and in particular, those that are coming up in terms of age, like millennials and Gen Z, when they're doing well, everybody does better. The economy does better. And as a result, businesses and wealthy people certainly do better when economies are in full gear and significantly making an impact and realizing the opportunities that all generations participating in an economy have to benefit. And so the next part I want to touch on, Madam Speaker, is specifically with respect to providing opportunities for individuals with disabilities, to give them more opportunities to be in a better position to be able to contribute to our economy. And one of the really interesting things that I learned, Madam Speaker, during my time as a municipal politician when I sat on the accessibility committee for the City of Kingston, was that when we talk about accessibilities and when we talk about providing opportunities, I think a lot of people, when you talk about accessibility, default to thinking of physical accessibility, bringing down barriers to allow accessibility from a perspective of getting into a store, having the right size doorway, having a ramp for wheelchairs, etc. But accessibility, Madam Speaker, quite often talks to economic accessibility. And the reality is that when you start to empower people and start to give opportunities, you're now unlocking new economic opportunity. And so the disabled community in particular that's out there, Madam Speaker, it not only are supports that are to be provided intended solely for the purpose of supporting individuals, but also for giving them opportunities to participate, in particular in our economy, so that our economy can continue to grow and to flourish as a result. Now, I know that there is, I would say, somewhat valid criticism out there about the supports, and in particular when it comes to the disability benefit. But I would counter that by saying this is a starting point. This is the very, very first time in our nation's history that we have had a program that is aimed specifically from the federal level at supporting disabled individuals throughout our country. And we can build on it from this point. We can make it better. We can continue to strive for more and for better. One of the things that we're really worried about in this over $6 billion program, Madam Speaker, throughout the country, is making sure that provinces don't take the opportunity with the disability benefit to say, okay, well, the feds are giving $200, so we can claw back $200. Now, it would never be as direct as that. Doug Ford in Ontario is not going to say, oh, the feds are giving $200, okay, well, we'll claw back. The way that they would most likely do it is they would freeze the supports. And then they would let inflation slowly creep up and replace that $200. So we want to make sure that provinces don't look at this as an opportunity to say, oh, great, the feds are going to take care of this. We can get out of the way. We can reduce our contribution, whether that's directly or, as I suggested, through inflation. And so there's work to be done there, Madam Speaker. I certainly will be an advocate to continue pushing, because I believe that, as I stated earlier, this is not just about providing for individuals who require supports more than others, but it's also about unlocking economic opportunity as individuals have more opportunity to enter into our economy and to participate in our economy. One of the programs in particular, Madam Speaker, that I was really glad to see in this piece of legislation, this budget bill, was with respect to a national school food program. And I want to thank the countless number of schools throughout my community that put together petitions, individual petitions from each school, that called on the Minister of Finance to do this. And I know, I want to give special kudos to Brenda in my community. I won't use her last name because I didn't get approval to mention her full name. But I want to give special congratulations to Brenda for her work, for doing this, and for going around to the schools. And Brenda told me a story afterwards when I called her, when I found out that when the budget was when the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister made that announcement, I immediately called Brenda and I said, Brenda, you now know that your advocacy was worth something and it mattered. And she told me a story. She said, Mark, I'm so glad to have the opportunity to talk to you about this, because I would go to schools and some of the schools would look at me and say, why are you even doing this? It's never going to matter. These petitions aren't going to matter. But they do. And the voices in our communities matter. Right. And so I want to thank Brenda for the advocacy that she did, going around to every school in the Kingston area and getting these petitions together so that I could then come here and present them. And I know that in one small way, that affected the outcome of this. People using their voices to be heard. And so, Brenda, congratulations to you on all the incredible work that you did in making sure that our community's voices, when it came to developing a national school food program, was being heard. And as a result, we now have this program that I know that we will be able to build on in the years to come, that will genuinely help kids get the best possible start every single day that they go to school. I told this story before in the House, Madam Speaker. I'll say it again. I won't. I don't forget, in Kingston we have the Food Sharing Project, and this is put up by, this is Andy Mills and a bunch of other people that have been doing this on a volunteer basis, on a not-for-profit basis, a lot of volunteers, very low budget. They've been finding deals on food, bringing all the food together in a small warehouse in an old industrial part of Kingston, organizing all the packages, sending them out to the schools on a daily basis, literally on a shoestring budget. And they've been doing this for decades. And I went there with my family. We were invited to tour, and I said, well, why don't I bring my family and we'll help you one morning pack all the boxes of the food that you're going to send out. And Andy said, yeah, absolutely. So we went there, and it dawned on me when my 7-year-old said, oh, so this is where that food comes from. You see, from my 7-year-old's perspective, Madam Speaker, it wasn't free food for poor kids, or it wasn't food that, that was specially set aside in a classroom. It was there for everybody. And so this program is, yes, it's about giving kids nutritious food to eat at the beginning to start their day and throughout the day, but it also does an incredible job of breaking down stereotypes that exist. You know, stereotypes that, quite frankly, I'm sure that I witnessed and influenced me growing up when you see certain kids that don't have a full lunch when they come to school. And so when my 7-year-old made this comment and said, so this is where it comes from, and he kind of connected all the dots, it dawned on me that, like, he had no idea. He just thought this was food at the school for kids to eat. And that's, in my opinion, why a national school food program is so important, because it's just a basic, fundamental opportunity to have nutritious food while you're in school. And so I'm extremely proud that I was able to be in this House to see this come forward in a budget. I was very perplexed when Conservatives wouldn't even vote for the program before it even had any money allocated to it. And I find it even more concerning how, you know, Conservatives will continually stand up and talk about food bank usage and the suffering and the pain that Canadians are going through, but yet they won't vote in favor of a national school food program, nor will they even vote in favor, we will see soon, well, they've already indicated they won't, in putting the money behind it. So it's quite rich and very hypocritical, Madam Speaker, to stand up in this House and say, well, the government is not doing enough to support and to give families the food that they need. And literally, we're talking about giving kids food in schools, and Conservatives are against that. And so I find that to be very, very concerning. So I know, Madam Speaker, that how much time do I have, Madam Speaker? About 7.5 minutes. Okay, good. Well, I did want to just pivot to something else, Madam Speaker, and that's something that we've been seeing coming out of the Conservative benches in the last couple weeks. In particular, we saw a speech that the Leader of the Opposition was giving about, legislation and criminal legislation, and he made a point of saying that he will use every tool at his resource to impose his laws. His laws. As if he's the supreme leader and he's the end of all. You just use the notwithstanding clause and you can just bring in whatever laws you want. It's as easy as that. Something, by the way, Madam Speaker, that has never been done by the federal government since we've had our Charter of Rights. And it's very, very alarming when the Leader of the Opposition starts making these claims. Because what he's basically doing is he's saying, yeah, I have an idea, I have a law, this is the way the law is going to be, and I'm going to impose it, and if you got a problem with it, you can vote me out in a number of years later on, regardless of the fact that it might not be constitutional. I mean, what is the point in even having a constitution, Madam Speaker, if you don't believe in protecting minority rights? Because a constitution is about protecting minority rights. Well, I have an answer to why Conservatives are acting like this. Because in my opinion, Madam Speaker, Conservatives don't care about the Constitution. And that's, Madam Speaker, because these Conservatives are just a reincarnation of the old Reform Party. The Brian Mulroney Conservatives are gone. Flora MacDonald, who came from my riding, a progressive Conservative, would not even recognize what she's seeing over there right now. This is the Reform Party, the former Reform Party of Canada. And as we know, they were never in favor of the Constitution. That's right. Stephen Harper, actually, here. Okay, so good. Okay. Well, they're being honest. And this is the first time that I have accused the Conservative Party of being the former Reform Party. I've said this many times in the House, but now they're actually applauding it. So I respect, in all honesty, I respect their honesty on the matter. I respect where Conservatives are coming from. I respect that they're being honest about it, and I mean that genuinely. So they're the Reform Party. They don't believe in the Constitution. And that's just the way that it is. And so what we have is we have the Leader of the Opposition who's routinely dangling the opportunity or suggesting I will use the notwithstanding clause as I see fit to ensure that all the laws that I think of the land that should be subject to the land shall be there. We have a constitution for a reason, Madam Speaker, and that reason is to protect minorities and to protect the rights of minorities. That was the whole intent of it. You know, the member, and you know, in fairness, I respect the fact that they're so open about it, because the member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rio Lake said on Friday, he said, let's just be clear. We will only use the notwithstanding clause when it comes to using it for the purposes of criminal justice. Interesting. That sounds reasonable, doesn't it? At least to the layperson. But let's just think about what he's saying. He's saying, as it relates to criminal matters, we are open and willing to use the notwithstanding clause. If this Reform Party had had the same approach in the 1990s, they could have used that notwithstanding clause when the Supreme Court overturned the criminal offense of performing an abortion. So what we're talking about here, Madam Speaker, is we're talking about the Conservative Party of Canada literally starting to talk about restricting and removing rights of Canadians. This issue matters to me, Madam Speaker. I have a 5-year-old daughter, and I want to make sure that my daughter grows up in the world with the same rights that her mother had. I can't believe that we are even having this discussion about rolling back a woman's right to choose. The member from Peace River Westlock today presented on behalf of his constituents said that he wanted to roll back the charter decision and ask the government to bring in more restrictive rights, more restrictive measures for individuals who are trying to exercise, and in particular women who are trying to exercise their right to choose. We are entering very dangerous territory with this rhetoric. I know where their political angle is. They think, well, the average person won't know what the notwithstanding clause is or what it means or what the implications are, so it really doesn't matter. We will just sound good in what we're saying and people will believe us. And you know what? I'm not going to weigh in on whether or not I believe that to be right or wrong, but I will say that even just using that language and going down that road of being willing to treat people in a manner in which you can make sure that you can do things because they're not going to be paying attention is extremely dangerous. And that's what we're seeing. It cannot be a coincidence, Madam Speaker, that literally while in the United States of America, almost a year ago to the day, when Roe v. Wade was overturned, that suddenly conservatives are feeling empowered and emboldened to start having these discussions now. You would not have heard that come from conservatives a year ago, 2 years ago, 5 years ago. Stephen Harper intentionally avoided talking about it because he didn't want to come anywhere near the matter, even though he may have had his own personal opinions on the Constitution. He never went near it because he knew it wasn't smart to do so. Right. What this leader of the opposition is doing is he is looking at the opportunities in the States, parroting the alt-right MAGA Republican politics of the States, and trying to utilize those exact same talking points and those exact same way of operating in Canada. And Madam Speaker, I will commit to any and every Canadian that's watching this, and indeed in Canada, that I will do everything that I personally can to ensure that the Constitution and the Charter of Rights continues to be something that means something and continues to be something that they can rely on to protect the rights of minorities in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I know that my colleague there was filling the clock because he didn't have that much to say, so he went on a whole bunch of things that had nothing to do with this Budget Implementation Act, but just his rhetoric. Defending the Constitution, he says, well, where was he when he was defending the Constitution? When the Emergencies Act came out and Canadians' bank accounts were frozen. I'll ask him that question, but I'll also ask him, because he's very proud of somebody in his riding who went and got a bunch of petitions to present to Parliament to actually start food banks as a national program, because this is something that's pardon me, he's right, I misspoke there, actual food in schools program, because this is something that had to be done nationally, not locally, not provincially, it's nationally. I'm going to ask him, in Calgary, food bank usage is up significantly, and their carbon tax is up significantly. Does he draw any connection here about the pain his government has caused Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Deputy Government House Leader.
I have a very good memory, Madam Speaker. This member asked me a question the last time that I talked about the budget, only a couple weeks ago, and he did the exact same thing that he did this time. He didn't listen to what I said. He chose to listen to certain parts of it. Had he listened, he would have known that I talked about the fact that this is a local program in my community where I went with my family to help them put together boxes of food to distribute to schools. I specifically talked about food banks and how I find it ironic that Conservatives sit here and talk about food banks and talk about the hardships of Canadians, yet this member, while he stands there trying to preach me about Canadian usage of food banks, won't even support a national school food program to put money or to put food in the bellies of children while they start their day at school. With all due respect, Madam Speaker, I take a lot from Conservatives, but I will not be lectured on food programs, and in particular school food programs, from a Conservative member.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to know, for 3 years now, the Liberals have been repeating that they recognize the decline of French in Quebec, that they were going to do something about it to protect and promote French in Quebec. But we've seen nothing done, nothing in the latest budget. So when are they going to, what does my colleague think of that? Do they want to protect French in Quebec, or do they just want to let this decline carry on?
Madam Speaker, I am extremely proud to live in a country that recognizes that we have two official languages, being of English and French. I am very proud and to be somebody that spends a lot of time in Quebec, as my cottage is in Quebec. I'm very proud of the amount of time that I've spent personally going to La Quebec in Quebec City to learn French. I want to say, Madam Speaker, that, you know, this member might find some shortfalls in this particular budget as it relates to new opportunities for what he's suggesting, but certainly it is of my view that we are a better country as a result of everything that has come of having two official languages. It makes us better, it makes us more diverse, it makes us more robust, and it makes us a better country. That's why, you know, even though the Bloc Québécois is a political party that wishes they weren't even sitting in this House of Commons and they weren't even part of Canada, I know that my part of Canada and where I live in Ontario is a better country because of Quebec and Quebec's participation in our country.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. We just had a vote, a historic vote in the House of Commons where Conservatives and members of the Bloc blocked the Pharmacare bill. And what we see now is Conservatives again speaking out against school lunches. We saw them attack and try to destroy the dental care program, which thankfully has been a huge success already. 15,000 people in the first 72 hours, seniors, able to access dental care, sometimes for the very first time. And many of them in Conservative-held ridings, and yet Conservatives have blocked these programs that are going to make a difference for people. They blocked affordable housing, and we saw, of course, during the 10 dismal, horrible years of the Harper regime, how they were willing to destroy services for veterans, force seniors to work longer, rip away supports for families. The worst 10 years in Canadian history were under the Harper regime. I think this government can do more, there's no doubt, but we cannot go back to the dismal years of Conservative rule. So I wanted to ask my colleague what he thinks motivates Conservatives when they're blocking all of these things that will actually make a difference for people living through an affordability crisis. Why are Conservative MPs blocking things that will help their own constituents?
The Honourable Member, Government Deputy House Leader.
Well, for starters, we call them Conservatives. They have the same color blue, and they use the same name, but I would argue that this is actually the Reform Party. You know, I think that it's entirely appropriate to question whether or not they're even conservatives, because quite frankly, although she is no longer with us, I'm sure that Flora MacDonald from Kingston and the Islands would look at this Conservative Party and say, wait, hold on a second, this really isn't what I represented when I was in this place. But, you know, the member brought up Conservatives' position on pharmacare. I was here to listen to that debate on pharmacare. Do you know how many Conservatives after Conservatives got up and said, only 1 in 5 Canadians wants this? As though 1 in 5 Canadians needing something doesn't qualify us to actually do something about it. No, what's going on, and to answer the member's question about what's the Conservative motivation, is they know that those 1 in 5 Canadians are not who they're banking on to vote for them. They know that those 1 in 5 Canadians are some of the most vulnerable in our communities that actually really need access to pharmacare, and they're willing to brush them aside because they know that they're not of the 4 out of 5 or contained within the 4 out of 5, those that they actually do rely on for their votes.
Questions and comments, the member for Kitchener Centre.
You holy smoke, 4 to 5 voted in the islands about Division 38 of C69. It's where they've put in some amendments to the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act with respect to sending detained immigrants to federal penitentiaries. Now, not only are jails the most expensive way to house a person in this country, but human rights groups like Amnesty International have been sounding the alarm about this at a time when all 10 provinces have already committed to ending their immigration detention agreements. Instead of following the province's lead and working to end immigration detention, why is the federal government planning to use federal prisons for immigration detention?
The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
I will admit to the member that I don't have the exact details on his question, but here's what I will say to him, is that if human rights activists and others are pushing because they don't believe charter rights to be upheld, I can guarantee you of one thing, this Liberal government will not use the notwithstanding clause to impose their rules upon them. And this is exactly the rhetoric that we're hearing from the Conservative leader. He's basically saying, if I don't like the policy or the law, if I don't like the way that the courts want to treat my policy or law because they're unconstitutional, I'll just use the notwithstanding clause, and then I'll still get my law. I can guarantee that, member. I would never sit in a political party that used the notwithstanding clause in such a way as to be so precarious about how and when to use it just to impose the Supreme Leader's decisions, the Supreme Leader being the leader of the Conservative Party.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, just very quickly, you know, in the last year in formulation of the budget, we've seen the Prime Minister come to Winnipeg 3 times. One time it was to talk at Stanley Knowles for about childcare. We had another time in which he came to Winnipeg and again having meetings with the Premier of the province to talk about health care. And then again, just more recently about housing. Really important issues. The leader of the Conservative Party, on the other hand, he goes out and he's talking to groups such as Diagolon. When he makes reference to this extreme right and the Reform Party actually sitting across the way, I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts in terms of who's the Conservatives actually listening to.
Brief answer from the Deputy House Leader.
Right, Madam Speaker, and the Prime Minister and this, our cabinet, is willing to work directly with municipalities to do the important work that they need to do. Where the Prime Minister is engaged in communicating with premiers, even those that he doesn't see politically eye to eye with quite often. And on the other hand, we have the Leader of the Opposition who's literally going out and insulting mayors of major cities in this country, hanging out with Diagolon and far-right extremists that support some radical views, and that's the reality of what we're dealing with here. We are set up, Madam Speaker, to have a choice just like they're having in the United States between a far-right person like Donald Trump and Joe Biden. We're going to have the exact same thing here, and people can make their choice.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House of the questions to be raised tonight.
For Peace River Westlock, carbon pricing. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, Public Services and Procurement. And the Honourable Member for Calgary Centre, carbon pricing. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Mégantic-Lérable.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time this afternoon with my colleague, the Honourable Member for Barrie-Innisfil. Madam Speaker, after 9 years, this Prime Minister still doesn't get it. There's a lot he doesn't seem to understand. He doesn't understand that budgets do not balance themselves. He doesn't understand that we can't indefinitely live off taxpayer dime. He still doesn't understand that leading a nation involves a lot more than smiling for the camera. After 9 years, this Prime Minister clearly hasn't understood that Canadians are sick and tired of paying for his incompetence and his government's incompetence. Why do I say incompetence, Madam Speaker? Well, after 9 years, the quality of life of too many Canadian families has suffered from his inflationism. Everything's more expensive: food, rent, mortgages, everything we have to buy on credit, meals at the restaurant, hotel, absolutely everything is more expensive. The Liberal Prime Minister has grown the public service exponentially, which means that the government, too, also costs way more after 9 years of this Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, the Liberal government hired an additional 100,000 public servants. 100,000. With so many new civil servants working for the state, one might expect that the quality of service would have improved. Well, passports are not being issued faster. We have a family reunification process. That's one of our immigration streams. So one might expect that with these new hires that it would be easy to talk to someone at immigration, someone about EI, because 100,000 new public servants means 200,000 new hands working on the problems of Canadians and trying to find solutions. So that's what we would expect, but that's not how it has played out, despite all the money that this government has spent to balloon the civil service. The Prime Minister and his government have created so much chaos that even 100,000 more public servants were not able to undo 9 years of inaction. Passport, people waiting for EI payments, thousands of Canadians who have to reimburse the government to repay thousands of dollars because the government failed with its pandemic programs. Now let's talk about immigration. The former immigration minister succeeded in creating the worst ever management crisis at Immigration Canada, but also harmed 1 million people. That's who has been named the housing minister to fix the housing crisis in this country. What does the Prime Minister have to say to Cédric Dussault? He's a spokesperson of the Renters Association of Quebec and says renters write to us with very clear suicidal plans. They are desperate. They cannot stand it anymore. That's where we are at. End of quote. This is what Canada is like after 9 years of this Prime Minister. And that's just a quick overview of Liberal incompetence, Madam Speaker. In addition to having hired tens of thousands of public servants, this government has quite literally doubled what it spends on external consultants. This spending is often unjustified. I'll give you an example. Arrive Can. $60 million of taxpayer money was spent on this application. That was created in a basement by two people with no knowledge of computer systems. The app was supposed to cost $80,000, but with cost overruns, it ended up costing $60 million. Now, let's travel back in time to 2015. This Prime Minister promised Canadians that he would run teeny tiny deficits, $10 billion deficits, to balance the books within 4 years. He was unable to follow that promise, to uphold it, but also He indebted Canada more than all prime ministers before him. And I'm not talking about prime ministers consecutively and comparing them as individuals. No, if you add up the debt of all Canadian prime ministers all together, this prime minister alone racked up more debt than all of them. The debt went from $700 billion to $1.3 trillion. $1.3 trillion. I never thought that I would have to use the word trillion in this House. This just goes to show how out of control this Prime Minister's spending has been. We have to pay debt service charges on this massive debt. Canadians have to pay $57 billion a year in debt service charges. Now, what is $57 billion? How do we put that into context? Because the numbers have gotten so large that it's hard to visualize them. Well, that's the equivalent of all GST that is collected on goods and services. So think about that. Every time you pay GST, it's not being used to improve the environment, national defense, social housing. No. It is paying the interest on this Prime Minister's debt. This Prime Minister has caused debt to skyrocket to such an extent that he doesn't even seem to understand the impact that his spending has on Canadians. His spending increases inflation. That caused the price of everything to rise, that forces the Bank of Canada to keep interest rates high. That is the track record after 9 years of this Prime Minister, and this budget is more of the same. It's spending upon spending upon spending. There's corruption, more and more corruption being exposed day after day. This is the spitting image of an incompetent Prime Minister who is not worth the cost. Now, I'd like to take this opportunity to talk about something that's been of concern to me since I entered politics 25 years ago. It's something that makes me very happy about my decision to be a Quebec Conservative. No matter what the Liberal does, no matter what the left suggests, be it the Bloc Québécois, the Liberals, the NDP, someone always pays for all their great decisions, and that's Canadians, Quebecers who work hard to pay off their homes, to ensure decent education for their children, Quebecers who do volunteer work to help those who are in need. The only person who pays for all this spending, it's not the Prime Minister, it's not his ministers, it's not the Liberal government, it's you, through your hard work. Who's paying higher prices for gas because someone thought that it might be an idea for gas prices to rise because then people would buy less gas and drive less? Some are paying more for electricity because it's bad to use too much electricity, and people will understand once it's too expensive that they should use less of it. So who's paying at the end of the day? The carbon tax, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister himself, when asked about the rising price of gas, even before, at the beginning of inflation, he said, that's exactly what we want. We want Canadians to pay more for gas. What's worse, left-leaning parties like the Bloc Québécois support the carbon tax. And they also might want to talk about carbon pricing in Quebec, but the carbon tax and carbon pricing in Quebec will drastically rise. Who's paying? Canadians are paying. Quebecers are paying. Every time one of these left-leaning parties has some brilliant new idea, who's paying for these services, this ballooned public service? You can guess. Big surprise, you. It's you who's paying for all of that, and will continue to pay for all that as long as we have a Liberal government. That's why, Madam Speaker, the Conservatives have a common sense plan. We are going to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. The Bloc Québécois does not want to, but we have a common sense plan. We have a common sense plan to give Canadians back their pride so that they'll realize that things were not like this before the Liberals. And it won't be like this anymore once they're no longer the government.
Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. And the question that I have for my colleague across the way is that we've heard Conservative or Reform, however one might want to address members opposite, stand in their place and say that the federal government doesn't have a role to play in health care. We heard them say that they do not support a pharmacare program. Yet a vast majority of Canadians want to see a Canada health system that reflects the Canada Health Act and see the value of a pharmacare program. Can the member clearly indicate why he and the Reform Party / Conservative Party doesn't believe that the federal government has a role to play when it comes to a national health care system?
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable.
The Liberal Party of Canada. J'ai pas de leçons à recevoir des gens.
I will not be taking any lessons from Liberals. Because, Madam Speaker, every day we read the headlines, we watch television, we see very compelling testimony of, for instance, mothers who can't find housing for July 1st. In Quebec, there are important dates in housing, and July 1st is one of them. Mothers have to find a place to live, but they end up having to live in their minivans, Madam Speaker. We hear from businesses which have to declare bankruptcy because it's so expensive to pay for input, to pay interest, so their expenses are beyond what they can handle. Bankruptcies among small businesses are up 130% in Quebec over the past 3 years. It's unacceptable. And I always ask myself why the Liberals avoid talking about these topics that are so important to Canadians in their daily lives. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Quebecers, what they're suffering from is the costly Conservative Liberal coalition for the oil and gas monarchy of Canada. Billions of dollars every year are being spent on gas and also on the monarchy. Conservatives, what do they do about it? They sing God Save the Queen. And we are paying huge amounts to support oil and gas sector gluttons. In 2023 alone, $18 billion were given to them. $65 billion went to oil and gas, big oil, over the past 4 years. Conservatives, they applaud that. They want even more money for that sector. So that's what's expensive for Quebecers. It costs a lot to vote Conservative. The Honourable Member. Oh, that's so hypocritical. Such hypocrisy. The Bloc Québécois voted to support an additional $500 billion in spending by this government. That's what makes everything more expensive right now. That member who asked the question voted in favor of additional money to build the pipeline. They won't shout it from the rooftops, but they voted for extra budget appropriations for pipelines. The Bloc Québécois, say that Canadians are not paying enough taxes. They want to radically increase gas taxes so that people drive less. Canadians are being made to pay more for ideology. That's Bloc Québécois hypocrisy, and it's typical.
North Island Power River.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, there's the microphone. Thank you so much, and I thank the member for his speech. One of the things that I admit that I do have concerns about in this budget is the lack of funding for First Nations languages. We've heard clearly from the First Nations Peoples Cultural Council that this is a significant concern. For myself, I think about the many communities that are working with North Island College in my region to set up classes to teach language. I think about Namgis, which has a facility where they nest young people to learn the language in Tla'amin that's doing something very similar. And I'm just wondering if the member shares my concern around First Nations languages in this budget.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. A brief reply. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, not only do I share these concerns of First Nations, in my riding there are not many First Nations representatives, but I was proud to see that Chief Bill Morin just joined the Conservative Party and will be one of our candidates in the upcoming election. We're very proud to have such a high caliber of candidates who will work with us to improve the everyday lives of First Nations everywhere in Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member of Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to stand up on behalf of the people of Barrie Innisfil in the House of Commons, and in this case in particular to discuss the Budget Implementation Act. Madam Speaker, if you listen to the Liberals, and I've been in the House for most of today, you'd almost get the sense that Canadians have never had it so good as what they have right now. And the member from Ajax stood up before, and I recall asking him a question about Canada's productivity. We're seeing productivity decline, investment decline, capital investment decline, other than government investment, decline to a point where our productivity is heading into developing nation status right now. The ability of Canadians to, obviously have some sort of lifestyle or provide for a quality of life for themselves is clearly diminishing after 9 years of this now NDP Liberal government. And there is not one day that I'm in my Barrie Innisfil office, not one phone call, not one email that is telling me that their life is better after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government. In fact, Madam Speaker, I would say that we spend most of our time, and my staff in my Barrie Innisfil office, walking people in off the ledge because they're so concerned about their economic future. I recall a couple of months ago, I had a senior come into my office who had to renew his mortgage. Unfortunately, he had a mortgage, had to renew it. And if with the new interest rates, mortgage renewal rates the way they are, he was only going to be left with $600 at the end of the month, Madam Speaker, $600 to pay his property taxes, to pay his heat, to pay his hydro, and to buy groceries. I mean, that's an indictment on 9 years of failed economic policy, and it's having a severe impact on Canadians right across this country. So this budget does nothing to address that. In fact, I'll subscribe that it actually makes things worse for Canadians, and especially younger generation Canadians who in 2015 voted for this Prime Minister because he was talking about providing them with hope over fear, all of those things that the Prime Minister was talking about, that things were going to be better for the next generation, when in fact, Madam Speaker, things have gotten worse. Young people right now don't feel like they've been lied to and let down. They feel like they've been left behind. Not just lied to or let down, left behind by 9 years of this Liberal NDP government. And I'll go one step further. Any young person that I talk to right now, they don't just feel that, but they're despondent right now because they don't feel like they're going to have the same opportunities as what their parents had. Because they've done everything right. They've gone to university. They've got educated. In some cases, some of them are working 3 or 4 jobs just to get by. But they still, because of the economic policies of this government, cannot afford to buy a home, can't afford to come up with the down payment to buy a home. And those that have are now facing a mortgage renewal crisis that this country hasn't seen in generations, where moms are being kept up at night trying to figure out how they're going to pay for their mortgages because mortgage rates have tripled as a result of the failed economic policies of this Liberal government. And when you look at when you listen to the Liberal government, it's almost like they don't realize that they've been in government for 9 years, that they've created the mess that we're in right now because of those failed economic policies. Madam Speaker, when you inject as much liquidity into the system and you create as much debt and deficit that we're dealing with right now, what do you think is going to happen? And the Leader of the Opposition was predicting this 3 or 4 years ago, that we were going to see interest rates increase as a result, because the only lever that the Bank of Canada has to curb inflation is to raise interest rates. And we've heard from former Liberal finance ministers, from former Bank of Canada governors that keep saying the same thing. It's almost as if the Bank of Canada is pressing on the brakes while this Liberal government is pouring more fuel on the inflationary fires. And no greater example of that than is within this budget. $40 billion in additional spending, $56.1 billion in interest costs just to service the debt, a debt that has been doubled by this Prime Minister because of his insatiable appetite to spend, putting at risk the economic prosperity of millions and millions of young Canadians, including my kids, Madam Speaker. $56.1 billion. That's more than we spend in healthcare transfers to the provinces, and it's almost an equal amount to what we take in on the GST. And it was former NDP leader Thomas Mulcair who said just shortly after the budget that the GST, which is designed to pay for many of the services that Canadians rely on every time somebody goes out and fills up their car with gas, goes out for dinner, buys a ticket to something, they pay the GST, and they pay it knowing that it's designed to go towards providing for that social safety net that Canadians rely on in this country. But right now, Madam Speaker, almost every single penny of the GST is going towards servicing the cost of the debt accumulated by this Prime Minister and this failed NDP Liberal experiment. And as Tom Mulcair said, it's no longer the GST, it's the DST, the debt service tax. And he couldn't have been more correct, Madam Speaker. And so this generational fairness that this government is hiding behind, this generational mess that they've created for younger Canadians, is not going to be fixed by this budget. It's going to be fixed, Madam Speaker, by a government that lives within its means, a government who focuses on the revenue side of the ledger rather than just solely the expense side of the ledger. And what I mean by that is not attacking those income-producing sectors of our economy that have historically created great wealth for our nation, like our natural resource sector, like our agriculture sector. All of those have contributed greatly to not just providing for that social safety net, but also to being able to provide for Canadians as well. And in the natural resource sector, Madam Speaker, we have a big role to play in providing clean Canadian energy to the rest of the world. And no greater example of that was when the President of Germany came to Canada begging for LNG. It's the #1 issue, energy security, that Europe is facing right now. He came to Canada, and our Prime Minister shooed him away as though there was no business case for that. And yet, 2 weeks later, that same German Chancellor signed a $27 billion deal with Qatar, with less environmental standards, less labor standards, less human rights standards, $27 billion going to Qatar that could have come to Canada to be used to improve health care, to be used to improve education, and to be used to improve the quality of life of not just the next generation, but future generations to come. And so we've seen an increase, Madam Speaker, in housing costs. We've seen that rent has doubled. We've seen house prices have doubled. We're seeing mortgage rates that in some cases have tripled. And hundreds of thousands of homes are now due for mortgage renewal. And these next couple of months, and this budget, will do nothing to allay the fears that those moms have when they go to renew their mortgage, already facing an increasing affordability crisis and a housing attainability crisis. And the last thing I want to focus on, Madam Speaker, is the fact that this government has raised the carbon tax again by 23%. And that's not the end of it. We're $80 a ton right now. We're heading up to $170. After the 2019 election, this government said that it would never go up past $50 a ton. We're already past that point. And it's expected to double, Madam Speaker, which is going to increase the cost of everything, the necessities of life. It's going to increase the cost of housing costs. It's going to increase the cost of groceries. It's going to increase the cost of transporting goods. Everything will become more expensive in this country. And as our productivity continues to decline, Madam Speaker, so too will the quality of life for Canadians. And I'm going to vote against this budget because it does nothing to improve a quality of life for future generations or this generation today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, think of the improvement of the quality of life for the thousands of young people that are going to have the opportunity to gain employment through companies like the VW plant, Canada's largest manufacturing plant, Madam Speaker. 200 football fields could fit into it. Not to mention the Honda plant. We're not alone. Not only does the Liberal government see that, so does the progressive Conservative government in Ontario, because they are also supporting these two initiatives. We are supporting industries, and yes, it does cost money. Can the member from the Reform Party tell us why it is that they oppose this type of investments when we see progressive Conservatives getting behind it?
The Honourable for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thought I made a pretty substantive argument as to why, in some cases, this budget was not going to work for Canadians. And if the honourable member wants to sit here and hurl insults, that's his prerogative to do. The fact is that we don't know. We don't know. In the absence of seeing any of the contracts that have been signed, either through Stellantis or Volkswagen, the only thing we know that there are billions and billions of government subsidies that are being applied to these plants, on the credit card, by the way, because again, we are at $1.4 trillion in debt. And just last week, the finance minister announced that she wanted to increase that debt ceiling by another $295 billion to $2.1 billion. Why doesn't the government provide confidence for Canadians and show just where that work is going to come from? Because all we're hearing right now is that there's a lot of temporary foreign workers, non-Canadians, that are going to be working in those plants. So show us the proof, Madam Speaker. That's all we ask for.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, once upon a time, Quebecers and Conservatives who voted Conservatives could be ensured that government autonomy would be respected and that governments wouldn't meddle in provincial affairs. And yet, Conservatives voted against our motion calling on the government not to meddle in provincial affairs and to allow provinces to withdraw from federal programs with full compensation so that redundant spending would not occur. Could the honourable member help me to square that circle and tell us what he would do to prevent government interference?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I fundamentally believe that we're here in Ottawa. The federal government has a role to play in assisting the provinces, but the provincial jurisdictions, clearly must be respected. And I can tell you that our leader respects provincial jurisdiction, will work with the premiers of every province in order to ensure that we have a confederation that is functioning and united, not divided, like this Prime Minister has a tendency to do, divide us along regional lines, race lines, faith lines, gender lines, the health status of your neighbor, and now by creating a new class war, another reason to divide people. I believe that if we're going to have a functioning confederacy, we need a Prime Minister that respects not just provincial jurisdiction, but also works with the provinces and provincial leaders as well.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Skeena-Balclay Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through to the member for Barrie Innisfil. The federal budget includes a commitment to start a procurement process to replace Via Rail's long-distance fleet. These are some of the oldest rolling stock used by passenger trains in the whole world, built in the 1950s, and are sorely in need of replacement. I wonder what the Conservative Party's position is on replacing the long-distance passenger trains that are used by Via Rail.
Answer from the Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, clearly, Madam Speaker, the country is in a desperate need of infrastructure replacement, not just from a rail standpoint. The difficulty that I have with this budget, frankly, is that it doesn't necessarily focus all of its attention on that. I see a lot of debt, I see a lot of deficit, and I see problems for future generations who are going to be caught up in many of the projects, many of the issues that this budget faces, Madam Speaker, not the least of which is the ability for young people to have hope for their future being weighed down in mountains of debt and deficit as well. So we need to control spending as well. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise.
Sorry, I just also wanted to remind members that we're at the 10-minute. There's no more 20-minute speeches, so I just wanted to remind members that we are doing 10-minute speeches. This is where we are now. So the honourable member for Charlottetown.
Pleased to know, Madam Speaker, that suits me just fine. I'm pleased to rise today for 10 minutes or less to speak on the Budget Implementation Act and how Budget 2024 impacts the good people of Charlottetown, who I'm proud to represent. I'd like to start by congratulating the Minister of Finance and Deputy Prime Minister for her hard work in judiciously addressing the most pressing priorities of Canadians while being mindful of spending. We've heard lots of discourse in recent weeks on the budget deficit, but not near enough on the importance of investing to meet the needs of those who need it most. Canadians deserve a government that can invest in the supports they need to live safe, healthy lives while managing spending over the longer term. Far and away, the most important issue for Islanders is consistently health care. This budget reaffirms the government's commitment to allocate $200 billion over 10 years to strengthen universal public health care. Through bilateral agreements signed by the federal government with all provinces and territories, this budget continues to work collaboratively to deliver good quality public health care for all Canadians. Budget 2024 also commits $1.5 billion over 5 years into the first National Pharmacare Plan. This includes free contraception, which allows every woman to choose the method of contraception that works for her, covers diabetes medication, improving the lives of 3.7 million Canadians living with diabetes. In Prince Edward Island, the 2023 pilot program, Improving Access to Affordable Prescription Drugs, had previously reduced copays to $5 for eligible medications used for cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and mental health. This program also substantially grew the size of the formulary in Prince Edward Island to bring it on par with the other Atlantic provinces. The National Pharmacare program further expands on increasing accessibility of life-saving drugs for Canadians. In my home province of Prince Edward Island, 1 in 3 Islanders lives with diabetes or pre-diabetes. This investment will go a long way towards supporting them and preventing further complications by reducing the cost barrier to finding appropriate medication. Finally, Budget 2024 introduces the Canadian Dental Care Program. Over the next year, more than 9 million Canadians who are currently without health insurance will have access to the dental care they need. I'd like to underline here that I understand the apprehensions of dentists and other oral care providers in signing on to the program. The Minister of Health has been remarkably proactive in hearing these concerns and working to address them. We are already seeing progress. I'm confident that providers will do the right thing and work with the federal government to address their concerns and to work in the interest of 400,000 seniors who've already signed up to the program from coast to coast. Madam Speaker, I had the opportunity to meet in my office with a group of dentists, including the president of the PEI Dentists Association. They went through the list of preoccupations they had with the program, but they ended on a very positive note, and that is, to a person, every single dentist, every single oral health care provider is there for their patients, acting in the best interest of their patients. And the demand for this program and the need for this program, as has been manifest by the number of people who have signed up, I am confident that healthcare providers will, at the end of the day, act in the best interest of their patients to help ensure the success of the program. I firmly believe that, and I have faith in them to do that. I also have faith in the minister to ensure that their concerns will be met. The second priority I'd like to talk about is housing. There are several commendable measures in this budget, too many to list, but I would like to touch on a few of them. The first is the additional $400 million investment in the Housing Accelerator Fund, which has been fast-tracking the construction of 750,000 new homes over the next decade since its launch. In my province, the Housing Accelerator Fund agreements with municipalities will lead to 895 new homes over the next 3 years across the province, 300 of which will be in the capital city of Charlottetown. This is a program that works. This is a program that's much sought after by municipalities. This is a program that's exceptionally popular. This is a program that will continue to deliver the affordable, sustainable housing that Canadians need. Another initiative I'd like to speak to is about the removal of GST on student residences in post-secondary institutions. Prince Edward Island is home to over 8,000 students. This initiative will help these institutions provide safe housing for students on campus. It is something that is a preoccupation of university presidents. I've had conversations with them. It is a welcome initiative from the government, recognizing an important need, both on PEI and across the country. This budget, in fact, significantly invests in post-secondary education and in the futures of millennials and Gen Z as youth as they navigate the educational landscape. Indeed, with investments in new strategic research infrastructure and federal research support, core research grants, and increases into the Canada Student Grants and Canada Student Loans Budget 2024 set students up for success, ensuring that anyone can have access to world-class post-secondary education without cost barriers. This will also ensure that Canada remains at the forefront of innovative research and technology in a rapidly changing global environment. Not only does the budget work for post-secondary students, but it also establishes a national school food program providing nutritious meals to 400,000 children from K to 12 every year. And while schools remain under provincial jurisdiction, the $10 a day childcare bilateral agreements from coast to coast show that our government is more than capable of collaborating with progressive provinces and territories to support those who need it most. Much like the Quebec early learning and childcare infrastructure informed $10 a day childcare, the Prince Edward Island School Food Program can serve as a successful template to model a national program. I was pleased to have the minister responsible tour and see the Prince Edward Island program in broad light in the last 3 or 4 months. The program was launched in 2020. It served 600,000 meals in 2023 and will serve an estimated 800,000 meals this year. There is much to learn from the structure and impacts of this program, and it can certainly be scaled up to meet national needs. This government has worked hard to lift children out of poverty, and the school food program will continue to do so, ensuring that they have access to the nutrition they need now to prepare them for tomorrow. I'd like to speak about some measures that will positively impact Prince Edward Island in particular. In Budget 2024, the government proposes extending 5 more weeks of employment insurance payouts to seasonal workers for another 2 years. While this does fall short of returning Prince Edward Island to one EI zone, it does extend much needed relief to the almost 3,000 seasonal workers on PEI. Another measure in the budget is freezing the Confederation Bridge tolls and maintaining ferry fees to Nova Scotia until 2026. These measures are important in keeping travel from PEI to the rest of the country affordable. It will benefit Islanders who regularly travel for work, see their loved ones, or to access health care. I was also pleased to see the establishment of a new Biduamguk, a national park reserve on the north coast of Prince Edward Island. Not only does this area have ecological significance due to its low contact with humans, but it is also important in understanding and preserving Mi'kmaq culture and settlement patterns. It is thus an important initiative that will help us interpret the past while protecting biodiversity into the future. Through these measures and more, Budget 2024 delivers a sound plan for Canadians I am proud to support. It solidifies the economy, supports the middle class and those working hard to join it, and truly delivers fairness for every generation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member Courtney Alberni.
Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague. He's the chair at Health Committee, and I really do want to commend him for the important work he does there, because it's a difficult committee to be running these days, especially the toxic drug crisis study that we're doing. But he's also a coastal MP, Madam Speaker, and he knows how important the Ghost Gear Fund is to coastal people, to removing polystyrene, plastic pollution. Ghost Gear is about 70% of the plastics we find in our oceans. We have the longest coastline in the world. We just hosted the INC4. And what do? In this budget, they removed the funding for the Ghost Gear Fund. So maybe through you, Madam Speaker, will my colleague be going back to the minister and demanding that they reinstate this world-class program? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his comments. I can assure him and assure you that the Health Committee is more manageable, in part because of his presence. And with regards to his question on Ghost Gear, this problem has dramatically increased in our part of the world thanks to Hurricane Fiona. So the short answer to his question is yes. This is not the time to be cutting funding for programs to retrieve ghost gear, certainly not on the East Coast, and the fact that he's raising it means that that's probably also the case on the West Coast, and I would be happy to work with him to advocate for the reinstatement or the increase in funding on this issue.
Questions and comments? Gentleman for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for my colleague for his speech, but I do have to ask, as the chair of the Health Committee, someone who should have their finger on the pulse of the healthcare crisis that we're facing in just about every province and territory across this country, as the chair of the Health Committee, how can he possibly go back to his constituents or any Canadian and explain, as a result of this budget, we are paying $54.1 billion in taxpayer money just to manage the debt that this Liberal government is placing on Canadians? That is more than the funding that this government is spending or transferring to provinces and territories to cover health care. How does he go back to his constituents and explain that they are spending more on paying down the debt or managing that debt than they actually are on helping provinces with health care?
The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
I will go back to my constituents with immense pride with the investments that a confident country makes in its people, that investments that a confident country makes in the most pressing challenges of the day. When I go back to my riding and talk about this budget, what people are going to want to know about is health care. That is job one. The answer to that is $200 billion, and I'm proud to tell them that this government is investing in health care. And so absolutely no qualms about the fact that Canada has a AAA credit rating, something that only 2 of the 7 G7 countries can boast, that the debt to GDP ratio is among the tops in the world, that the OECD has indicated that we will be in that same category with respect to productivity by the end of 2025, that we're investing massively in clean energy in the industries of tomorrow. Yes, with great pride, I'll be happy to talk to my constituents about this budget. Thank you very much for the question.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The colleague mentioned the advances and the progress, the progressiveness of Quebec. And of course, there was the Charter of Human Rights and Freedoms in 76. There are protections for workers against scabs. That goes back to 77. Childcare in the late 90s. So we've shown more than once that when our taxes are returned to us, we use them well for the good of Quebecers. Why would the federal government keep intruding on Quebec's jurisdiction with this budget? The Honourable Member for Charlottetown. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I live on PEI, and we are always open to investment by the federal government. I understand Quebec's concerns. Their history is very different from ours. I'm convinced that we have a good relationship between the Government of Canada and the Government of Quebec. There are going to be hard conversations. Obviously, that will keep happening. But I do hope that the governments between provinces and the federal government will always be in the best interests of the people.
For North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's good to be here to speak on behalf of the amazing people of North Island Powell River on the budget bill. And I want to acknowledge that it is really hard times, and we know not only in Canada but in many countries across the planet we're seeing massive challenges during this time. And I think that what I feel fundamentally is that we have to raise the bar of dignity in this country so that people can live with dignity and respect. And we know that's not happening enough. And so what I thought I would do is talk a little bit about the things that I am supportive of in this budget and share some of my concerns. The first thing that I wanted to bring up is the launching of the new National School Food Program. Madam Speaker, my colleague, the member from Courtenay, Alberni, and I were with our leader in Comox Valley, and we were standing with Lush Valley, who does tremendous work in our region, providing food, safe food, local food, and they work with a lot of schools in that region to make sure that there's healthy food provided. And what they were very clear about was that they were grateful for how much the provincial government in BC had stood up and given funding, but they needed to see that funding matched because the need is increasing so much. And we know that young people across Canada are faced with challenges, and it's very hard to learn when you haven't had a breakfast. And I think, one of the things about this program that I fundamentally believe in is it has to be accessible for everyone. When we talk about dignity, it means making sure that what one person gets, the other person gets, and that there's no feeling of you go off and eat because we know you're poor. That is so destructive. So I'm really proud of the work that is being done here. I know that Lush Valley and many organizations across my riding will be grateful for this money because it will provide food in a way that is open and friendly and make sure that nobody, even these young children, lose their dignity in that sense. I was also happy to see the health transfer grow. It's not as much as I would necessarily like it to be, but in my riding, healthcare is, in some cases, at a pretty significant crisis point. The provincial government has stood up and done a lot of profound and important work, but there's still so much more that needs to be done, and that needs revenue. I think of the folks in Port Hardy. I was there not too long ago, and we were talking a lot about the fact that their emergency room is closed for several hours in the night, and how hard it is that when people have an emergency, they have to go to Port McNeill, or from Alert Bay, they have to take a ferry now instead of go to their hospital to get the help that they need. And, in my riding, there's a lot of people aging, and they want to age in place. They want to age in their communities because they know one another, they support one another, and that's really important. So I'm glad to see this increase. I really hope it supports these people in a meaningful way. We need to see health care being taken care of. We need emergency rooms open, and we need health care to be accessible. And we need to make sure that it helps people stay in their community of choice. We have a large country. That's something that is unique about Canada. but we need to make sure that it really helps. And I do appreciate as well the expanding of the Canada Student Loan Forgiveness Program to pharmacists, dentists, dental hygienists, midwives, early childhood educators, teachers, social workers, personal support workers, physiotherapists, and psychologists that choose to work for rural and remote regions. This is really important because it creates an attraction strategy to show people the beautiful places to live all across Canada. The one thing that I will say that concerns me about this is I don't see anything here that really would maximize retention. We know that a lot of people go to smaller communities, they live there for a few years, and all too often they leave once their student loans are paid off, for this example specifically. So we need to see support in terms of retention. And when I talk to healthcare providers, sometimes it's things like not enough childcare, not enough resources for them to do some of the things that they really need to do. But we need those services in rural and remote communities, and we know that once you settle in those communities, often your life is so much stronger because of the close connection of the community. But it is unfortunate right now because what we're seeing is this constant spinning door of people coming into the community and leaving. And we really need to look at retention. So happy this was done, want to see more retention. In terms of affordability, I was happy to see some of the work done around cracking down on predatory lending. We need to make sure that there is a higher level of account because too many people are low income and they're going to these lending places and they are having to pay such a high level of interest that they can never catch up. And I'm actually hearing this about people who are providing care for seniors who are making so little money that they're continuing to have to borrow just to make ends meet. And that creates a system that we don't want. And it does concern me because the other thing we know is that in the previous budget, we saw a commitment to making sure that people who are providing those services would get $25 at the very least. And we know that the provinces and territories haven't signed on to this. So something's not working to not make it attractive enough. But we need to see the wages of people who do that care work, that go into people's homes and help them, that go into long-term care facilities, into assisted living facilities and do that important care work. We know it's largely women, and unfortunately they're not being paid enough. And so I'm glad that there is some accountability to these lending organizations that are very predatory because the harms can be fundamentally bad and it really leaves people grasping. I was also really excited, and I want to thank the member from Courtenay Alberni for his incredible work. And we saw the doubling of the volunteer firefighters tax credit and the search and rescue volunteers tax credit from $3,000 to $6,000. Like, this is incredible. And I think what we need to understand is that in rural communities, they would not be able to get insurance in their homes if it wasn't for the amazing people volunteering as firefighters, because that creates some safety. So we have to make sure that those amazing volunteers actually get more. So this got us to $6,000. We want to see it even higher because we know that people who look after our communities and keep us safe like that, they need the recognition. You know, I am excited about the fact that we do see some money going into Indigenous loan guarantee programs. We need to see Indigenous communities getting the supports that they need to build the business. We know that our legislative agenda, both provincially and federally, has been to isolate Indigenous communities from participating in our economy for far too long. We're still trying to overcome some of those systematic problems, so it's good to see some movement. And I was also, pleased to see a little bit more tax for those who are making a ton of money off of the labor of everyday Canadians. So we know that there is an implementation of a 15% global minimum tax to ensure that large multinational corporations start to pay close to their fair share wherever they do business. And I think that's really important because it is about time that we see that. Some of the things that did concern me about this budget is I was glad that we came along and made sure that the Indigenous services did not see the big cut in funding that was being predicted, that they were forecasting. We worked really hard to make sure that that funding was not removed. I'm also very concerned about the First Nations funding for language. We've heard very clearly from the First Peoples Cultural Council that this is a big concern. And, you know, from my riding, I know that North Island College has worked with several communities, Indigenous communities across our riding to build courses where people can come in and learn the language, and that's for everybody. So it's quite profound to see both Indigenous people and non-Indigenous people coming to learn the language of the first people of the territory that they live on. I think of the Namgis Nation, who is creating a whole cultural revolution in their region, really helping children often who are exposed mostly, if not 100%, to their own language first for a period of time so that that language will be strong in them. And I know that Tla'amin near the Powell River is doing a lot of tremendous work in this area as well. So it's too bad to not see that language funding there because we know that that is a key part. So thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Questions, and well, before the questions, the Honourable Minister of Rural Economic Development.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I request that the ordinary hour of daily adjournment on the next sitting be 12 midnight, pursuant to an order made on Wednesday, February 28th, 2024. Thank you.
So, pursuant to order made on Wednesday, February 28th, the Minister's request to extend the said sitting is deemed adopted. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I really appreciated the member's approach to really taking us through this budget legislation and actually highlighting the work that's being done in a constructive way, and then also pushing the government to do more in areas that are of concern. I too hear from many constituents within the riding of Waterloo. There are a diversity of perspectives and concerns, and something that really something that I wanted to ask about was the importance of national programming, the importance of different political parties working together to deliver for Canadians, actually finding a way, a collaborative approach to push each other to do better and to do more. And I think about the National Food Program that was referred to, and a young constituent in my riding named Scarlett. And she just couldn't understand why some people had access to that food and others didn't. And to see this be part of our budget is something that she and her grandma were really excited about. So I would like to hear from the member as to the importance of actually finding a way forward to deliver for our constituents. And these programs that we're hearing about, are they programs we can take for granted, or should we be concerned with ensuring that there are protections into place to ensure that more Canadians benefit from these types of programs? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member through you for this very important question. And I appreciate, I've worked with her for a long time in committee, and I really appreciate her work ethic. I guess my response to this is, you know, we see a lot, and this is what I hear from my constituents, is sometimes we see the province doing a lot of work in BC. There's a lot of supports going in place in terms of providing food, providing housing, but there's not as much in terms of having the federal government pitch in and be a partner. And if we're going to deal with these big issues that are results of underfunding for multiple governments, not just a Liberal government, but also a Conservative government, these issues are too big to have just started recently. They're a cumulative reaction to underfunding for a long time. So I'm glad this funding is here, but we definitely need to see more resources on the ground. And I think, again, it just comes back to what's our bar of dignity and how low are we going to let people sink below it in our country.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to ask the Honourable Member, what was noticeably absent in this budget is specifically veterans issues, but the one issue that I've been seized with, and I know that this member has been seized with, is the issue of Persian Gulf War veterans, having them deemed as wartime status. 2 times in our nation's history have we done that, both with the Korean War veterans and then the Merchant Mariners, all of which were 30 years after service, were 30 years after the Persian Gulf War veterans. You know, the Minister of Defense and the Minister of Veterans Affairs have it within their power with one swell swoop of a pen that they could deem them as wartime service. And I'm wondering if the member is as disappointed as I am that we didn't see any of that in this budget.
North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for that question. I know him and I both have a shared passion for the people who served our country, and I am disappointed to see not very much for veterans. We've definitely seen that Persian veterans have been coming forward. I know that at committee, which I sit on, that there's been multiple motions trying to get to the study of that, to showcase the reality and acknowledge that these are veterans that are not receiving the amount of resources that they need to make it by in a way that is respectful. And that we have to acknowledge service and the detriments of that service, regardless of if it's called a war or not. And so I hope to get this done quickly. I hope the government will work with us, but I know collectively that we will be pushing this forward because it's about time that Persian Gulf veterans be treated the right way. I know my grandfather was a Korean vet, and it took them a long time to get acknowledged as well. But service is service, and we need to acknowledge that sacrifice.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleagues spoke a lot about the importance of helping people. Does she think that the oil patch needs a lot of help because the budget provides a tax credit from 15 to 40% depending on the carbon intensity? Mr. Speaker, does the member think that the oil patch really needs help, really needs more subsidies? The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for this really important question. And I don't think that the oil patch needs more supports right now. We know for a fact that we're seeing this industry make more money than it has in the last 30 years. The cost at the pump is directly linked to profits going to people in those companies and to their stakeholders, and it's not the working people who are getting the benefit. So I think that the government needs to take accountability for that and make sure that the people working hard get the resources, not seeing our money as taxpayers going to make stakeholders' lives easier, shareholders, sorry.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Sudbury.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sudbury.
Opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to participate in today's debate in support of Bill C-69, the Budget Implementation Act. Today, too many young Canadians feel as though the deck is stacked against them. They can get a good job, they can work hard, but far too often, the reward of a middle-class life, a life that is secure, that is comfortable, prosperous, remains out of reach. C'est pourquoi
That's why we're taking action today to ensure fairness for every generation. And we're stimulating the kind of economic growth that will enable every generation of Canadians to reach their full potential.
Mr. Speaker, to ensure every Canadian succeeds in the 21st century, we must grow our economy to be more innovative and more productive. To do this, the government's economic plan is investing in the technologies, incentives, and supports that are critical to increasing productivity, fostering innovation, and attracting more private investments in Canada. This is how we'll build an economy that unlocks new pathways for every generation to earn their fair share. Une économie compétitive est une économie.
A competitive economy is a clean and green one. There is no better proof that our $2.4 billion investments throughout the world. Last year in net zero. So Canada is really a leader in the world when it comes to attracting investments and taking advantage of the opportunities related to a green and clean economy. That's in fact why the government announced an economic plan for net zero with investments of over $160 billion. The plan has an unprecedented investment tax credits to attract investment through indicators representing $93 billion between now and 2024-2025. In our budget 2024, the government announced next steps of the plan to attract significant investment in Canada, to create well-paying jobs, and to accelerate the development and deployment of clean energy and clean technology.
The legislation that I am here to discuss today delivers two investment tax credits the Clean Hydrogen and the Clean Technology Manufacturing Investment Tax Credits. Passing these two tax credits into law will secure a cleaner, a more prosperous future for Canadians today and tomorrow. The Clean Hydrogen Investment Tax Credit would support investments in projects that produce clean hydrogen through eligible production pathways. This refundable tax credit, which would be available as of March 28, 2023, would be claimed when eligible equipment becomes available for use at a credit rate that is based on the carbon intensity of the hydrogen that is produced. The Clean Technology Manufacturing Investment Tax Credit would be available as of January 1, 2024. This is a refundable investment tax credit equal to 30% of the cost of investments in machinery and equipment used to manufacture or process key clean technologies and extract, process, or recycle certain critical minerals essential to clean technology supply chains. And now we're coming to one of my favorite subjects, which is mineral exploration tax credit and critical minerals. Another piece of important legislation in this bill includes the one-year extension of the mineral exploration tax credit. The mineral exploration tax credit provides important support to junior mineral exploration companies working to unlock Canada's incredible mineral wealth, creating jobs and growing our economy. This extension is expected to provide $65 million to support mineral exploration investment. Les minéraux et les métaux que
Minerals and metals are abundant in Canada and play a crucial role in Canada's economy. Canada has what it takes. We have a talented, skilled labor force. We have the infrastructure and the environmental stewardship and management abilities to develop and to use resources sustainably. We can grow our economy this way. We will invest in exploration and exploration mining. The government's goal is to develop and use resources sustainably, to create well-paying jobs, to grow the economy, and to increase the economic participation of Indigenous peoples.
We also plan on future advancing Indigenous economic participation through the Indigenous Loan Guarantee Program. An economy that is fair for everyone is where everyone is able to fully participate. With Budget 2024, we are taking action to ensure Indigenous communities are able to share in Canada's prosperity and benefit from the new opportunities ahead. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-69 would help launch the Indigenous Loan Guarantee Program with up to $5 billion in loan guarantees to unlock the access to capital for Indigenous communities, create economic opportunities, and support their economic development priorities. Dans le cadre de ce programme,
In this program, selected candidates will be able to obtain loans from financial institutions with lower interest rates. The budget also contains an investment of $16.5 million over 2 years to Natural Resources Canada, including $3.5 million over 2 years to offer funding to strengthen Indigenous communities' capacities. This investment will help Indigenous communities make an application through the program and help implement the project. This loan guarantee program for Indigenous peoples is a very important step for self-determination of Indigenous peoples and a step toward reconciliation between Canada and Indigenous peoples.
The measures that I touched on today will support our efforts to attract investment, increase productivity, boost innovation, and create good-paying jobs, good, meaningful jobs. Nous sommes à un moment charnière.
We are at a turning point. We can choose to renew and double down on our investments in the economy of the future, a more productive and competitive economy. Or we could risk abandoning an entire generation.
Businesses, to our innovators, and most of all, to the upcoming generations of workers, to make sure that the Canadian economy is positioned to thrive in a changing world. I urge all members to support the speedy passage of this bill so we can implement these important measures to support Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make this case today.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have seen in the 9 years almost that this government's been in power that they have not reinstated co-op housing and scaled it up to 25,000 units a year that we were building in the 70s and 80s. And then the Conservatives, they built none, Mr. Speaker. We got the Liberals to come gradually on with a small amount in the last budget, but Mr. Speaker, we're still not seeing that built. Now we've got a pile of money in housing, but they haven't told us how many units they're going to build at co-op housing. We're short almost 700,000 units. You know what it looks like, Mr. Speaker? You just need to go outside. You'll see homeless people everywhere. And I'll tell you, both the Liberals and the Conservatives, their free market approach to an affordable housing crisis, where there is nowhere in the world that the free market has solved an affordable housing problem. It's a myth. It's a falsity. It won't happen. So through you, Mr. Speaker, will my colleague please tell us when they're going to get back into non-market housing, because it's going to require that, instead of these free market trinkets, Mr. Speaker, and actually build some non-market housing to solve this affordable housing crisis.
The honourable member for Sudbury.
I want to thank my colleague for his question and for the very relevant points that he made in his question to me. And I have to tell you that in this budget, we have rolled out the most ambitious and I would say one of the boldest housing plans that we have seen in our country. And that plan will see us unlock almost 4 million homes by 2031. And what I find very important about our plan is that it is being done in consultation with municipalities and provinces in terms of determining what are their needs, what are municipalities are the best positioned to tell us what do they need in their communities. And with that, the planning and the programs that my colleague asked about will be unfolding as those conversations and those important consultations get underway.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And sticking with the theme of housing, that's been such an important part of this supposed budget, was nowhere in the Budget Implementation Act. I'm going to ask my colleague across the way, if we're really working towards housing solutions here, why has every organization, including the government's organization, the CMHC, Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, indicated there's going to be less and less and less homes built in the future because of this government's policies? We're not solving anything.
The honourable member for Sudbury.
When the housing plan was unrolled, when was it, last month or a few weeks ago, we certainly received a lot of feedback from key stakeholders and people that are very much involved and knowledgeable of the housing sector. This plan was endorsed and received positive reinforcements from many of those stakeholder groups, and so those and it was thanks to many consultations that we had with those key groups that are involved in the housing sector that allowed us to come up with these measures. Thank you.
Commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the origins of the Official Languages Act, the Government of Canada has said that it can defend French in Canada. But 90% of Francophones are in Quebec, and all the government has done is support English through the Official Languages Act. For the past 2 years, the Liberals have repeated that they want to protect French everywhere, including in Quebec, but there's not a single measure to that effect in the budget. Nor were there any changes in previous budgets. How does my colleague feel about that? The honourable member for Sudbury. I thank my colleague for his question. I'm a very proud Franco-Ontarian. As such, I understand the importance of French. Our government is very committed to protecting the French language here in Canada, in Quebec and outside of Quebec. It's very important for us. We have tabled legislation, and we are continuing our work toward that goal.
Reprise.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we're talking about Budget Implementation Act, the Budget 2024. And in it, in their budget report, the Liberal government makes this audacious claim that their ongoing investments quote, are making life more affordable for Canadians and improving access to housing, close quote. So I thought I would compare that to what's actually happening on the ground in communities across Canada, and certainly in my community of Langley-Aldergrove. What's happened in the last 9 years under this Liberal government. Now, instead of making life more affordable, what we have, Mr. Speaker, is 2 million Canadians regularly using food banks, and that demand is growing to the point where some food banks are actually starting to ration what they can give, and they're even turning some people away. So hardly making life more affordable. And how about improving access to housing? Now, the average house price in Canada has doubled in the last 9 years. And I would say that in my riding in Langley in the Fraser Valley, part of Metro Vancouver, the increases have been even more dramatic. But the average price in Canada for a house 9 years ago was $400,000. Today it is double that, $800,000. And add to that the tripling of interest rates, and making mortgage payments has become very, very difficult for some Canadians. I was talking to someone in my community just the other day who told me that the house that he had bought together with his brother and his parents, they bought it a couple of years ago, and at that time, with the relatively lower interest rates, their monthly payments were $4,000 a month. They had renewed just a little while ago. Interest payments have gone up dramatically, and their payments have doubled to $8,000 a month. So I have 1 minute left, Mr. Speaker. Okay, good, thank you. So much for helping the middle class, so much for making housing more accessible. I can tell you that people in Langley, and certainly this family that I was talking to, is saying we're not looking for government handouts. What we want is lower interest rates so that we can actually make our own way, make our own house payments, and eventually pay off our own house. And they, for one family, but I'm hearing this from many, that Canadians do not believe that whatever the Liberal government is trying to do, that it is making life more affordable for Canadians and improving access to housing. Quite the opposite. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
When we return to C69, the honourable member will have 7 minutes remaining to present a speech. It being 5:54, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business. Bill C-270, standing in the name of Mr. Vierson. Stopping Internet Sexual Exploitation Act. Second reading, resuming debate.
I see the honourable member for Shefford rising. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As member for Shefford and also as spokesperson for the status of women, I speak on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, and I'm pleased to state that we support Bill C-270 in principle, and we wish to study the bill in committee. The Bloc Québécois fully supports the stated objective of the bill, which is to combat child pornography and the distribution and marketing of non-consensual pornographic material. Since the first warnings about the tragedy of women and girls whose sexual exploitation is the source of profit for major online pornography companies, the Bloc Québécois has been involved at every stage, every step of the way throughout the public process to reveal the extent of this problem, which relates to our deepest values which are the right to dignity, safety, and equality. On this topic of online sexual exploitation, as on all forms of sexual exploitation of women, we wish to act as allies, not only of victims, but of all women who are working together in the fight against violence and exploitation. I'll talk about this in a bit, then I'll give a bit of background context, and then I'll explain the bill and finish by looking at other issues in Canada. First of all, Let's recall that the public was alerted to the problem of non-consensual child pornography by an article that appeared in the New York Times in December 2020. Among other things, the article told the harrowing story of a 14-year-old girl, Serena K. Fleets, whose explicit videos of herself ended up on the Pornhub website without her consent. Parliament has already heard the damning, distressing, and dismaying testimony of young Serena. That testimony helped us to understand both the sensitivity and the serious nature of this issue at stake, and also it helps us to understand the perverse mechanisms by which pornographic material distribution platforms enrich themselves by exploiting the loopholes in a technological system which, far from succeeding in controlling the content that is distributed, is constructed and designed in such a way as to encourage criminal sexual exploitation practices, all while concealing them. Reports of sexual exploitation of children and of other non-consensual content on the adult platform Pornhub prompted the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics to undertake a study on the privacy and reputation on platforms such as Pornhub. My colleague from Laurentides-Labelle has been following this issue closely. The committee noted the failure of content moderation practices to protect privacy and reputation, as well as the failure to prevent the presence of child sexual abuse material, despite the assertions of MindGeek and Pornhub representatives who testified before the committee. The Access Information, Privacy and Ethics Committee also looked into the regulation of adult platforms and online pornography without challenging their legality. The committee heard testimony from survivors, critics of MindGeek's practices, child protection agencies, law enforcement, the federal government, academics, experts, support organizations, and the committee also received countless briefs. The committee formulated 14 recommendations relating to the problem under study. The committee's report, published in 2021, was clear, however. The committee report recommended that the government introduce legislation to create a new regulatory authority to ensure that harmful content be removed from online platforms, including images of sexual exploitation of children and images distributed without consent. We know that sexually explicit content can be found on Pornhub without the consent of people depicted in the content. This can include minors. We know that these individuals who are affected have failed to have this content removed by Pornhub. We know that these survivors have experienced trauma and harassment, and that most have contemplated suicide. This is witness testimony that we heard from victims in the Status of Women Committee. We know that these survivors are traumatized. We know that the structure of companies like MindGeek, which changed its name in August, they are the ultimate model for avoiding responsibility, transparency, and accountability. We know that investigations are currently being carried out and that there is an increase in reports of child sexual exploitation on the internet. We must now legislate to respond to these crimes and deal with these terrible problems. We must also bear in mind the scale of the criminal allegations and misconduct attributed to these companies. Very recently, a new class action was brought in the United States against the company MindGeek and several sites belonging to it, including Pornhub, for allegations of sex trafficking involving tens of thousands of children, Mr. Speaker. These companies, they have their head offices in Canada, in Montreal. We are not proud of the fact that our country is home to mafia-like companies that profit from sexual exploitation. We're not at all proud of that. In fact, this issue goes beyond our borders and not to our advantage. For these reasons, we have an additional responsibility that obliges us to act. In other words, we must find solutions to put an end to sexual exploitation and to legislate to implement them. That being the case, the question that must guide our thinking from now on must be this: are the solutions put forward by the various legislative proposals on this subject the right ones? Will they or will they not make it possible to effectively control sexual exploitation on the internet, in particular by preventing the distribution of non-consensual content and pornographic content involving minors?
Now, let's talk a little bit about this bill. C-270 would force producers of porn materials to obtain the consent of people depicted and ensure they are of the age of the majority. Distributors will need to receive written confirmation from producers that consent was obtained and that all people depicted in the material are of the age of the majority before material is disseminated. These new provisions in the criminal code would force large platforms and producers to set up an age confirmation mechanism or else face fines or even prison time. Alongside Bill C-270, the House C-270, tabled by the member for Peace River Westlock, with whom I co-chaired the multi-party group fighting modern slavery and human trafficking. We will also study Bill C-63, tabled by the Minister of Justice, which would create a new Online Harms Act and, among other things, would combat the sexual victimization of children and would make non-consensual intimate content inaccessible. So of the two bills, we need to figure out which is the most likely to achieve our goals, to fight against all forms of online sexual exploitation, to end the dissemination and sale of pornographic material involving minors, ban and prevent the dissemination of non-consensual explicit content, force platforms, adult content platforms and businesses to rein in the dissemination of this content and make them both accountable and criminally responsible for the presence of such content on their platforms. There is an ongoing debate about whether platforms can be held legally responsible for the content they host. There's the self-regulation of the porn industry has also been questioned. Third, what we can currently the RCMP is receiving huge amounts of child sexual abuse material complaints. What we ought to do is act proactively. Canadian criminal law bans child porn and other sexual crimes committed against minors. The law also bans voyeurism and the non-consensual dissemination of intimate images. Other general crimes like harassment and human trafficking can also apply depending on the circumstances. I will end with a few statistics to show the scale of these horrors. From 2014 to 2022, the police reported 15,630 sexual offenses committed against children via the internet, as well as 45,816 cases of child porn. Child sexual material reports have been increasing since 2014. Between 2014 and 2022, online child porn increased by 290%. Young girls were overrepresented among victims over this 9-year period. Most of the victims of sexual offenses committed against children via the internet were girls aged 12 to 17, representing 71% of victims. Typically, these crimes involve a young female victim and a young male criminal. Between 2015 and 2022, almost all young victims, 97%, aged 12 to 17, with a median age had a median age of 15 for girls and 14 for boys. 9 out of 10 perpetrators were teenage boys. I will end with a quote. On behalf of the Montreal Women's Council, I would like to state our deep concern for those who have had their lives turned upside down by the involuntary or non-consensual sharing of their images on websites like Pornhub, located in Montreal. The act to end internet sexual exploitation would amend the criminal code to protect children and those who did not consent to have their images shown online. Young women and girls depend on action on our part.
North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I'm here today to speak on Bill C-270, which is an act to amend the criminal code around pornographic material. And we all, I think, in this House agree that we don't want to see children treated in a way that is sexualized. Children deserve to be children as long as possible. And we know that far too often, without consent, young people are exposed to these kind of predators who take advantage of their vulnerability. And so I think it's important. I look forward to seeing this bill go to committee where we can do some of the work. But we also have to acknowledge some of the factors that move us into this place of having images online without young people's consent, wanting to make sure that if you're participating in this realm, that the people are 18 or older, and we need to find ways to address this. And we know that there's not the resources as well for enforcement to go after some of these very serious predators. And so we need to see the resources there as well supported so that we can move forward and protect young people. So I look forward to hearing those witnesses. We know that as we move forward with this type of legislation, we have to look at ways that that express consent can be given and that it's safe. And I think that's something that we should be talking about a lot here, is not only the outcome of this behavior where we see young people being exploited, where we see predators using technology to groom young people, mislead them into thinking they're someone else, and then young people are sharing contents about themselves that they shouldn't be doing. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that when I think about this kind of behavior, that we do have to understand that these are predators, that the bad people are not easy people to see. And whenever it's revealed, we're often shocked by the members of our community that are part of this. So, I hope that this discussion also looks at how we address that. And when we think of preventative measures, I think a significant part of prevention, and there's a lot of factual information that support this, the part of the preventative measures is looking at how we see sex education through our education fields and in the places where young people can come together and learn factual information. So I was looking at this report by the Action Canada for Sexual Health and Rights, and they talked about the state of sex ed in Canada. And I love the hashtag. It says, sex ed saves lives. And I believe that is true. I believe it's absolutely true. If young people are exposed, and that is the world we live in with technology right now, young people have access to information. It's getting harder and harder for people who love the young people to try to find ways to keep them safe. Part of doing that is allowing young people to have the appropriate education that they need. And this report said some things, and I'm going to quote here. It says, in the sum, the sex ed most young people in Canada receive is 1, not meeting international standards and best practices, nor is it meeting our own 2019 Canadian guidelines for sexual education. It is outdated. 3, it is non-comprehensive. 4, it's not monitored or evaluated to ensure high quality delivery. And 5, offered by educators who receive low to no support from provinces and educational systems and whose comfort levels are often low. And this does lead to a lack of safety for young people if they don't understand the information that's around them. And if you have issues as a young person, at any age really, around sexuality, and you're fearful and you don't know who to ask, often you go where there are secrets because you're keeping a secret about your own understanding. So we have to think about that. We have to think about how young people are prepared or not prepared for these things. And so as they're exploring, if they don't have a safe adult to go to and learn more from, if they don't have a place of education that teaches them factual information about their bodies and what is happening, then we leave them vulnerable. And I think it's really important not to leave young people vulnerable. I know I had the great pleasure of raising 2 beautiful sons, and we spent a lot of time talking about things so that they would have understanding. And what I found is my openness led to their friends coming to ask me questions. And sometimes they were very interesting questions. But it allowed for that safe adult that was going to talk to them really openly about it, that was not going to create a secret or a hiding place, but really be open and upfront. And it really seemed to help. And this report also talks, and I quote again, and not to worry to the amazing people in this House, I'll make sure to send the link so that they know where the content is coming from. It says this: the federal government, as signatory to international human rights treaties, is failing to hold provinces and territories accountable to delivering comprehensive sexuality education in line with human rights obligations. This runs contrary to positions taken by Canada at the UN that support the full implementation of a comprehensive sexuality education around the world. So, the threat is everywhere. I know it's scary, but a defense mechanism is by making sure that people are properly educated, especially young people. I think that regardless of our opinions on a lot of things in this House, everybody here understands, and hopefully understands, that children are a precious gift, and that we want to protect them as long as we possibly can. But ignoring reality isn't protecting them. Not talking about things that are happening for them and their friends is not helping them. It's keeping them less safe. So let's make sure we educate people who will educate our children, that we're engaged in that process, and that we make sure that that is one of the beautiful things of defense that we've created in our children, knowing that they can talk about these things openly. The other thing that has come up as a concern around this bill that I hope that we address meaningfully in the study that we're doing is really around the safety of sex workers. And this is something that I'm very passionate about. We know that there's a lot of people that are of the age of consent, and they are doing this work. It's happened forever. I can't tell you when it wasn't happening. We know that sex work continues to be something that's just part of us as a people across the planet. And one of the things that worries me, again, is we have to look at how we're building the defenses so that we can protect our children. And part of building defenses is making sure that sex work is safe, that people have the ability to talk about what's happening to them, and that they're not put into positions where they are made increasingly vulnerable. I think it's interesting. I was reading a report that Pivot, the Legal Society in BC, sent as a submission to the Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women and Girls for its report to the UN Human Rights Council on Prostitution and Violence Against Women and Girls, and it was done in January of this year. And one of the things that they talked about, it says qualitative research and data from Canada consistently shows that criminalization and policing of clients under demand legislative models shape sex workers' health and safety, and that police-based enforcement heighten the risk of violence by reducing sex workers' ability to employ client screening mechanisms and negotiate safer terms of sexual transactions, including condom use to prevent HIV, STI. So, you know, once you think about this, like when we look at the legislation that we're making in this place and across this country and every province and territory, part of what we have to be addressing is how do we keep people safe? You know, I always think about this. When we have sexuality and that part of our just human nature sort of secret and repressed and pushed down, it comes out in ways that is really dysfunctional and sick and violent. And that worries me. So we need to make it safer for people to do what they do, because it takes it out of the shadows and it makes it something that we can actually deal with that's out there. And the more that we repress it and push it aside and pretend it isn't happening, the less safe children are, the less safe people are, and it's not okay. I can think of times in my community where I was approached about particular segments of the community that refused to use condoms when they were having sex with sex workers, and desperate people were getting into desperate situations. But the spreading of STIs, the spreading of HIV was only increasing, and the health outcomes were terrible. So I think when we look at this issue, we should make sure that we're keeping children precious and making sure that we're keeping sex workers safe and making sure education is at the core of it. Thank you.
Continuing debate, le débat continue avec l'honorable député de...
The debate continues with the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Caribou. It's also especially a pleasure to rise when we are speaking a bill that is on a subject on which I'm very passionate about. I've spoken before in this House about things I said when I was on the doorstep in my time dealing with internet exploitation of children. That was something that I devoted a number of years of my professional career to. It's something that I'm very proud of. And it's not only something I'm very proud of, it's something that just taught me a lot about life, about healing, about trauma, and sadly, about how prolific this type of exploitation is. We talk, I believe it was my colleague from the block spoke about increases in numbers, and if memory serves, when we talk about sexual exploitation of children, really the spike in numbers happens, and this isn't something that gets mentioned when opposing parties speak about the Harper government, and they talk about the tough on crime agenda. But one thing that doesn't get mentioned is that a number of providers, be it media providers, ISP providers, were getting a free ride in that they knew or ought to have known that their platforms were being used to facilitate either the potential or actual sexual exploitation of children, which typically begins with the offense of internet luring. And what happened, I believe it was in 2012, is that the government, the Harper government, passed legislation that placed a positive obligation on service providers to report suspected abuse of children. So no longer could a platform simply look the other way. No longer could a platform simply say, well, we don't know this is going on. I think a lot of platforms probably knew it was going on, or they chose not to know it was going on because it was easier and cheaper to do business as usual. And what we saw from 2012, and if you look at the graphs, is you'll actually see this spiking. And that spike really hasn't receded to this day. I was speaking at the BC ICE conference with a number of brave officers, pediatricians, workers who put their lives into addressing sexual offenses against children. And there are probably about 100 people in a room, all from generally from British Columbia. And it was one of the most profound honors I've had as a member of Parliament, is that I attended this conference as an attendee, as just somebody else who was trying to learn more. And this year I was invited to be one of the keynote speakers. And what a profound honor to go from attendee to keynote. And what we see, though, is still this spike. And technology and the law really are not working hand in hand, especially when we think about technology and how far we have to go. Not only how far we have to go when it comes to technology, how far we have to go when it comes to sentencing. I pause here to note that in 2011, in a case called Woodward, former Supreme Court of Canada Justice Moldaver, and I believe this is when he was on the Ontario Court of Appeal, he actually said that when it came to internet luring, we should be looking at sentences at 3 to 5 years. And this is a judge that later went on to the Supreme Court of Canada. I still remember the language he used. He talked about this insidious crime, the one that targets children in such a hidden way. And here we are dealing with it. When I was on doorsteps of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, when I was running for office, one of the things I said is I committed to changing the name of child pornography to child sexual abuse and exploitation material. And I'm very proud that my colleague and I, and myself and my colleague from North Okanagan Shuswap will be testifying, are giving evidence as witnesses at third reading in the Senate on Thursday on the bill, Bill C-291. I researched the bill, I authored the bill, and I put forward the bill, and my colleagues sponsored the bill, and together it went through unanimous. It was unanimously passed both at second reading and third reading, and now it's at third reading in the Senate and being about to be considered at committee. Again, it's a profound honor to be able to do this, and it's my hope that when we talk about things that are in Bill C-270, for instance, that we eliminate the term child pornography. Pornography implies consent. Pornography implies adults that are voluntarily doing things. Children can never consent, so it is time that we eliminate that term from our legal lexicon. And Bill 270 tells us why we need to be aware of this. So it's my hope that we will receive royal assent very quickly on Bill C-291. So I'm just going to go through a few of the aspects of Bill C-270 and provide some input as to why I do support it, particularly as it relates to child sexual abuse and exploitation material that is being put on the internet. Obviously, I support the punishment at subsection 2 and the offense. The reality is this. I can't tell enough how many times, and the police, when you deal with this type of matter in a prosecutorial context, the police will often come to you and have questions. Because it's an area of law that once you sink your teeth into, you can understand it. But unless you spend a lot of time with it, I found it was a really steep learning curve. So it took me a long time, and I still felt like a bit of an amateur, even when I was elected here, as to the nature of the law on these types of things. But one of the struggles that the police would communicate to me when it was an attempt to prove internet luring or possession of child sexual abuse and exploitation material is well, how old is the person that we're dealing with here? And this puts forward, again, a positive obligation. And for those who are at home and they're saying, well, what do you mean by a positive obligation? When I say at home, my mother might watch CPAC. But a positive obligation is a requirement for somebody to take action. And that's one thing I really like about this bill, is it's not stating somebody must refrain from doing something. It's actually, which would be the negative obligation, it's a positive obligation to ascertain the age, and the failure to do that, to take that step, is the nature of the offense that I'm speaking of right now. The failure to ascertain that this person is actually 18 years of age. In my view, child sexual abuse exploitation material is a plight on our society. If anybody thinks that it's just something that happens over there or it happens elsewhere, let me tell you, in my experience, this is something that is happening far more than we want to admit. Far more. And yet, when it comes to sentences, I referenced Justice Moldaver earlier on internet luring. What have we seen? We've seen the Supreme Court of Canada come out with a case called with a case called Friesen. And it said mid to upper single-digit penitentiary terms shouldn't be odd. They should be the norm. And the maximum sentence, so for possession of child sexual abuse exploitation material, I can't recall if it's 10 or 14 years. Internet luring, it's 14 years. Production, I believe, is 14 years. The court said the maximum sentence shouldn't be all that uncommon. I still look to this day at BC Court of Appeal decisions every day just because I find them interesting. I cannot remember one time seeing anything close to the maximum sentence. In fact, what I'm seeing more is what used to be and what would have been considered outlier cases in the past, where community-based sentences are now being provided. So in 2011, we have a respected jurist saying, you know what, we should be looking at 3 to 5 years for internet luring. And now what do we see? And then we see the Supreme Court of Canada case called Friesen saying mid to upper double digits on sexual offenses against children, and the max shouldn't be there. And what are we seeing? We're just not seeing it come to fruition. I know I haven't touched on this as much as I could. I could obviously speak a lot more. I wholeheartedly endorse this bill. It is time that we address sexual offenses in this country and that we do it with full vigor. I myself and my colleagues, and I believe my colleagues across the aisle, we should be focused on this, and this is something that cannot wait another day. Thank you.
Continuing debate with the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am very pleased to speak to Bill C-270, an act to amend the Criminal Code pornographic material. At second reading, I would like to begin my remarks by stressing the bill's important objective, that is to ensure that those who make, distribute, or advertise pornographic material verify that those depicted in that material are at least 18 years of age and consented to its production and distribution. As the sponsor has explained, this bill's objective is to implement recommendation number 2 of the 2021 report of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. Specifically, that report recommends that the government mandate that content hosting platforms operating in Canada require affirmation from all persons depicted in pornographic content before it can be uploaded that they are 18 years old or older and that they consent to its distribution. This recommendation responds to ongoing concerns that corporations like Pornhub have made available pornographic images of persons who did not consent or were underage. I want to recognize and acknowledge that this conduct has caused those depicted in that material extreme suffering. I agree that we must do everything we can to protect those who have been subjected to this trauma and to prevent it from occurring in the first place. I fully support the objective of the committee's recommendation. I want to say at the outset that the government will be supporting this bill at second reading, but with some serious reservations, because I have some concerns about this bill's ability to achieve the objective of the committee recommendation. I look forward to committee where we can hear from experts on whether or not this bill would be useful in combating child pornography. The bill proposes criminal code offenses that would prohibit making, distributing, or advertising pornographic material without first verifying the age and consent of those depicted by examining legal documentation and securing formal written consent. These offenses would not just apply to corporations, they would also apply to individuals who make or distribute pornographic material of themselves and others to generate income, a practice that is legal and that we know has increased in recent years due to financial hardship, including that caused by the pandemic. Individuals who informally make or distribute pornographic material of themselves and people they know are unlikely to verify age by examining legal documentation, especially if they already know the age of those participating in the creation of the material. They are also unlikely to secure formal written consent. It concerns me that such a person would be criminalized by the bill's proposed offenses where they knew that everyone implicated was consenting and of age merely because they did not comply with the bill's proposed regulatory regime governing how age and consent must be verified. And who is most likely to engage in this conduct? The marginalized people that have been most impacted by the pandemic, in particular sex workers, who are disproportionately women and members of the 2S LGBTQI+ communities. Notably, the Privacy and Ethics Committee clearly stated that its goal was in no way to challenge the legality of pornography involving consenting adults or to negatively impact sex workers. And yet I fear the bill's proposed reforms could very well have this effect. I am also concerned that this approach is not consistent with the basic principles of criminal law. Such principles require criminal offenses to have a fault or mental element, for example, that the accused knew or was reckless as to whether those depicted in the pornographic material did not consent or were not of age. This concern is exacerbated by the fact that the bill would place the burden on the accused to establish that they have taken the necessary steps to verify age and consent to avoid criminal liability. However, basic principles of criminal law specify that persons accused of criminal offenses need only raise a reasonable doubt as to whether they committed the offense to avoid criminal liability. I would also note that the committee did not specifically contemplate a criminal law response to its concerns. In fact, a regulatory response that applies to corporations that make, distribute, or advertise pornographic material may be better positioned to achieve the objectives of this bill. For example, our government's Bill C-63, which enacts the Online Harms Act, and this would achieve many of this bill's objectives. In particular, the Online Harms Act would target 7 types of harmful content, including content that sexually victimizes a child or re-victimizes a survivor, and intimate content communicated without consent. Social media services would be subjected to 3 duties: 1, to act responsibly; 2, to protect children; and 3, to make inaccessible content that sexually victimizes a child or re-victimizes a survivor, as well as intimate images posted without consent. These duties would apply to social media services, including live streaming and user-uploaded content, adult content services, and would require social media services to actively reduce the risk of exposure to harmful content on their services, provide clear and accessible ways to flag harmful content and block users, put in place special protections for children, take action to address child sexual exploitation and the non-consensual posting of intimate content, including deepfake sexual images, and publish transparency reports. Bill C-63 would also create a new digital safety commission to administer this regulatory framework and to improve the investigation of child pornography cases through amendments to the Mandatory Reporting Act. That act requires internet service providers to report to police when they have reasonable grounds to believe that their service is being used to commit a child pornography offense. Failure to comply with this obligation can result in severe penalties. As I know we are all aware, the Criminal Code also contains a range of offenses that address aspects of the concerns animating this bill. Of course, making and distributing child pornography are both already offenses under the Criminal Code. As well, making pornography without the depicted person's knowledge can constitute voyeurism, and filming or distributing a recording of a sexual assault constitutes obscenity. Also, distributing intimate images without the consent of the person depicted in those images constitutes non-consensual distribution of intimate images. And the Criminal Code authorizes courts to order the takedown or removal of non-consensual intimate images and child pornography. All of these offenses apply to both individuals and organizations, including corporations, as set out in Section 2 of the Criminal Code. Should parliamentarians choose to pursue a criminal response to the concerns this bill seeks to address, we may want to reflect upon whether the bill's objectives should be construed differently and its provisions amended accordingly. I look forward to further studying this important bill at committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Le débat continue avec l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The subject we are addressing today is a very sensitive one, as my colleagues have already said. We all have access to the internet, and we basically use the internet for three reasons: personal, professional, and leisure, which may be mixed up with personal. Pornography is one of those uses, which is both personal and for leisure. To each his own. And viewing pornography is a very personal choice. It's not illegal. You may agree or not agree, approve or disapprove, but it's a personal choice. But that choice that a person makes for their own pleasure could be another's nightmare or many other people's nightmare. And that's the purpose of this bill, to prevent or sanction this kind of pornography that puts others through hell. So the purpose of this bill is to criminalize the fact that under cover of legality, the images viewed may have been taken or used illegally or without consent. So I'd like to talk about the problem, some possible solutions this bill proposes, and also make some express some thoughts of my own at the end. So to put this problem in its proper context, I'd like to mention that there are two other bills, similar bills, for our consideration. There was an article in a newspaper that sounded the alarm, and after that article was published, a House committee, a committee that my colleague from Laurentides-Labelle sits on, the committee addressed the issue, and the media were informing the public that videos of women and children were being posted on a site, even though those women and obviously kids had never given their permission to be filmed or have their intimate activities shared publicly. We also learned that included minors, people under 18. The committee looked into the matter, as I said, and the images and evidence viewed and heard by the committees were so shocking that a number of bills were tabled, which I referred to earlier, in an attempt to respond in whole or in part to the problem. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, watching pornography is not an issue in and of itself. Everyone has things that make them, whatever makes one person tick, different strokes for different folks. And what someone else enjoys watching is really not my concern. The problem lies in the non-consensual nature of the people involved in the video and the use of children. I'm sure the vast majority of those who use pornography would be horrified to learn that among the videos they've watched, some may have involved young people under the age of 18 who are simply made up made up to look older, or women who were filmed without their knowledge by their intimate partners, who then decided to publish the video without their consent. When this is a bit misunderstood today when it comes to people's private lives. If people agree in private to be videoed because it gives them a bit of a thrill or something, but that privacy or that intimacy should never become public. So when a young person or an adult decides to show the video to some friends, like, look what I did, that's degrading, and it goes beyond what should be allowed. And this really affects me because I've seen this happen in schools. Young people patting themselves on the back and boasting about the girls they've been with. But it's the girls who suffer ultimately. And these pornography providers are no better. They try to clear themselves. They say, well, I'm just the provider here. I don't know whether people consented or whether people were 18 or over. So that just encourages this kind of activity, which is illegal, which is degrading, which diminishes human beings to the very basest definition. Coming back to my speech. The problem is that everyone washes their hands of this problem. Ultimately, the producer, the distributor, and ultimately, even government. This is 2024. The internet is nothing new. And men being men, I don't mean men as in the gender, I mean human beings. There have been degrading situations, and we've waited far too long to legislate in this area. And the committee that looked into this subject could only note the failure of content moderation practices, as well as the failure to protect the privacy of people. And even though some sites have taken videos down, they've often been uploaded again by a viewer, and nothing's done about that. It seems to me that there should be some judgment exercised here. If a video is taken down, people should probably think twice about uploading it again. There's probably a reason why it was taken down. There are some things that government can't manage effectively. But what do we want to accomplish with this bill and the other two bills? We want to fight against all forms of violence and sexual exploitation online. We want to put an end to the distribution and marketing of all pornographic material involving minors. We want to prevent and prohibit the distribution of explicit non-consensual content. And we want to force adult content companies and platforms to control what's distributed on their sites and make them accountable and criminally responsible for having this kind of content on their platforms. Enough is enough. People shouldn't be able to just say it's not my fault. They shouldn't be able to wash their hands of these situations. They shouldn't be able to pass the buck. But yes, it's just as much the fault of the distributor as it is of the producer. What this bill does is define consent and pornographic material. It creates two new offenses. Basically, offenses committed whenever material is produced. Basically, the distributor has to ensure that the person depicted is 18 or over and that there has been consent to this posting. So there has to be proof that the person's 18 and that they've consented. And if the provider doesn't do that, they're at fault, period. And I have a few thoughts about some of the terms: protection of privacy, education, and also the definition of distributor. Because this bill is based primarily on commercial distributors, but there are other distributors who don't have commercial purposes, and that's a lot uglier. I think we should look at that. There are porn users who are legal, and maybe they would like to see their rights protected too. So I'd like to see something added to say that it's our role to protect the dignity of the weak and vulnerable.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to say a few words in support of Bill C-270, an excellent bill from my colleague from Peace River Westlock, who has been working so hard over his 9 years in Parliament to defend the interests of his constituents on important issues like firearms, forestry, and fracking, but also to stand up for justice and the recognition of universal human dignity for all people, including and especially the most vulnerable. Bill C-270 seeks to create mechanisms for the effective enforcement of substantively already existing legal provisions that prohibit non-consensual distribution of intimate images and child pornography. Right now, as the law stands, it is a criminal offense to produce this type of horrific material, but there are not the appropriate legal mechanisms to prevent the distribution of this material by, for instance, large pornography websites. It has come to light that Pornhub, which is headquartered in Canada, has completely failed to prevent the presence on its platform of non-consensual and child-depicting pornographic images. And this has been a matter that has been studied at great detail at parliamentary committees, and my colleague from Peace River Westlock has played a central role in this, but other members from other parties have as well in identifying the fact that Pornhub and other websites have, not only have they failed, they've shown no interest in meaningfully protecting potential victims of non-consensual and child pornographic images. It is already illegal to produce these images. Why, therefore, should it not also be clearly illegal to distribute those images without having the necessary proof of consent? So this bill requires that there be verification of age and consent associated with images that are distributed. It is a common sense legal change that would require and affect greater compliance with existing criminal prohibitions on the creation of these images. It is based on the evidence heard at committee, based on the reality that major pornography websites, many of which are headquartered in Canada, are continuing to allow this material to exist. The fact that, to clarify, the fact that those images are on those websites means that we desperately need stronger legal tools to protect children, and stronger legal tools to protect people that are victims of the non-consensual sharing of their images. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to say further that in response to recognition about the potential harms on children associated with exposure to pornography or associated with having images taken of them and published online, there has been discussion in Parliament, and a number of different bills have been put forward designed to protect children in vulnerable situations. These bills are most notably C-270 and S-210. S-210 protects children by requiring meaningful age verification for those that are viewing pornography. It is recognized that exposing children to sexual images is a form of child abuse. if an adult were to show videos or pictures to a child of a sexual nature, that would be considered child abuse. And yet, when websites fail to have meaningful age verification and therefore very young children are accessing pornography, there are not currently the legal tools to hold them accountable for that. We need to recognize that exposing young children to sexual images is a form of child abuse, and therefore it is an urgent matter that we pass legislation requiring meaningful age verification. So that's Bill S-210. And then we have Bill C-270, which protects children in a different context. It protects children from being from having their images depicted as part of child pornography. And Bill C-270, it takes those existing prohibitions further by requiring that those distributing images also have proof of age and consent. This is common sense, and criminal law, the use of criminal law, is appropriate here because we're talking about instances of child abuse, child sexual abuse. Both S-210 and C-270 deal with child sexual abuse, and I think it should be clear that the criminal law, not some complicated, nebulous regulatory regime, but the criminal law is the appropriate mechanism for dealing with child abuse. Now, in that context, we also have a government bill that's been put forward, Bill C-63, which they call the Online Harms Act. Bill C-63 is kind of a bizarre combination of talking about issues of radically different nature. Some issues around speech, some issues around changes to human rights law, and some issues around the kinds of issues, potentially attempts to protect children that we've talked about. The freedom of speech issues that have been raised by the bill have been well discussed. The government's been denounced from a broad range of quarters, including from some of their traditional supporters, for the failures of C-63 on speech. But C-63 also profoundly fails to be effective when it comes to child protection and the removal of non-consensual images, because Bill C-63 creates a new bureaucratic structure, and it's based on a 24-hour takedown model, that if something is identified, it should be taken down within 24 hours. And anybody involved in this area will tell you that 24-hour takedown is totally ineffective, because once something's on the internet, it's likely to be downloaded and reshared over and over and over again. And the traumatization, the re-victimization that happens, continues to happen in the face of a 24-hour takedown model. This is why we need strong criminal code measures to protect children. And these conservative bills, S-210 and C-270, provide the strong criminal tools to protect children without all those additional problems associated with C-63. So I encourage the House to pass these strong child protection criminal code amending bills S-210 and C-270. They will protect children from child abuse, and there can, I think, be no greater, more important objective than protecting children from the kind of violence and sexualization that they're currently exposed to, given the legal vacuums that exist in this area. Thank you, Speaker.
Continuing debate. If I'm to recognize the honourable member for Peace River Westlock is for his 5-minute right of reply. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for this opportunity to wrap up the debate on the CSAC Act at second reading, and I've appreciated listening to the members give their speeches. At the outset, I want to briefly urge members to use the term child sexual abuse material, or CSAM, rather than child pornography. As we heard just from the member from Kamloops, the latter term is being replaced with the term CSAM because pornography allows for the idea that this could be consensual. That is why the member from Kamloops has put forward a bill that would change this in the criminal code as well. And during the first hour debate, we heard from the member from Laurentides LaBelle. They gave a passionate speech outlining the many serious issues of the impact of pornography industry on women and youth. And I simply do not have the time to include that all in my speech, but we both sat on the ethics committee during the Pornhub study and heard directly from the survivors who testified. It was the speech, however, from the parliamentary secretary to the leader of the government in the House of Commons that left me scratching my head. I don't think he actually read Bill C-270 or even their own bill, C-63. The parliamentary secretary fixated on the 24-hour takedown requirement of Bill C-63 as the solution to this issue. However, I don't think anyone I don't think that there's anyone that's opposed to a 24-hour takedown for these things like this exploitative or intimate content sharing without consent or the child sexual abuse material. In fact, I think a bill that was solely focused on a 24-hour takedown would pass very quickly through this House with the support of everyone. However, that does not take into account what Bill C-270 is trying to do. That's completely missing the point. The 24-hour takedown only has effect after harmful content has been put up, such as CSAM, such as deepfakes, such as intimate images that have been shared. Bill C-270 is a preventative upstream approach. So while the takedown mechanism should be available to victims, the goal of C-270 is to go upstream and stop this abusive content from ever ending up on the internet in the first place. As I shared at the beginning of the debate, many survivors do not know that their images are up for years. They don't know that this exploitative content has been uploaded. And a good 24-hour takedown, what good would that 24-hour takedown be if they don't even know that that content is up there? I will repeat the words of one survivor that I shared during the first hour debate. I was 17 years old when videos of me on Pornhub came to my knowledge, and I was only 15 years old in the videos that Pornhub, were profiting from, end quote. She didn't know for 2 years that the exploitative content of her were being circulated online and sold. That's why Bill C-270 requires age verification and consent of individuals in pornographic material before it's posted. I would also point out that the primary focus of the government's bill isn't to reduce harm to victims. The government's bill requires services to, and I quote, mitigate the risk to users of a regulated service not be exposed to harmful content. Users of the platform, not the folks depicted in it. So the focus of Bill C-270 is the other side of the screen. Bill C-270 seeks to protect survivors and the vulnerable populations from being the harmful content. The two goals couldn't be more different, and I hope the government is supportive of preventing victims of exploitation from further exploitation online. My colleague from Esquimalt Sanic Suit also noted that the narrow focus of the SEEK Act is targeted to people and companies that profit from sexual exploitative content. This is indeed one of the primary aims of this bill. And I hope, as with many things, that the spread of this exploitative content online will be diminished as it is driven by profit. The Privacy Commissioner investigated Canada's MindGeek, and I quote, they said, MindGeek surely benefits commercially from these non-compliant privacy practices, which results in larger content volumes, stream, and library of intimate content on its website. For years, pornography companies have been just turning a blind eye. It is time to end that. Bill C-270 is a fundamental key to the recommendations made by the Ethics Committee 3 years ago, supported by all parties, including the government, and I hope that we have the support from all of my colleagues in this place for Bill C-270, and I hope to see this at committee where we can hear from survivors and experts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
By Ms. Rempel-Garner, move that Bill C-270, an act to amend the criminal code, pornographic material, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. If a member participating in person wishes the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I invite them to rise and indicate to the chair. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
I would request a recorded division.
Pursuing to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, May 8th, 2024, at the expired time provided for oral questions. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's great to be on my feet again. Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this Liberal NDP government, the standard of living in Canada is in total freefall, and the carbon tax is causing this crisis. The only goals of this government has accomplished is to indebt Canadians more and more, making bankers and bondholders wealthier. Common sense Conservatives have a plan for Canada and a plan to restore the promise of Canada, where people are the master and the government is the servant. A Canada where if you work hard, you can accomplish anything. A Canada that's glorious and free. We will axe the tax so that Canadians can afford to put food on their tables, put gas in their cars, and heat in their homes. Mr. Speaker, back in March, I asked this Liberal minister, when will he see the facts and axe the tax? Well, the facts is that in Canada, life has never been so unaffordable. Our next generation will be the first generation that has it worse than the previous generation. I understand the frustration that Canadians are facing and know that because of this government's incompetence, they are broke and Canada is broken. Our young people are stuck in their parents' basements because under this Liberal NDP government, rent has doubled, home prices have doubled, the cost of a down payment has doubled, and our dollar just doesn't go as far as it used to. So people's hard work doesn't pay either. All of this due to the reckless government spending and bad Liberal policies. Since I asked the minister my question, the Liberals have refused to listen to the 70% of Canadians and the 70% of premiers who asked that the hike be spiked and that the increase on the carbon tax be avoided. But nonetheless, the Liberals did not listen, and they increased it on April 1st by 23%. The minister is making life more unaffordable for all Canadians every day. We've said it over and over again, Mr. Speaker, and I'll say it again. If you tax the farmer that grows the food, and you tax the trucker that delivers the food, and you tax the grocer who sells the food, Canadians can't afford to buy food. The carbon tax is a tax on everything, both indirectly and directly, and it makes all aspects of our life more unaffordable. For example, a school division in my riding, Peace River School Division, reported that they have spent $522,000 on the carbon tax since 2020. That's over $280,000 on transportation costs and $240,000 in carbon tax to heat their facilities. What a shame it is for the government to be putting this strain on our education system and in every area of the country for that matter. I wonder how many teachers they would have been able to hire with that money, or how many new books, or how many new building materials to build new schools with could have been paid for with this money. And think about it. Think about all the property tax that needed to be raised to pay this tax. This is a tax on a tax. This also affects municipalities who are not exempt from the carbon tax. The city of Whitecourt, just heating their municipal buildings is costing them $30,000 a year. There's no dimension of our society that isn't being crushed by this carbon tax. So my question is to the minister again, and this Liberal government, when will they do something good for Canadians and axe their disastrous carbon tax?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for the question. Mr. Speaker, there is a common misconception about carbon pollution pricing. It is not a tax. It is a measure recognized as one of the lowest cost and most effective ways of reducing greenhouse gases, and therefore of tackling the adverse impacts of climate change, which are very real, Mr. Speaker. And it is also a measure that we have designed to make life more affordable for Canadians. Natural disasters are on the rise due to climate change, and I don't need to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that we're all suffering the effects and the costs too. Last summer, forest fires forced tens of thousands of Canadians to evacuate their homes. There were also droughts in the prairies, where the honourable member is from, intense hurricanes on the east coast, extreme flooding on the west coast, and melting permafrost in the north. What does that mean, Mr. Speaker? It means we all need to accelerate climate action. Carbon pricing is core to serious climate action. It provides an incentive to innovate and reduce emissions while allowing businesses and households to decide for themselves how best to reduce emissions. And carbon pricing is not about raising revenues. All proceeds from carbon pricing are returned to the jurisdiction it was collected from. The Canada Carbon Rebate, the CCR, returns fuel charge proceeds to Canadian residents through direct deposit or check every 3 months. 8 out of 10 households, Mr. Speaker, receive more money back through the CCR than they pay towards the fuel charge. And residents of these provinces living in small and rural communities also receive a rural top-up, which the government under Bill C-59 is proposing to double from 10% of the base amount to 20%. The system actually leaves most families, especially low and middle income ones, better off financially. Mr. Speaker, carbon pricing is a fair system that does leave more money in the pockets of Canadian workers and that makes life more affordable for lower-income families. But the benefits go way beyond that. It is a tool to help us create healthier communities and usher in clean growth and a more sustainable future for our children and our children's children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, no matter how many times the minister says it, Canadians are not better off under their carbon tax scheme. Canadians are feeling the weight of everyday costs going up, and we've seen that this carbon tax has cascaded through the economy, making life unaffordable. We also see it when a local school division has to pay $522,000 in carbon tax to heat their buildings and drive their buses. The carbon tax affects every area of our economy wherever we live in Canada. No one is better off under this carbon tax. The Conservatives, we believe in innovation, not taxes. We believe that we have the ability to solve the issues that we see in front of us without taxing and making Canadians' lives less affordable. This carbon tax is not an innovation. It drives innovation out of our country and makes people poor. So when will the government listen to us and axe the tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to reiterate, by putting a price on carbon pollution and returning the proceeds directly to Canadians, Canada is using the most efficient and affordable way to fight climate change and reduce emissions. If Canada is recognized internationally as a climate leader, it is in good part, large part, due to the robust carbon pollution pricing system we have in this country. Mr. Speaker, we are seeing great progress. According to the World Bank, there are now 73 carbon pricing initiatives in place or slated for implementation across the globe, following our example here in Canada. Together, these initiatives cover 23% of global greenhouse gas emissions. So, of course, Canada will keep promoting carbon pollution pricing. We can't afford not to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It being May the 7th, I do want to start by wishing my dear wife back home a happy anniversary. With 5 kids and 1 more on the way, and through 4 election campaigns. It's been a wild 13 years, and I'm grateful, so grateful to her and to my whole family for supporting me in this important vocation. It involves far more sacrifice for them than it does for me. Now, Mr. Speaker, enough of that. The process was rigged. The Arrive scam process was rigged in favor of well-connected insider companies. Now, we know this because the Procurement Commissioner's report identified the fact that well-connected insiders at GC Strategies, this small 2-person company that this government loved giving deals to over and over and over again. GC Strategies, this small 2-person company that was actually founded in the same year that this Prime Minister took office. Fancy that. They founded a company the same year this Prime Minister took office, and they became a favored go-to supplier for this government. Supplier of what, you ask? Supplier of nothing. This company did no work. They simply received contracts and subcontracted all of the work. So if this government needed to pay someone to do nothing, GC Strategies was their go-to. But the process was rigged. Why? Because GC Strategies sat down with folks inside of the government who were deciding the terms of critical contracts. GC Strategies said, well, the specifications of the contract, the terms of the contract should look like this. And that advice was taken. GC Strategies then bid on the contract, which they had informed the development of, and surprise, they got it. They were able to sit down with those developing the contracting process, fix the process by saying exactly what the specifications of the contract could be, and then, surprise, they got the deal. So I've continually asked this government, why? Why did sketchy companies like GC Strategies develop this favored stature within this NDP Liberal government? Why did they continue to go to the same shady characters over and over and over again to give them these incredibly generous contracts? On Arrive scam alone, this glitchy app that didn't work, that sent over 10,000 people into quarantine on an error, right? Real horrifying impacts on the lives of Canadians. This company got, according to the Auditor General, almost $20 million. For what? For nothing. They simply got the work and then subcontracted all of it to other people. Now that's a glorious gig, Mr. Speaker, to get millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars from this NDP Liberal government to do nothing, to have the process rigged in your favor when you've got a two-person company working out of your basement. So I'm trying to understand. You know, there's this systematic rot in the procurement process. This Arrive scam issue, it's just the tip of the iceberg. We keep hearing new reports about broken contracting across various departments that clearly didn't follow the rules. But I want to ask the Parliamentary Secretary, why did this government rig the process in favor of the shady characters at GC Strategies? Why did they do it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister, Special Advisor for Water.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm sure all gathered in the House this evening wish the Honourable Member a very happy 17th anniversary and all the best to his growing family. Mr. Speaker, taxpayers' money needs to be treated with the utmost respect. Departments and agencies must follow contracting rules and handle all procurement processes in a fair, open, and transparent manner, and in accordance with all policies, regulations, and guidelines and trade agreements. The gaps in management processes, roles, and controls that the Auditor General of Canada and the Procurement Ombudsman have identified in their reports are unacceptable. We welcome the recommendations made in these reports. I want to remind the Honourable Member the CBSA has already taken steps to strengthen its procurement activities and ensure proper oversight over these activities. The agency has established an Executive Procurement Review Committee tasked with approving contracts and task authorizations. This is already providing additional oversight on all contracting activities focusing on delivering value for money. Employees will be required to disclose interactions with potential vendors. Furthermore, Public Services and Procurement Canada will continue to strengthen all aspects of the federal procurement system, Mr. Speaker, and will use the findings of the Auditor General's report to improve the way Government of Canada does business with its suppliers. The Honourable Member will certainly remember the unprecedented context in which the ArriveCAN application was created. After the pandemic was declared in March 2020, the app was developed and launched as quickly as possible by the CBSA at the request of the Public Health Agency of Canada. The data provided by ArriveCAN was essential for the Government of Canada to monitor, detect, and identify new COVID-19 variants of concern and to respond as these variants evolved. The CBSA was working as quickly as possible to replace a paper process that was not meeting public health needs. At the time, there were significant wait times at the border that disrupted the essential flow of people and goods. I wish to point out to the Honourable Member that the Auditor General recognized in her report that the government improved the speed and quality of information collected at the border by using the ArriveCAN app rather than the paper form. We should not forget that this app helped ensure the continued flow of essential goods, including food and medical supplies, for all Canadians. The CBSA played a key role in facilitating the arrival of COVID-19 vaccines in this country as well. The public health measures that were taken have supported Canadian businesses dependent on secure and timely cross-border shipments. They kept food and goods on store shelves and ensured our frontline workers were equipped with essential supplies such as personal protective equipment. I would like to emphasize the efforts of frontline border officers and all CBSA personnel who diligently served and protected Canadian citizens during the pandemic and continue to do so every day in Canada and around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The fact is my honourable friend has read his pre-prepared statement about government procurement policy, but he has not answered the basic question. The question is, why did the government rig the process in favour of this shady two-person company working out of somebody's basement? How did this company, which was just founded in the same year this Prime Minister took office, manage to get so much money from the government? If tomorrow I and one other person started a company in our basement, I suspect we wouldn't be turning over tens of millions of dollars in government contracts for doing no work within a short space of time. I think it's pretty clear that there's some reason why this government constantly was funneling money to and through GC Strategies. And the process was, in fact, as we know, rigged in their favor. So why did the government continuously funnel money to and through GC Strategies? Why did they do it?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I will reiterate that transparency and accountability is a priority for this government. We expect procurement processes to be properly followed and that anyone accused of wrongdoing face appropriate consequences. This has been and will always be the case. The gaps found by the Auditor General and the Procurement Ombudsperson in their reports, I've said already, Mr. Speaker, those findings are unacceptable and we welcome the recommendations. The government is taking steps to ensure all government departments are better positioned to undertake projects of this nature in the future. Some of the recognitions outlined in the report have already been addressed. The President of the CBSA has implemented measures to strengthen and improve procurement processes and internal controls. The government has full confidence that any investigation into wrongdoing allegations will be pursued with integrity and efficiency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
5 months ago, I asked the Prime Minister to acknowledge that the carbon tax was at the root of food inflation in Canada. The response I received was irrelevant. Well, I'll try and address inflation, its causes, and the government's complicity in raising prices for Canadians again, and we'll see if anyone is prepared to acknowledge and respond, given they've had some time to brush up on the economic challenges that inflation has caused in our economy and in our society. Food. In Maslow's hierarchy of needs, it ranks as the base physiological level. Long before any self-actualization, long before any need or desire to a government who constantly looks for ways of expanding government spending, Canadians see that spending and resultant tax grab as being an overreach and out of control. Inflation is measured in Canada by Statistics Canada, a government agency that gives an approximation of how Canadians experience inflationary effects, and it reports it as the Consumer Price Index, or CPI. In 2023, CPI was measured at 3.9%. In March 2024, that measure had fallen to 2.9%, the way they measure it. April's CPI number will be available on May 21st. What April's number will show is the 23% increase in carbon tax that was implemented on April 1st, a tax on food, fuel, home heating, and everything else. So let me help predict that there will be a hiccup in our supposed decline in inflation, and the Bank of Canada will take its cue from this report for its June decision on interest rates. An inflation uptick will reinforce a decision to not drop interest rates, thus keeping rates high for mortgage holders primarily. Real estate inflation is the worst effect of this government's failed fiscal policies. The Bank of Canada governor has repeatedly spoken about how this government's policies are causing inflation, while the government is taking no lessons, as they always say. The government has openly predicted last year that the carbon tax added 0.15 points to the interest rate. So inflation may have been 3.7% to 3.8% without the carbon tax increase last year. Inflation is the rate of increase. So last year's increase is baked in to a new higher base of costs for food, fuel, home heating, and everything else. Imagine what would happen to the base effect when this ineffective tax on everything is removed. Canadians will get real pricing relief immediately. Food price inflation peaked at the beginning of last year, close to 12%. Think about that. It's down now to about 2%, but let's acknowledge the base effect of the increased cost adds significantly to continued increases in food costs across Canada. If the government wants to pay attention to the effects of food inflation that it is causing, I would ask them to pay attention to the increasing rise in the use of food banks. Last year, food bank use rose to over 2 million monthly visitors, up 32% year on year. This year, that increase is expected to be an additional 18%. It's time this government started paying attention to the harm they're causing, and that harm is very evident in food inflation. This carbon tax needs to be repealed.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's good to see my friend from Calgary Centre. I enjoyed working with him in the NV Committee on the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, where we agreed on many, many things. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, on this particular matter, I disagree strongly, and I think the evidence supports what I'm about to say. And that is, Mr. Speaker, carbon pricing is not increasing food prices significantly. As of December, the grand total impact of carbon pricing on food prices for Canadians, according to independent researcher, was less than 0.5%, Mr. Speaker. It goes without saying that all of us are very concerned about the increases in food bank usage and the increased cost of living being felt by families. And our government is taking this action, taking this very seriously and taking action to address it. But fear-mongering about carbon pricing does nothing to address this issue, Mr. Speaker. And of course, it carefully avoids mentioning the reality that because of the Canadian carbon rebate, 8 out of 10 households receive more money back through the CCR than they pay towards the fuel charge. Because these are average amounts, lower and middle income households are particularly better off. Second, most emissions from farming are already exempt from the federal fuel charge, 97% in fact. Biological emissions from crop and livestock production are not subject to pollution pricing. Exemptions are provided for gasoline and diesel used in eligible farming machinery, and commercial greenhouse operators are eligible to receive 80% relief from the fuel charge on natural gas and propane. I would also add that the Government of Canada has also implemented a refundable tax credit to return a portion of fuel charge proceeds directly to farm businesses operating in jurisdiction where the fuel charge applies. The Canada Carbon Rebate is also available to eligible individuals and their families to help offset the cost of federal pollution pricing, with residents of small and rural communities, including farmers and their families, able to receive a supplement of 20% of the baseline amount. And of course, our government has committed more than $1.5 billion to support farmers with adopting new practices and technologies that can reduce emissions and improve farm performance. For example, almost $170.2 million has been committed across 415 projects announced to date under the Agricultural Clean Technology Program to support the development and adoption of clean technologies that can reduce emissions and help farmers adapt to climate change, including more than $50 million which is set aside for farmers to put towards the purchase of more efficient grain dryers. Mr. Speaker, pricing pollution is not affecting food prices significantly. It's not hurting our farmers, who know more than many about the importance of taking action on climate change. Using misinformation and scare tactics is irresponsible when many Canadians are struggling right now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, that was an oxymoron in many respects. Fear because Canadians are suffering. we're actually talking about the issues facing Canadians, particularly the cost of living increases that this government is imposing upon them with consistent tax increases. Their whole time in office has been tax increase after tax increase after tax increase. Particularly in this case we've talked about tonight, the carbon tax increase. Now, my colleague across the way spoke about all the agricultural rebates that were available for the carbon tax, but he didn't speak about Bill C-234. And that's one that his government has held up intentionally from getting passed in this House of Commons. It's one of the ways you could help farmers that actually would benefit from a rebate on the carbon tax, but he ignores all that and pretends that they're actually doing something for the farmers in this respect. I disagree. And you take a look at the facts that we presented here. This is very factual. This is very clear that Canadians are actually suffering. Not fear to indicate that Canadians are actually going to food banks. To not say it might be burying your head in the sand. We are actually saying, yes, Canadians are going to food banks at a record level. And that's something this government has to address and has to consider in its response to how the carbon tax and why it shouldn't be repealed. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, by taking the lead on climate action, Canada can become a leader on many of the new technologies the world will need to adopt on a massive scale to fight climate change, unlocking economic growth and important trade opportunities. We are seeing these opportunities already. For example, the announcement last summer of a new $1.5 billion battery component plant in Ontario that will create hundreds of jobs. New, cleaner sources of energy we have developed and are putting in place have many other benefits, such as reducing other types of air pollution from burning fossil fuels that cause asthma and damage ecosystems. I want to thank the honourable member for the question, and Mr. Speaker, I hope you have a great evening.
Have a good evening, everyone. Monsieur Portant, que la Chambre s'adjourne.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2:00 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.